Hello, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and welcome back to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow, into our fourth day over the hump, if you will, and into the home stretch of our elimination bracket for the week. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by the one and only Vendetta once again. He's still not got annoyed at me yet, but we're slowly getting there.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
sure,
hard
at
to
this
shake,
stage.
though. I don't know, like, every time I come into the office, you're still here. Like, I don't understand what's going on. But, you know, I'll try to pull some strings and see what can be done.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what can be done over the course of today. As once again, we have two best of threes for you in our upper bracket side of this tournament. Again, we're taking a look at the domination bracket and just bring up to speed with how things have played out in the first few days. We've already said goodbye to our first couple of squads in 9 Academy and Medisport, with Bitfix and Young Ninjas, of course, being in those lower semi-finals on the back of yesterday's proceedings.
Yeah, a little bit sad to see 9 Academy go. I think they delivered admirably. Sadly, though, final map Overpass versus Young Ninjas came up a little bit short, not their greatest showing, and therefore got eliminated. But that's part of it, obviously, in terms of being you know, a bit of a young prospect team in that sense, and trying to make your way up the ladder. You're going to hit a couple of speed bumps here and there. So first out of hopefully many future attempts.
Absolutely, and again, we'll get to see them in the coming few days. Again, when we decide who's going to be in those low semi-final matches, because when we look towards our upper semi-final matches to see how today's proceedings are going to play out. Tricked versus 0-0 Prospects will be our main event of the evening, as the Academy side takes on our top seed in the tournament. Meanwhile, the Danish Derby will kick things off between Masonic and Astralis Talent. And that match is, well, we said yesterday it was going to be our one to watch for today, and it's gotten even more interesting as well with further developments over the course of the day, which we'll get into in a few more moments' time. But yeah, definitely a match to look forward to kick things off.
Yeah, a bit of a rematch as well. These two teams have played each other a fair bit as of the last couple of months, and just last week at LAN as well. So Gamebox tournament in Denmark. These two teams played, and Astralis were able to actually better Masonic in that one, even though prior results have been in favor of Masonic. So back and forth there, expecting a pretty tightly contested map. We might get some more 3-map series today. You know, fingers crossed. But yeah, no, I think both matches here should actually be able to deliver quality Counter-Strike.
Yeah, again, I'm looking forward to both of them. Today's going to be a lot of fun. I think possibly could be the closest day that we've had so far in the tournament, and especially for Masonic and Astralis Talent, it would be a very good way to start things off. So let's start talking about that match, in particular starting with the Masonic side of things. Now, obviously, this is a squad that we've been talking in great lengths over the course of the last few days. In that Bitfix matchup especially, they look particularly proficient. They dispatched them in just 9 rounds being gained by the opposing side. So they did look confident, but it was against a Norwegian team, one of the underdogs in this bracket itself. So I guess in that sense, Masonic are currently playing to their expected sort of form, right?
Yeah. Again, they've kind of just gotten in on the server, done their job, and that's about it really. And to be fair, they've done it in a classic Danish sense, which is off of solid team play and a good game plan. Which is again what we're looking for out of these teams. I think individually speaking, I've been pretty impressed by Krogan. Again, had a bit of an eye on him already going into the tournament, but continues to deliver at a high level. That's what you want to see. So it's all good signs really for Masonic, but like you alluded to, hasn't necessarily been the biggest of challenge up to this point. So we're going to see how they actually keep their form up.
Yeah, and definitely in the case of challenge, a Danish derby is going to be challenging for them. The Astralis talent side, especially, have always been their rivals. You mentioned that game box LAN, of course, that they took on the Astralis talent side on, and that was one of 4 series that they played against them over the course of this year. So,
Yeah.
what cut out for the Masonic lineup, and we can take a look at Astralis talent to show you exactly who's going to be playing in
Who's
the
that
server
mystery
today.
man?
Yeah, she might have noticed an elephant in the room there on that left-hand side, with a little stand-in tag there as well, because Astralis not playing with their full lineup. However, I don't think that's going to be a major hindrance for them today.
Yeah, no, it is Breezer who has a bit of a medical leave for the day. Unfortunately, he was able to play the opening games for Astralis Talent, but feeling under the weather today. But they have been able to kind of recruit in, well, I would say a definitely worthy stand-in in that sense, in Nico from OG. And we were kind of riffing about it before the broadcast started, how we were somewhat expecting, okay, maybe it's going to be, ex Astralis talent member or someone like another, prospect or talent coming into the lineup to take Breezer's place. But no, they've gone pretty high up the ladder to find a stand-in for this one.
Yeah, like of all the players I would have expected to stand in for Astralis talent, Nico would be the last sort of player that I would have looked for. I'm kind of shocked, honestly, to see a player of this caliber sort of step into the fold, because as you mentioned, he's been playing with OG, he's playing in the tier 1 level of CS, and as a result, you're looking at him as sort of being the dominant man of the server today, right?
Yeah, you would kind of expect so, but it's also a cool way to kind of gauge. Obviously, he's going to have the experience of playing in a team where he doesn't know all the protocols, he doesn't know all the strategies to the fullest. So that's going to limit his ability to potentially play to his fullest of his ability. But it's going to be kind of cool to see how the other guys on the server kind of match up against a tier 1 player.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to it because, again, I think people have an idea that, whoever's, let's say, in the top 10 in the world is just going to be, dominating everyone from 11 and down type of ordeal, that there's like this massive chasm between certain rankings and certain ranked teams. But I don't really think that's the case. Again, some of the differences that you find between a tier 1 and a tier 2 player, or an exceptional mechanical young player, is partly experience and kind of just having a good read of what's going on in game, which is something that you get over the course of time. It's not something like you just have as a 16-year-old and you just kind of have everything plugged into you like the like the Matrix. So that's going to be cool to see, kind of, because I don't think there's any doubt that there could very well be players on that server who potentially has better mechanical skill than Nico.
Yeah, and the point of like tier 2 teams like this and academy sides like Astralis Talent is to sort of find out who those players will end up being. So it's a good comparison point. And if any one of these individuals on both sides are able to match with those kind of numbers and that kind of caliber, then that would be positive signs for everyone involved, I think, in that particular team. So yeah, a lot to prove today, and maybe a lot more than maybe what these teams might have been expecting coming into this particular matchup. Yeah, like it has changed the whole complexion of this matchup for me.
Yeah, it really does. And also, an additional note to that is the fact that when we've seen Astralis talent played lately, it has been Breezer who is the main opera of the side. And Nico, not known as an opera, again, he's kind of a utility rifler in that sense. So they're going to have to swap things up a little bit in that sense. I'm not sure who they're going to have as a bit of a backup for that, or if they actually just allow Nico to run with it as an opera. Oftentimes, these riflers are obviously capable of handling an op as well, but you'll see a little bit more, I guess, of an eccentric play style compared to your traditional op players. So that's going to be, I guess, one challenge for Astralis talent. So while they have most likely, upgraded in terms of just raw skill that they're getting into the lineup with Nico standing in, they do lose some intangibles from it as well.
Yeah, it is mostly intangibles in that sort of aspect. When you take a look at a player like that, you are looking at him to be the most dominant element in the server itself. So we'll find out how far he'll be able to go with his own right and how that will affect things in terms of the series and the vetoes. Now, obviously, losing a player in your lineup could affect certain individual maps, like the likes of Nuke, for example. You might not want to play that if you're looking to play a tactical style system. And you actually see that Astralis Talent in the second wave did ban out a map like Nuke. Instead, the
Yeah.
picks will be Ancient in for Astralis Talent, Masonic going towards Inferno, and Overpass being at decider. Now, the key thing to remember in this matchup as well here, Halvor, is the fact that this is a series that has a lot of history. 4-4
Yeah.
in terms of individual maps in the last 3 months, as well as 2-2 in best of 3 series. These two teams are dead set even, and some of these maps have been shared along those series.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Australis Town opting in for Ancient makes a lot of sense because I think more or less every time they've played, maybe barring one matchup, Ancient has been in the map pool, and Australis Town have come away with the win twice on it. So that's a comfortable spot for them to go to, and I think that would have been expected from Masonic side as well. And Masonic opting in for Inferno, I think that's perfectly fine as well. Astralis Talent never been a team that's gotten fully to or come fully to grips with how to play Inferno, or at least how to get wins on Inferno. They could play close with a lot of their opponents, but never actually getting across the finish line. So I don't really have any qualms with the veto. It kind of makes sense for both sides. Astralis vetoing out one of the more played maps in Dust 2 for Masonic side, and Masonic just kind of giving it back with the same by the same token and doing the same to Astralis Talent. Ancient, obviously we do talk about this, and we've mentioned it multiple times, and we will continue to mention it a multitude of times, is the fact that when you pick it as your own map pick, you do have to start on the T side. And I don't really care if you're Navi, if you're Astralis, if you're Gambit or Cloud9, I should say. It doesn't really matter. You could still have a really, really rough time on that map, even if it's a map that you can kind of say that you've specialized in, for that matter. So I'm a little bit worried always for a team that's going to pick into it, but Astralis Talent do have a pretty good history at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, like just for example, in that Young Ninjas 9 Academy series from yesterday, we did see 9 Academy get on the CT hard by being down 9-6, then took over that map from there on. So,
Yeah,
like, it's just a case and example of a point that we're making over the course of this tournament. It's about that in Tier 2 especially, Ancient can still be so incredibly CT-sided.
yeah,
And that early start is going to hinder them over on the Astralis camp. However, a very appropriate way to start this series, considering that the last series ended over on Ancient as well, with Astralis taking that one in the 2-0 fashion.
yeah.
So that's another thing as well to consider, right? All the series we've seen between Masonic and Astralis Talent, they've always been 2-0 matches. So given what we've seen from the veto and the history and the fact that we've got a major stand-in as well here,
Yeah.
do we see that being the same case today?
Again, I feel like at some point they're going to have to start splitting maps, right? In that sense, it has to go to a third map series, because I think they've pretty much gone through the entire map pool in their past meetings. There's always been some sort of changes. Astralis, I think, started out in their first matchup picking into Ancient, then the next time around they played it, it wasn't a part of the series. And then on the third occasion, it's back in it again, and maybe we're starting to see a little bit of stabilization between the two teams in terms of what they like to play versus each other, and that could potentially mean that they're going to grab each other or grab their own map picks, and we're kind of due to have a overpass decider. So I think that could be very likely.
Yeah, I do want to give the edge to Astralis, though, the fact that they have got Nico in the lineup. Because
Yeah.
I think that even though you do mention that it's not necessarily the case that top 10 is just completely, worlds beyond everybody else, I do also look at a player like Nico and how he slots into a team who are also down in like the 60th, the 70th position in terms of the world rankings. And I do feel like he's going to be a very invaluable asset to an Astralis talent. Like, I think that could be a major difference maker. I think a lot of people tend to either underestimate or overestimate an individual player of that sort of level's
Yeah.
position. So for me, I feel like in the case of Astralis, people might be underestimating how much of a difference he could really make.
I think the positive thing about Nico is that you're getting a player onto your team who is known for being a bit of an anchor, and he's a Danish anchor at that. So he's pretty reliable in basically completing his work tasks for your side, and that's going to give Astralis Talent potentially a lot more freedom. So let's say you have Nico playing over towards the A bomb site of Ancient, right? Like you're going to feel comfortable about just having him by himself over there, which again allows you to strengthen your defense over towards mid or over towards B, what have you, really. But you can put a lot of trust into a player like that, whereas a more inexperienced player or someone who's not necessarily at the same skill level, uh, they might need some more backup, or they might be more reliant on having actually somebody near them to potentially, get some extra flashes in for them to peak, or actually set them up to have success. So I think that could be obviously a very good thing for them, and also uh, I think the more experience you get, the better idea of how to read opponents will come into the picture as well. And Nico obviously has a wealth of experience, so in situations where Astralis Talent might have issues prior in terms of figuring out or hitting a bit of a brick wall when they're on well, either of the sides, he can be a bit of a solution. He can be their Sherlock Holmes who kind of figures it out. Like, oh, yeah, no, when we've run into this problem in OG, this is the course of action that we would do. So do you have something similar to this that we can do? And that could be like kind of the light bulb moment for the 4 others.
I do wonder how much that dynamic is really going to come into play, though, because obviously it's a very last-minute addition in Nico.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not sure how much they really talked about that over the course of the last 24 hours or so. But obviously, the understanding of the fact that this is a player that's just slotting in right about now. I don't know if he's going to be able to be like in like an in-game leader position or anything like that. I doubt
No,
that he'll
I
end
think
up
more
being
so
the
like
case.
a advisor.
Yeah,
than
but
anything
even
else.
then, it's like how much will he be able to dominate those comms in that sort of sense? Like how much will Ashar's talent be looking towards him as opposed to maybe their coach or maybe someone else within within this team?
I think it's gonna be a hefty balance. And again, if you have an experienced player, he's gonna kind of know when to raise his voice in that sense as well. So it's not necessarily going to be the case where I think Nico is going to try to dominate the course of action, on either of the sides in terms of what they do. But he can be that guy who throws in a little bit of a supplementary info every now and again during a timeout, for instance. To see like, okay, I've spotted openings here, like we could abuse it this way, where you might not have that in a normal circumstance.
We'll find out how unusual the circumstances will be today as Astra's talent will take on Masonic in our Danish derby of today. We have the CT start for the Astralis side, which is quite a curious set of. Actually, no, excuse me. Sorry, those names are actually swapped.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
That was going to be a curious way to start things off. Masonic kicking into that T side. No, not going to be the case. We'll get that changed up in a moment's time. But yes, Astralis talent onto the T side with Mister having the utility, the Molotov, and double flash for him. Nico has the bomb. And the USPs of Gen C tapping his way forward towards that mid control with Candles as the T's take full on mid, start making their way into Donut.
That was giving positive, and I was about to say it gets caught out, but instead manages to reverse the situation, finds the opening frag on the Fessor. The curious thing here is that in the past, Masonic has not had a great time of it on the T side versus Astralis talent, so they need to get off to a hot start here, I think, on the T side of it.
Already 2 kills being found by the Masonic camp. Astralis talent work their way back into that B side, but Cabby's hearing footsteps rotating away from that cave entrance. You can see Queenix quickly making his way up to try and hunt these players. Seeing one drop down, taps up, doing damage, but not quite the kill against Mister. Now it's up to Gensi, I believe, back over towards the temple position. Now we're back up very quickly, arriving to the scene. Biggo's going to get some trades, only good for one though. As Nico falls the same, with Masonic with the pistol retake.
Nice and clean there. Solid shots to just create that advantage. Masonic were just relentless about not giving up whatsoever. And an ideal start for a team that over the last 2 rounds have only managed to pick up 4 T rounds versus Astralis talent. So I think they need to build a bit of a cushion here to feel comfortable. And again, we didn't really get to see too much of their T side in their first round matchup versus Bitfix either, because they just simply were that dominating on their CT side. But at least we know what to sort of expect. Masonic were pretty ruthless about how they wanted to play aggressively on their CT side, and we could see, pretty sure it was Krogan who was playing that cheetah area, who would constantly just swipe in towards mid to help pinch T's as they were trying to get basic mid control and those kind of things, which Bitfix couldn't necessarily find an answer to, and it's going to be interesting to see if Masonic kind of has the same approach for this one as well, and if that is the case, whether or not Astralis talent can actually deal with it. But we're going to have a force buy from the Astralis talent side. I wouldn't say it's the scariest force buy I've ever seen. For some reason, I do feel like it packs more of a punch if you just have 5 Tech 9s and a bunch of utility, more so than when you bring out the Mac 10s. But I guess to each their own. It's always fun to be able to jump around and do that kind of stuff with a Mac 10, and maybe that creates some awkward duels for the CTs, but remains to be seen.
We've seen a number of jumping Mac 10s over the course of the last few days.
So a lot.
Yeah, I'm not too shocked to see Astralis talent bringing that to the fold. Obviously, with that bomb plant bonus, you can see the force buy that can come through. You try and commit heavily towards it against the Masonic side. Of course, 2 Galils and Vigo and Festival being the main firepower players. Mister and Nico taking the early brunt of the damage. Incendiaries down towards their position, over towards lane. Nade and Gensi catching them in the back for a minimal amount of damage being done towards Nico here. Just that early couple of tags off. Nothing real major coming into this round. Nothing really done back towards Masonic either.
But Astralis is going to get the main goal of the initial part of the round, which is to get map control, which is going to allow them to set up for an eventual B execute here. Still see 2 smokes, Molotov, etc. in play. There's the combination from Vigo coming out. And away we go.
Yeah, sets the execution up for Astralis, Nico, and Mister. Can get the 2 frags straight back for one of Ultex. They have dropped to Galil, but you can see Vigor picking that one right back up. And getting out of dodge here. M4's now brought into the fold by Fessor, so a lot of firepower for Masonic to work with. A FAMAS and M4 and SMG to get the retake together for Masonic. They will start peeking in with Kragan taking point. Nico's backed up towards that ramp area and sprayed through the smoke, gets Kragan to fall. Vigo falling back in turn. Mister still stuck over towards Cave, and the MAC-10 spray comes up good against Queenix, so it's all left to No-Town. A 1v3, caught out position, center of the site. On the bomb, taps it once. Fessor just waiting for his chance to strike as Mister gets seen, but gets the info back for Astralis. And there's only a case of patience. Fessor will be Astralis talent getting the first.
What is it? Like, is Fessor online with one of the players? Because either that or he just fist bump nothing.
I wasn't looking at his camera, honestly. I wasn't really paying attention.
Some people do that, but yeah, gonna keep an eye on that going forward. But a swift response from Astralis talent, got pretty much everything they wanted out of that round. And they're right back in at 1-1. Economy broken on the side of Masonic. They're just going to have to force buy into this and hope that they can find an answer to this immediately. Quick round from Astralis talent once again, though.
Flanks in from Fessor, back down towards Kragan, but just towards that player and deals with Queenix all the same. So 2 players removed from the fold. Now Mister's extension all the way up into Temple, gets no sound, leaving Jensi and Cabby, the last couple of players left with those Deagles. Forced by a round for Masonic, just being ripped apart so effectively the plant is secured. There's not much they can do from here.
Not a whole lot. Set up for exit fracks, hope that someone from Astralis talent gets a little bit eager and runs into you. Maybe you can move away from the situation with an AK or an M4. But I don't see that as being very likely on the side of Astralis talent. They should probably be pretty comfortable and happy about how things have panned out. Probably not going to stray too far off from the actual bomb site. Nonetheless, a worrying start for Masonic, and obviously great news for Astralis talent here. No issues with the response forced by. Unlikely to have an even easier task of it going into the next round.
Yeah, 2-1 lead gained. Astralis looking composed so far. Masonic with their pistol victory and rebound, not much more success outside of that, so it has been pretty easy enough to maintain that control, and the pistols to get brought back in once again. This time no investment around No-Time, Queenix or Krag, and just those 2 Deagles for Cabby and Jensi, and not really much else that they can really handle here. See what they can pull off, if they can pull anything off at all. The flash is going over in that mid position, and Astralis looking for a fast play in towards the A site. It feels like the flash is coming in thick and fast. They have got Fessor out towards Elbow. They might have got a couple of players. Does take some damage back for it, so those pistols not getting away with nothing, but also not getting away with a round here. Just damage being done, no casualties just yet.
Yeah, bit of a deja vu round from Astralis talent. So that it worked the first time around, so why not have a go at it yet again? And actually got confirmation on the fact that Fessor and Nico are at LAN together.
Okay.
So there you go. So he's not fist bumping ghosts or doing anything like that. But, yeah, Fessor and Nico teaming up for this one.
What LAN would they be at, or is it just a boot camp?
I'm not really sure. For all I know, they could be roommates. A lot of possibilities. Maybe they just were in the same area, and then Nico decided to show up once he was playing for, or standing in for Astralis talent. Well, so nice to have that physical presence of your teammate nearby. Different celebrations and whatnot. Mister is going to fall to the bomb, and there's a little bit more damage than potentially expected from Astralis talent's side there. Towards the end of it, have 2 players surviving. So Masonic can feel good about what they came out of that round with. And now, with an AK scrapped together on Cabby, 4 others are not going to have any sort of issues of buying up either. So rather healthy. As we get into the first proper buy round here in the match.
AKs versus M4s with 1 AK and M4 for either side, so working with the enemy's weapons. Astralis getting towards that B lane default here, not quite as fast as that previous round. You mentioned how it worked for them when they tried for it. This time around though, a bit of a different strategy, which to their credit also worked out for them in probably a bit of a less successful fashion. The AK as well is up against the anti-eco pistols and now up against the full guns. We'll see how they'll fare against MistSonic. Already engagement against one player, that's Cabby. Gets Mr. Line up for Gensi, sees two and knocks them both down. Oltex with the latest response, but he doesn't last long himself. All left to Vigo going in towards this wood position. A 1 versus 4 bomb drops in the open. Does isolate Cabby and take that frag. Still so many more to get here, and that bomb nowhere near getting planted. Well, certainly won't be in this particular round. MistSonic get their second.
Yeah, Astralis Talent with a brute force attempt towards the B bomb site, but you see that Sonic were so early about actually clearing up mid to a pretty deep level as well, checking the elbow corner in mid there. Still, we're able to actually get back with the rotations in time. That's really what did it. Some supplementary flashes, all that kind of good jazz to help out the initial B defenders, making the job a lot more doable for the CT side. Yet again, back to mid they go with 2 players. Astralis Talent, yet again, opting to not play for a lot of map control. They're just gonna, take it up, banana once more.
Very little time for it. Those flashes going over. MistSonic not willing to repeat back into the site, knowing how much presence there is for Astralis. Smokes down, Molotovs in, nades and all. Counteract utility from the CT side. Does get a little bit of damage, but no kills. Cabby finally gets one as Nico falls out of the round after getting the bomb plant. Queenix joining his teammates back over towards the Candles angle and make their way up towards the back lanes and try and get into the bomb site. SMG sees one, back turn to Vigo, cost him his life. Got one player burning, that's Mr. to full. Vessel with one decent trade, but another backstab's ineffective. MistSonic overwhelming, quickly round the corner. They do lose 2 players for their exchange, but ultimately 3 alive for MistSonic makes it 3 rounds on the board.
Absolutely, and definitely a result you can be fine with if you're MistSonic. Happy about the round win, happy about staying alive with 3 players, and solid retake utility used as well. You can see Gensi being the man behind. Flash that caught out, I think it was or Mr. playing close up by B short. Sonic definitely have their things sorted, and that's one of the things, even though obviously it was a bit of a stomping in their opening round when they played Ancient, we did see a lot of just synergy and basically well thought out utility usage on their end from their CT side that made BitFix's life pretty tough. So no reason why it wouldn't be similar when they go up against Astralis Talent as well.
Oh,
that's an opening pick and a half. And immediately, just like that, snap your fingers, blink your eyes, and you'll miss that Astralis Talent have made their way up to the B-bomb site yet again.
Gained a second AK for that frag. Vessel will take some return damage by Queenix's HE. You can see him trying to suppress with utility alone, just try and stall for time against MistSonic. Stall for time on his backstab as well. Look at Oltex inbound from the A site. No one's really there to contest him. Slow walks up, the Eagle fires back as Queenix gets caught for it. A 5 versus 3 now. Astralis Talent with just 2 kills might have already won the round here. Gensi does find that trade on responsive, grabs the Deagle as well. But no commitment from the rest of MistSonic. They've backed out towards mid. They're going to save their weapons. And there it is. 1 hero AK is enough to take the victory.
A little bit uncertain as to why they never really gave it a good go. They were kind of hoping for Astralis Talent to overcommit, go too deep, and then get picked off before they actually set their retake into motion. Gensi's going to fall behind the smoke as well. That's not ideal. If you're actually committing to safe in that kind of a situation, then yeah, you have to get far away. There's no reason for you to try to pick up an exit frag or something like that, because the weapon's just going to be so much more valuable to you. So no bank left over on his end. He's going to be able to reinvest, but would have been nice to have 2.7k extra in the bank instead.
Nice damage done by HEs again early on MistSonic. A follow-up HE from Gensi. But a capitalize upon a kill with it with a Molotov down on Vessel. So 5v3 game on MistSonic again this time. Taking some revenge against Astralis, but Oltek's quick to try and back. Not like it lasts much longer though. 4v2 with no chance kill through the smoke. Now Vigo and Mr. One player very close to contact in the lane position, and backs of Krag in a turn. He does catch that player. Leave it all on Mr. Known towards Donut and tapped up with a single bullet for Queenix. MistSonic will make it 4-all on the board.
The answer right back, as much needed as well. Taking limited losses too. Gensi with a solid job initially there in mid, and as mentioned, the quick follow-up from mid-room as well. Krogan being a little bit more reserved in terms of how quickly he actually tried to get out of Cheetah to help towards mid. Seemingly playing with a little bit more carefulness than what he did versus BitFix. Again, they go back to similar setup as well. Double Molotovs in mid. One of them's going to miss over towards B, but not the end of days by any means. Jency going to get flashed out here. He is, but there's too many targets and can't really commit to one of them. So it's good for a field goal, but doesn't really do a whole lot in Counter-Strike. All shots set between the two Ts, but reinforcements have arrived. 2 players in Cheetah for the time being, and a 3rd player moving up towards the ledge here. Queenix. Timing could be everything here for Masonic.
They've already lost that 1 player, so for now they're going to be a bit more careful. Again, that Hero AK on Fessor, one of the last round that Astralis Talent had gained. The Eagles, other than that, missed taking some damage through the wall banks. Queenix here hurt him, and we'll be able to find that frag in the end just by slow walking up towards it. Meanwhile, A site has been left open thanks to those rotates, and again, Ultex in his powerful position on CT spawn. And the wraparound's going to come through. I don't know if No Time checks this corner here. Not like it might matter. Vigo, Deagle shot straight towards Queenix. There comes the kill on No Time's part. Ultex traded 3 versus 3 situation. All important stuff as the CT start making their way forward. Timer is starting to tick away. And there comes Pragan with the kill on towards Vigo, so only 2 left standing for the T side, but up towards forward plat, there's Nico standing by. He gets 1 kill and 1 tag, a trade-in from Vessel. Will now leave it all on Cabby, 1-on-1, taps the bomb. Again, the fuse on his pouch needs to win this fight, sees the man, taps it a second time, time's ticking away, and Vessel knows he's just got to wait to win the round and get fire for Astralis.
Damn, yet again, Astralis Talent being able to do a lot with with very little. In those scenarios, again, feels like it should be around that Sonic has a fair shot at. Just not being able to sort out these retakes now. The Eagles from Astralis Talent doing a whole lot of work.
Once again, another round steal thanks to the Hero rifle buy.
Yep, doing a lot of work for them. No doubt about that, and Masonic are probably going to start feeling a little bit sweaty about their situation. Never a good time to be down in rounds against the T side on Ancient. Kragan going to speed up his march forward, and this is more of a similar situation as we saw him in versus Spitfix, and it's also going to have the same results as well. Question is if he can get out, he does so without taking a single point of damage as well.
Vessel taking down his own right. Jency with an Eagle again facing out towards his mid control. Gets 2, but the trades are good. At least only for a moment for Astralis. Cabby able to maintain some sort of control out towards the lane position. So Vessel in a 1 versus 2. The Hero AK now to be the Hero clutch. The 5-7 of Notan walks in, hears those footsteps, can just secure him as soon as the bomb attempts to get planted. Quick tap to the head, and it will be 5-all. Masonic always coming back against Astralis. Both teams were making the best out of such tiny buys. Not major real investment coming in from either team. But still the rounds are flowing their way.
Yeah, just back and forth non-stop. But the one team that's going to be obviously extremely happy about that being the case is Astralis Talent. They know that if they can just keep slugging back and forth on the T side, then that's going to amount to a lot of rounds, and that's going to be a fantastic point to start off your second half with. See how long it continues, though. No Hero AK in view, and that might be a bit of a indicator of how this round is going to pan out. Queenix is alone for the time being towards A, and that's where we see a large majority of the Astralis Talent side heading towards as well. So Queenix is going to have to come up big here, or at the very least, survive for Masonic to maintain balance.
Well, for now, maintaining the kills. 3 of them on the drop for Queenix and Kragan. Jency comes in with one of his own. So only Queenix to drop. Jency with that last frag. Easy stuff against the eco, so no hero, no win, it seems.
Yeah.
And the lead tips the way of Masonic right now for the first time in a fair while. Astralis, however, with that eco base, should be back up on the guns here. Rifles across all 5. 2 AK saved in from Masonic. No AWP in sight.
No AWP and very little utility really for Astralis Talent here. And we've seen that they've started, most rounds doing exactly what Fesser is doing there. Getting the spawn smoke in towards mid-room. But they don't really have the utility to fight back for an actual mid-take. So you see already initial smokes gone, or initial nades used, and you're stuck with a Molotov, 3 smokes, and 2 flashes, which is might be good enough for one take, but again, it's going to cause problems once you get into an afterplant situation.
Queenix alone on the back of the A side, pressed by smokes and boxes, gets that one kill. Almost nice, lets the kill towards the player up towards the signpost. Trade in from Vigor though, as he aggresses forward on 10 HP, gets to his own, a 4 versus 2 scenario as a result. The smokes down to the last 2 CT players held out, and Donut will force him to go for the safe call, it seems. And even that's being covered off by Fessel, who removes Gensi and looks for No Town, a quick tap to the head and a quick double for his own right. Vigo, however, was the man that won the round for me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, pushing forward, which has been a bit of a theme for him in the previous matches that we've seen out of him as well. Very, very aggressive. Catches off the CT rotations. So Masonic not actually being able to string multiple rounds in a row together here. Astrala's talent just keep punching back time and time again. We've seen it more and more. It's these rapid plays from the talent side. Doing a whole lot of work, especially towards that A bomb site now. See though, very much map control given up by Astrala's talent, but they've been pretty comfortable playing this way for the entirety of the half. And can't really knock the result that they've been able to acquire either. It's going to be a B take, at least from the looks of it. Combination coming out from Vigo eventually. That might be to just get some early utility out of the CT side. And then they'll lock and load pretty much for the next one, unless they can find an opening. Great start. Great find from Altex. Fester follows up as well. Cabby on borrowed time there in the noob corner.
Yeah, overwhelming force forward there from Astralis. Thanks to the kill that came in towards K, they decided let's just go for it. And all those AKs just found all the picks. Only one trade found a Fessor. Queenix the only rifle left in this M4. Kind of needs to hold on to the next round, I feel like, here from Masonic. Astralis will get to 7 once again, reclaiming the lead above the CT side. And given the economy stay here, they could be on to claim the half as well. I don't think they've got a lot of a loss bonus there for the Masonic side. So these weapons are going to be much more important for them. Of course, force buy-in anyway is going to leave the economy in a rough state. Got to think about round 15, whether they want to buy there as well. It's not going to be the easiest of times and easiest of considerations for this Masonic camp. Astralis, a pretty big round for them to win.
Yeah, a massive one. Again, it's not often you see the potential of a T side winning on Ancient, or winning the half, but that's the exact position that Charlotte's Talent are finding themselves in right now. Already made it to 7. We know that whatever investment is going to come from the Masonic side is not going to be fantastic off of that one saved M4. I mean, given how little reserves they actually have, you can't really make a good argument for them wanting to reinvest into this either, and that's exactly what they figure out for themselves as well. So yeah, Astrala's Talent's T-side here on Ancient, doing a whole lot of work. With some tag damage, but not going to find a kill. Mid-control given up.
Decent enough start to get the damage in, but it's Vigor that does find the kill. Queenix get killed off in the opening. Frag smokes up from Mister. Trying to cover for his teammate. Look out towards window and get Cabby. Not needing the support from the player up in window. It's Altex that swings out towards Cheetah, getting Krager next. So 2 left standing for Masonic, and this eco goes about as well as ecos go. No real upgrade pistols to having any sort of impact outside of the damage on the HP bars. That won't mean much for round 15. Not like it would have had enough economical impact anyway. So sprays through, Gensi burns. No Town of the 1 versus 5, but will be 8-6 for Astralis Talent. They will win the T-half here.
Yeah, very, very impressive display from the Danes so far in that sense. For Sonic as well is that they don't really find any frags. You can see that even if there was minimal investment into that round, not necessarily going to do them a whole lot once they have to buy up. It's still going to be costly. They're still going to be limited on utility, and that hasn't been necessarily a sign for success leading up to this point. Astrala's Talent could potentially make it 9 here. Either way, though, they should be chuffed about how this has played out for the first 15. Feel very, very comfortable about how they were meant to close out the match. Mid-Molotov actually misses, but it would have affected No 10 massively. A little bit of a hiccup on their end. And off of that, actually, well, it seems like they've changed up their mind as well. Not going to commit fully to the contact play on A, which has been very effective for them, in all honesty, leading up to this point. Set could go back to mid. Double dip. See what's up. Deep positions from Masonic, though does allow them to have Kragan potentially here and yeah, that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Yeah.
And just like that, 3 Astralis players just deleted from the round.
Yeah, hell of a way to peek in from Masonic, and even Ultex gets caught off in the open towards the A side. All that confidence that Astralis had coming into this 15th round, just disappearing in an instant. Not even any damage being done to Masonic here. Just all left towards Fessel, seeing what he can find outside of the B doors. Very far away from any contact, very far away from this bomb. 45 seconds to basically get the ace at this point. And as great as he has been with the opening frags, with the entry duels on this AK, I don't think it's going to do much for this one indeed. Kragan taps his head off his shoulders, and it will be 8-7 for Astralis Talent to close out the half. I'd say, though, for the Astralis boys, that's probably a very positive sign for them, because in the last outing against the Masonic side, they got 11-4 at the turn of the CT half to Masonic's favour, and it only had to rely on a very strong CT comeback for Astralis to get that map.
Yeah, again, I think as long as you get more than 5 T rounds on a map like Ancient, you should be, basically popping off the fireworks at that point. So for Astralis Talents to actually win out the half, exceptional results so far. And again, if the history is any indicator of what to expect, then we're gonna see a pretty solid CT side coming out of Astralis Talent regardless. So yeah, they have everything in the palm of their hands to close this out.
Absolutely, they made the right call in picking into this map up here, obviously with the history between the two teams, and I would have thought that it would have been a bit more of a closer fight, potentially even a better CT half from the Masonic side, but that hasn't really worked out that way at all, and I think that might be their ultimate detriment, just knowing how strong it was from Astralis Talent in the second half of the last time around, and knowing that the exact same situation is playing out right here and now. So that tells me that this is probably going to be the way that Astralis open up this series.
Yeah, no, all the points kind of lead towards it. Again, last meeting, I don't think Masonic even managed to post a single round. I think that was a 12-0 CT half for Astralis Talent, and that was just all she wrote. Obviously, it could be a little bit different depending on whether or not Masonic are capable of winning the pistol round. That is obviously going to be a pretty key factor on a map like this that's so heavily favored towards one side. We'll see if they can actually make it happen. A pretty spread out setup from Astralis Talent side, though. Not really too much to fall back on in terms of help for Altex here. He's going to have to either survive or find some quick one-taps.
No one taps.
One tap.
Yeah, no one taps on his part of things. Kragan quickly storming the site, quickly getting that kill together. Damage being done to Fessel and Mister as well. Cabby through the smoke, just blind firing and running it to a 5 versus 3. Kragan makes up the face up against the likes of Nico. He'll get his double involved, and Mister and Vigor will be the last 2 players remaining inbound from Temple and CT. Cabby sees the gun barrel, gets the headshot, and it's left to Mister. Low HP, but still lands 2 headshots. Now needs to turn on for the full-blown ace here. He's aware of at least Kragan, should be aware of the player over at Temple, with the rough position of where that player might be. Now focusing on that main position with the tap start coming forward, and Masonic just try and drive him away with the timer alone. Cabby will wait here, start the wraparounds, footsteps made, headshot found, and there it is, 8 to the board of Masonic.
Yeah, no, Cabby definitely having the most important frags there, doing the most damage, really. Obviously, you can say that Kragan's disposal of the first player there, Altex and Donut, is pretty vital, but Cabby being able to find one player through smoke and obviously dinking up the second one as well has massive impact, and not a whole lot Astralis Talent can do in that retake scenario. It never really amounts to much of anything at all. So, should be a conversion. We do have a force buy on the side of Astralis Talent, so they will have something to fight back with, but you are kind of expecting Masonic to be able to handle this. 2 MAC-10s that they can kind of have roaming around for exploratory purposes. Took a little good amount of utility as well. Kragan not going to be aware of the second player on top of the ledge, but that CT might also get a little bit worried about potentially people creeping out from mid-elbow.
Nico will start making his way around, try to catch these players in the back here. Does get Kragan, a quick response from Gensi though, turns it right back to a 4 versus 3. And hold his own here with the rifle, just watching down towards that cave entrance. Cabby will grab that bomb, and it looks like they're going to try and commit towards this B site if possible. They're going to get another player to overextend, which they will. Vigo will give up the fight towards Gensi, and now it'll be a 4 versus 2 for Masonic. So they really have free rein of wherever they want to go. Firepower advantage, man advantage, it all goes their way.
It really does. And then they do have the time to pretty much poke around and see what happens. Again, there is a world where they spot up the player towards A, and like I said, dip out, because that's a guarantee for it being maximum one player on the other side. But Mister's quickly dealt with. No worries there, and Professor's going to fall accordingly as well. So Sonic back in the lead, but it feels like obviously it could be on borrowed time. As did expect whoever won the pistol round to be able to convert as a result of it. And the challenge for next round is going to be a whole lot easier on the side of Masonic than what it was for this one. No investment to be made from the CT side. So very likely that we see Masonic ending up on 10 rounds when it's all said and done. I guess already improvements compared to the last time they met on Ancient.
To be fair, you were right about them not winning a single T round. So
Yeah.
any round, yeah, when they won the pistol, that was already an improvement above what they did last time about. Astralis not getting off as lightly as they did. Made stacks.
Imagine having infinite improvement. Infinite improvement.
Wow.
From one to the other. That's amazing. You can't argue with those numbers.
10-8 to the board of Masonic. You can't argue with that lead that they have gained for themselves and extended above the Astralis talent side, but off the back of pistols and conversions. So now comes the rifles for the Astralis boys. Let's see what they bring to the table. Just the M4s, it seems. No AWP just yet. Can be afforded by a couple of players on Masonic, but even they're not going to opt towards it. More of a bonus buy for them.
And it's going to be curious to see for Astralis talent if they actually have anyone, you know, feeling like they need to pick one up. Obviously, Breezer, the one unable to play today, is the main opera of the squad, really. So they might just, I guess, summon their inner team Liquid and decide to have no operas for a while. Time will show. Masonic, at the very least, have been given catwalk in lower part of Banana for the time being. Have been locked out of mid, where Astralis talent actually pretty keen on maintaining that pressure as well. Staying in a forward position. As the smokes start to fade, they fall back. Fesser tries his luck on wall bangs. Not going to find anything too consequential. Just a bit of a standstill back and forth. Bull nade setup. Oh, if only they had been about 2 seconds later on that, might have netted them, if not a kill, then at the very least very solid damage on one of the Astralis players.
Nico timing himself well against those HEs and making sure that nothing goes against him outside of the damage done to Vessel already. Aggression also comes in from Ramp, so hunting for a bit more out on Mister's part. Vigo does get picked up, and finally Mister can strike, as will Nico. A 3 versus 4 from Masonic. Astralis working in towards the mid control as well. Mister catching the rotators, but unable to get much damage for it. Tagged down of his own right, 25 seconds. 2 players in at Donut, and he does get a second chance here. Mister taking Notan out of the fold. So Cabby and Gensi, last couple of players left. Mister caught off by Cabby. Old takes over the trade and doubles up with a quick swing, and Astralis will get their first CT round.
Astralis just being able to have one additional member wherever they need it in those scenarios. First, the double aggro position towards Banana. Allows them to deal with the Ruins pressure, and then obviously 2 players placed in Donut, basically baiting off each other, is going to have a lot of success. So as soon as they get weapons in hand, Astralis talent start getting on the board as well, but plenty of money to buy back here for Masonic side, and we'll see an off out on Gen C. See what can be done with that. Does take a lot of damage early, and post ups aggressively. Not going to win out the duel versus Fisher. Oh, he actually doubles up.
He's looking for more.
It really is. A third. And I think he would have been happy with just 2, but why not make it even better? Where do you go from here, Masonic? 5v2. We've played about 20 seconds of Counter-Strike in this round. And already it's looking pretty dire. And look at the forward positions. Like, Astralis has 0 chill.
Kind of reminds me of old school ancient when it was first introduced as a pool in the team meta, or the CT meta, was just to push as far forward as you can possibly get.
Run at him.
Yeah, they've got the bomb crossfire now, so no talent Queenix, they're not breaking this. They'll try because they don't really have much of a choice. Astralis, a fantastic follow-up to what was a bonus round in the previous one. Masonic taking that on the chin. Not even getting a bomb part of this, no bonus. Cash is resting entirely on the lost bonus they've built up so far. And a trade as well for Notan. That's as far as it will go. Vessel with the orb shot to connect, and there's just not enough cash right now for Masonic. Astralis knocking on the door of the lead once again.
Yes, they are, and again, the trends with how the first half went, you'd kind of give it to Astralis talent to be able to string couple of rounds together here. It seems like Altix is going to be the one to get the op off of Gensi's body. to take that over towards A. And it kind of makes sense as well if you want to have him play solo towards that A-bomb site. Pretty convenient to get early pick, etc. towards A main. Though he might not necessarily be the kind of guy who usually is tasked with that kind of role. Flash over towards Catwalk to allow Fessor to peek down. But he's throwing up once again, and Fessor seemingly having no issues finding Masonic players through smoke, and Vigo wants to get into the front as well, and going to be successful at that.
Yeah, 2 picks make it 3 now as Fessor leans forward for his double. He's had absolutely no worries playing into the lane and cheated positions, and from here on out, the CT side should be able to remove all players from play. Notan next to fall. Not a lick of damage done to Astralis Talent. Vigo's going to try to keep it that way as he hunts down Queenix, moving in towards that main entrance. The bomb is on the T-side player's back, but not going to happen. A perfect round from Astralis as they gain the lead. 11-10 now above Masonic, and I hope that the pistol and the conversions are not all we've seen from this team in this map so far. Need to get a bit more out. The guns will be back in play where they change their fortunes.
Yeah, but it feels like they kind of need to have a rather immediate response here in order to make sure that Astralis Talent are not going to be able to build too much of an economy, constantly have that rebuy available for them. Obviously don't want to let them obviously get closer to 16 either. Not the easiest of tasks, and yet again, Utility is going to do a Spark Kraken down to 58 HP. So softening has begun. Still set up aggro in mid. Nico's going to dispose of the previously tagged Kraken. Abby's going to follow suit, and yeah, Fessor, it seems like a bit of a trend here. I'm noticing something. Fessor swinging out from Cheetah is a bad sign for Masonic.
Yeah, he's won like every single time he's taken that face and taken that duel, so they've got to mark him or otherwise just like Molotov that position and try and stop him from making his way forwards. Because he's still got dominion over this position of the map. Even though they've lost Vigo on that one trade, Notan knows that he's closing in here. Nades up to position, and finally Fessor is going to fall. That'll leave access towards the B side. Splashes and Molotovs down. Smokes will be inbound. The AK of Queenix will be watching out the long lane. Not spotting the secret player that's out there. Mr. Wins the fight against Nico. Switching to a different weapon as Oltex comes up good. Mr. follows suit towards Notan, and Astralis will take 12.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for Queenix there. You do start to, well, get a sensation that it might be possible for Masonic once they find the player hidden behind what at least I just called 2. My position. Flurry of frags going in favor of Masonic, but not to be the case in this one. Notan does an admirable job of actually making that round a potential reality at the very least. But it's just not enough, and a timeout going to be called here. Do have the money to potentially buy in here. Obviously going to be cheaper on the T side, and 3.8 on 2 players could be enough, but judging off of Gensi's buy, might just be a bit of a pistol half buy here.
Well, +1 Galil as well, which technically is still within half buy territory since it's above the 1.5k mark. And on the max loss bonus, Masonic will have a buyback in the next round with 4 guns out, so they can justify this, and Astralis will probably be recognising as well on their own internal discussions that there's a good chance that Masonic will be going for something here. So they have the firepower to deal with it though. The AK on Mr. again will just face further forward, immediately catch off that Galil. And Masonic just struggling to catch a break, let alone an actual round it seems like. Kragan will try to get the trades back and will catch Nico off. But recognising that's not the player that pushed up, that's Mr. who'll still be playing around the smoke. Queenix is leaning in against their position and of course will chase them down, grab the M4 that was dropped earlier on. So a 4 versus 4 scenario, a Galil that they can also recover here from Masonic. It's not undoable.
Absolutely not. A lot of it comes down to timing, and speaking of it, Vigo found the perfect moment to actually push down Banana there. I was about to say the mid-room timing there. Again, if they can cause a bit of a distraction, maybe there's a way he can lurk his way forward. But instead, it's going to be pretty difficult for Kragan to get much done here, but okay. Gets a duel and actually does some decent damage onto the Astralis Talent players, but not getting the frag is really what matters here. Queenix has no idea.
Oh no! Both backs are turned. No way. He's actually got the bomb. He's got the bomb. Kragan's playing distraction as well. The bomb could go down towards the B site. With that kill coming in, they have absolutely no idea. They think they've got bomb control. Fessor's let him slip past. How has this happened?
And the crazy thing, I think Vigo even looked to his left at one point after the bomb was picked up and just didn't react to anything off of it. He looked to the left and just kind of went, yeah, this is fine.
I still don't think he realizes.
Oh no, they have no idea. And if they were to plant now, surely the logical thing would be, okay, oh, the smoke is going to give it away.
Now he's turned around. Now Vigo recognizes he's lost the bomb. That is only down to the most perfect of timing and those perfect of situations for Astralis to have. They'll be looking at that one on the demo review later, just being like, how the hell did we let this happen? Vigo closing in now for the retake. Missed us so far back, so they don't know how much map control Masonic have got here. Smokes in, will try to press them, isolate them, and cut them off from each other. Flashes in for Fessor. Vigo checking the wood corner, the AWP. Be the first port of call, and Kragen gets taken down. Quinix with one good pick back, trying to see if he can hold on for as long as possible, but Vigo gets that kill together. Struggles finding the bomb, but has the kit and has the time, so Astralis will make it 13, shenanigans and all.
Yeah. I am kind of curious, if that smoke doesn't go down, do Astralis just make a massive rotation over towards A? No, yeah, over towards A, because that's where you saw Kragen creating chaos, as you mentioned, right? Like, that's where
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, honestly. Like, you have a good point to make there. I think the problem is that obviously they don't know that Vigo was that far back up in spawn, so
yeah.
they don't have the info of how close those rotations could be. And as well as that, they took a lot of time off the back of that chaos being made, so I'm not certain it would have been a foolproof plan, but you do have an alternate reality in your mind that, that could have actually led towards Masonic getting that round.
That's usually where I live as well, so fits perfectly for me.
As it stands, 13-10 for Astralis Talent, and the guns are in for both sides this time.
Yeah. And it's gotten to the point where Masonic, well, they can't be happy about getting bomb plants, doing damage to the economy of Astralis Talent. They need to get rounds. Simple as that. And they're going to try an easy approach towards the A bomb site, similar to what Astralis Talent did. See if that's going to find success with Mr. He's being quick about it today.
Follow up on Oltex as well, catching Cabby. Mr. still holding back. A Donut gets a double of his own. A 4 versus 2, making it 1 now. Gensi, all that remains of the AWP in his hand, spotted out by Oltex. Quick peek in, he only caught Vigo. And 14-10 for Astralis. This is starting to shape up a lot like how that last map went down, minus the pistol and the conversions. That's all that they've had so far in this half from Masonic.
Yeah, no, the T-side's definitely not being a kind mistress to them.
No.
They're having a rough time out there. Obviously, somewhat to be expected, considering that this is Astralis Talent's map pick. But it's got to be a little bit disheartening for Masonic as well, because you've had some rounds where you've been in it, or you've had opportunities at the very least to potentially get around on the board, but the better part of it, you are kind of lost here against what the CT side of Astralis Talent has to offer. Oh, flash into mid from Nico. He's actually going to scare off the initial pack in mid there from Masonic's side. And to be fair, considering the early setups that we've seen out of the CT side, that's understandable as well. Have been very focused on having 2 players far forward and ready to pounce. Looks like they're going to go back to get that in a mid-round as well. Now, Altex joined up with a teammate. Mid control is the goal.
Control will get gained with a combination of Notan and Gensi firing away with the AK and the Deagle headshot towards Nico. Who, talking about him, he's been pretty underwhelming so far in this map up. Only 7 kills deep. Like, it's kind of shocking. We were talking about how we were looking at this player to be one of the main sort of standout elements because of his tier 1 experience. Hold that thought for a second, because there is aggression inbound from Elbow for Vigo. He gets 1 kill, but only 1. Queenix trades it back so effectively, and that one big player that could have found us back at even man standing is going to be taken away by Masonic.
Yeah, bomb dropped over towards B, and most likely the end destination as well for Masonic in this round. And it seems like Astralis Talent have just kind of banked on holding on to their weapons. If they come B, then great. We're about as well defended as we can be in this situation, and if not, we'll bring those 2 weapons with us going further. Even though they would have money to rebuy into this and have another go out. Well, it might be needed as well as Altex falls. Only 1 weapon possible to carry over here. But yeah, they don't really stand too much from actually finding a weapon, and they're not going to do so either. Loses both. So Nico on low cash, but everyone else should be perfectly fine to rebuy into this. And I'd expect that would be the case as well. You can get Nico on an MP9 or something like that, then should be serviceable. Actually, yeah, no, they had that much excess cash that we were able to drop him an M4. So yeah, Astralis more than fine in this situation. But yeah, Masonic finally getting an actual buy round on the board. It's quite the string of rounds from Astralis Talent before we got the eventual response.
Oh, here we go.
But
Flash support for
yeah.
best sort of peek in towards lane. No one's there to receive it though this time. You could already see how the CTs are back to their winning ways with the guns coming in from both teams. I mean, both sets of automatic weapons. And this time it doesn't quite work out for them. Much more passive style of play from Masonic. I guess they were expecting that kind of aggression to come through from Astralis Talent. Having also seen the elbow play in the previous round, they'll leave up mid control. The question is, where do they go from here?
Yeah, again, like so the upside here is that yeah, nobody died within the first 20 seconds of the round. Fantastic if you're Masonic. Now the problem is like, well, we don't really have any map control, so we don't know what to do. You see the duo in mid trying to make their way back. A little bit delayed and actually going to find the opening frag onto Mister, so that's a big get. That might shift some positioning towards that banana area from Astralis Talent. At least going to divide their focus. That would be ideal for the three players setting outside of B doors.
Fessor in this corner 2 to line up. He only gets the 1 kill. And Vigo closes in another good frag. Fessor does get his double. And in the end, that aggression works out for Astralis. It took a bit of time to get there. The trade in from Notan and Queenix will make it a 2 versus 2. So not quite over just yet. That bomb's going to get picked up and committed towards the B side. Oltex is on his rotation as well in from spawn. They got one player in the backside. That's Nico to try and hold off against them all. The AK is going hunting though. And they found the player as well. So it's all on Oltex now. His backstab now set for the retake. Both back to turn towards him though. Now check out Cave and they'll look up towards the back lanes. And that M4 has no info as to where they're playing at right now. We'll start to check some common corners. Clear out as much of the sides he possibly can here. Check out Cave. There is a player waiting. Catch that headshot. 5 HP in a 1 versus 1 though. On the defuse. Covered off against Queenix here. The spray through the AK gives up the ghost on where he's at here. The incendiary down, but a peek ahead with a nade will allow Queenix to get the kill together. And Masonic to claim 12.
Oh yeah, that got very hairy. A lot of back and forth. Again, solid opening from Queenix there, but once you see all of these frags going in from Astralis Talent's side, you kind of expect them to be able to work off of that. Vigo pushing a little bit too far forward, giving Masonic way back into it. Altex not being in a position where he lets the Molotov work for him. Obviously, couldn't necessarily have the confirmed damage onto Queenix, knowing that he was only on 18 HP and would have had to push forward if he ever wanted to do anything about that potential defuse. Nonetheless, it does result in a 12th round for Masonic. Also an eco on the side of Astralis Talent.
The Eagles are trying to fight him with the USPs. Nico's already picked up. Damage done. Kill found on Fessor. Okay. Not quite a second. Kragan there to respond effectively. And Astralis already losing control of the man advantage. Not quite control of the site here. Still 2 players back there. Only 1 man holding B with the utility in hand. The AK is going to getting rid of by Kragan. Juggling act right there for the man. Just 2 weapons back and forth.
Proper circus going on outside of A main.
It's the right call, though. You don't want to chuck that out of the wall when you're vulnerable to a CT attack, and you just want to get that back out of their hands. That way, Astralis Talent don't get a hold of an AK, because that way things can get dangerous. We've seen multiple times over the course of this map how the hero AK setup can work out for them. Despite that, though, Altex is going to trade to a 3 versus 3, get that AK back anyway, and Bingo falls on the B side, so eventually the bomb will get planted.
Yeah, this is where it gets a lot harder for Astralis Talent, but again, I think you managed to find at least 1 AK, and you're kind of curious if they just want to actually hold on to it. I don't really see the benefit of having Altex try to push too far forward. They're actually going to swap around the weapons as well. Again, without a kit, you're going to have to be so quick about it. And yeah, the runes of a retake is quickly killed off by Notan there. I was about to say, like, did you see the clip? I can't remember what match it was. I think it was a Kova match or something on Overpass. You might even have after it. Yeah, where they throw the op, meant to land on top of the hedges, and actually just drops down into the lap of one of the CTs saving.
It's funny as well because that happened with Kova, but like a few months prior, I'm pretty sure it also happened in the Starladder RMR.
Oh.
So it's like you'd already seen it happen once, and then they made the same mistake again. It's like,
beautiful.
Guys, come on! Like, why are we doing that?
I mean, yeah, I guess Amazon Prime just taken to a whole different level. type of
Well,
delivery service
Prime delivery attempted from Masonic. It's not quite as successful on this occasion. 4 versus 2. Astralis Talon have overwhelmed them and locked them out of the B site. They can knock all day. I might have to leave that that letter of we missed you in this occasion because they have missed out on this round. A map point for Astralis. 15-13. Still doable for OT here. It has started to come back into their own. Masonic were struggling throughout the course of the majority of this T-side half, but they still look pretty competent here. I'm not counting overtime out until it's over.
Yeah, we shouldn't really hatch our chickens just yet. We'll see though. Buy is not the greatest. Kragan obviously sitting at a Mach 10 with a limited utility, but that's not necessarily going to be too hampering for them. All in all, do have 4 AKs that can still do tons of damage. Also have enough nades to actually be able to set up for an execute or just grab map control. We'll see what the idea is going to be. Astralis Talent were pretty straightforward about how they wanted to approach their T side. It was basically for going map control in a large part and just being a solid and big group that could dive towards site together, and that worked out swimmingly. Masonic with a bit of a, I guess, more methodical approach to it. Kragan, yeah, Mach 10 or no, it doesn't really matter. Gets the first frag. Unfortunate timing on the weapon swap.
Yeah, Nico with a hell of a response. Again, swinging out from the cheater position with Fessor down to take his position and once again rock the man advantage for 4 versus 4. His 8th kill in this round, so in this map, so not really a lot of impact being had by him. He does get a 2nd kill in the end, but Queenix there for the trade gets the man advantage back, and Cab extends it against Vigo, so 1 man left in Altex. And Masonic quickly back in control here. 14 to the board. Astralis might not be so easily left towards this one. Just wanting for this last CT. Might even rotate that bomb back over towards the A site, which seems to be the call for Gen C. It's just Cabby playing distraction. Queenix there to support it.
I like that decision initially, and then they kind of thought about it. I think they might have heard the footsteps running away as well, since Gen C back. So they're being good about adjustments on the fly here. And I think for Altex, it was always going to be in his best interest to just hold on to that weapon because the CT side economy is not looking great. And if I want to nitpick at the 1 Mach 10 on the side of Masonic as they went into this round, there's definitely a whole lot more to kind of gaze your eyes at for the upcoming Astralis fight. Oh no! Oh no! Well, that is a bit of a disaster, to say the least. Astralis Talent now faced with the possibility of having to go to OT on their own map pick. This was looking like such a, I want to say, surefire win, really, in so many ways. Again, had a fantastic T side, actually won it out. So from that point on, you'd expect surely it shouldn't be too difficult to actually get the CT rounds needed. But, well, with 4 Deagles and an M4, it might be a difficult task.
You mentioned how economy was going to be limited here for Astralis Talent. Honestly, 2 M4s could have gone quite a way here. Altex does land that first pick on Cabby, though, so that's a start. I think he peeked it out towards main and caught him off guard out there, so that's at least an opening. Masonic forced back into passiveness, having lost that frag. They've suddenly gone very sheepish here.
Yeah, no, they've definitely slowed things down. And problem for them is that, well, they're going to be giving Astralis Talent more room to roam around, clear out, and potentially stack bomb sites. Bit of I want to say a half-assed flash through those B doors because it didn't actually go through, so not necessarily going to scare Astralis Talent too much. If anything, that would to me be a bit of an indicator that they're not actually committing to it, because why wouldn't you throw a proper flash in that sense? We'll see. Still no massive rotations, but they do have 2 players over towards this A bomb site. Altex, the one who started it all off.
Queenix going to be combining with Gen C to get Altex to drop. 4 versus 4. Mr. has his teammates behind him. The deal shot's not connecting, though. Kragan able to trade back on Vessel's 1 casualty. A backstab in from Nico, though. The M4 picked up and struggles to get Queenix, but gets it in the end. Refaced by 2 other T-side players. Oh, he drops another. Kragan alone in the clutch. He gets it to a 1 versus 1. Vigo alone with the AK, though, secures the headshot and gets it at 16-14. Astralis Talent will just nip it in the bud and take their map pick.
No, that was quite a turnaround for a round that should have been, pretty straightforward for Masonic to bring it to OT. But yeah, we didn't really get to see much of Nico, but finds two very vital frags at the very end there, and the double flank obviously not something that Kraken can necessarily expect to find. So Astralis Talent managed to close out their own map pick. Initially looked more impressive than what it ended up being. But still doesn't take away from the feat that they actually managed to close out the deal that they set for themselves.
Yeah, definitely a lot less of a one-sided affair than it was in that last map that we saw them take each other on. So
yeah.
seeing that whole thing come together definitely is at least encouraging the fact that they got the map up itself. But to go back to that Nico point, you mentioned how, of course, he had some impact in that last round there. Overall in that matchup, though, I feel like it could have been so much more one-sided there, given the fact that he was literally on single digits right up towards the end.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think with the T side, again, depending on what kind of role you play, etc., and again, given the amount of rounds that you find on the side of Astralis Talent, that's not too dangerous. Again, you pretty much end up in a situation where, okay, like I'm not necessarily fragging, but it's partly due to the fact that my teammates are actually getting all the kills as we enter sites, right? We saw Fesser, we saw Vigo on multiple occasions, basically just swing for banana, find one or two frags, and that was kind of the round done and dusted. So even if you fall as you hunt or whatever it may be, that doesn't necessarily have too much of an impact on the round in itself. Going over to the CT side, yeah, sure, you kind of would have liked him to see, or we would have liked to see him have more of an impact, but at the end of the day, he shows up when it was needed the most. So I guess it can't be too miffed about it. And I guess you are going back to more familiar territory again with the second map as well. Ancient might not necessarily be his wheelhouse.
Yeah, and I do feel like most certainly we are looking at a case right now where Inferno has got to sort of speed and may sort of step up for him and for the rest of the Astralis Talent crew if they want to try and keep things together in this context. It is, however, the pick of Masonic after this short break. So do stick with us as we get to our second map in our best of three after this. Well, 16-14 was the end result there for Astralis Talent as they just barely won out their own map pick of Ancient. It could well have been a chance for Masonic to take it to an overtime, but ultimately not quite working out in that sort of fashion. We do head to the Masonic map pick though, where things get a little bit more closer for them. We talked before we went to the break about how the issues mostly for Astralis Talent were the fact that some of those elements and those individuals kind of did sort of start to fall apart there. I mean, obviously Nico was the big standout element just because of the fact, again, he was like 11 frags by the end of the map up for a 30-round game.
Yeah.
It's not the ideal set of numbers.
No, but not by any means. But he did become the X factor in the very last round, and that does secure Astralis a 1-0 lead at the very least in the series. And there's time for redemption. Inferno definitely an OG map, if you want to put it that way. Something that he should be more than comfortable on. And again, even if you haven't necessarily been a part of what Astralis Talent do, as how what kind of setups they use, what site you have to play on. You've played enough of this map to be able to be functional and serviceable from start to finish. But it is Masonic's map pick, which is obviously something to keep in mind. So they should come in feeling better prepared. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they actually had a win against Apex, the main team in ESA Advanced, just a couple of days ago. So they're coming into this map with a lot of confidence in that sense. We'll see if that carries into this matchup as well, because if it does, we might be headed to Overpass to decide it all.
Yeah, we could well be. I mean, this is a map that we have seen played between the two teams in the past. That was a 16-11 for Masonic when they had their CT game as well. Kind of very similar to how things played out in the sense that they had a pretty close T half, and then they were able to go a little bit back and forth, but getting a few more CT rounds to actually finish off the job. So it's in that sort of sense, Masonic sort of mirror image to what Astralis were able to do over on Ancient. Whether it ends up being a similar scenario as a result of that last result is yet to be seen. But again, as you mentioned, it does favour things a little bit more for the Astralis Talent side, of course, when they start to get those individual elements together. And for both teams as well, you should have an understanding of how to play Inferno. Yeah,
no, absolutely. Astralis Talent, obviously this time around, they will have the choice, and I'm assuming they have chosen to start on the CT side here. So again, getting off to a easy potentially start, feeling a little bit more comfortable, kind of getting Nico into the groove of things, and we'll see if that has a positive effect for them or if they're going to be able to do so. But I kind of like their chances. Again, we've already seen a little bit of a mix-up in terms of how close the first map was. That hasn't necessarily been a case in the past, but that's to the credit of Masonic. They were doing better, I guess, than what they were doing on Ancient in the previous matchups. So maybe that just has them going for more of a secure win for their own map pick, and we go to Overpass, and then we have quite the bout.
When you consider they took 14 rounds on their opponent's map pick, they've already established like a great basis to work from now in this series. So they go into their own map pick. On paper, you should have a theory in which maybe Masonic would win this map, right?
Yeah, no. I don't see it as unlikely for them to be able to run away with this. Again, as you mentioned, it was a bit of a tit for tat match last time they were on Inferno, but they managed to create a little bit of space for themselves once they got over to the CT side, and that could very well be the story here as well. Again, Inferno probably the only map left in the pool that does somewhat favor T's. I'd say at least that's where we more often see actually T's winning out halves than the other maps. So yeah, it's not the end of the world to start on the T side either for Masonic, especially when it is your home map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, again, they picked into it for a good reason. You can imagine that they're going to have something, a basis to work from. They're going to have a playbook, and as well as that, they're going to have a definitive playbook that doesn't rely on having to manage stand-ins or manage anybody else in that sort of sense. So we will find out how far they can go once they do get to the T start. You're right about Astralis Talent picking into the CT side, so Glocks are in. Utility is out. It's all funky in this server at the moment. So
it is.
Let's see how Masonic will do. Utility basis where the smokes, HEs, and flashes are standard. The kit is absent from Astralis Talent, but they are going to be pretty prevalent with the kills here. Viggo and Nico with his first couple of trades back from Cabby and Jency can return fire. Leave one man left in the mid control. Old Tex will have to think about counter rotating as Vessel's left alone to try and defend this bomb site.
Yeah, he's going to have to probably find one more on an off timing, and does exactly that. Actually, it goes back for seconds as well, but 2v2, bomb down. As you mentioned, no kit to be found on Astralis Talent side.
Especially as Old Tex falls, suddenly Vessel's got a lot of work to do. 3k up for him if he can maintain control of this retake here. He's leaning in, seeing that bomb, must be aware that they're in open plant positions, aware of at least one player, and the flicks just don't come through. Queenix peeks alongside Jency, gets credited with the kill, and it will be Masonic with the pistol win.
Yeah. I guess I can see the reasoning behind Astralis Talent not picking up if he's getting 15% for people down mid, then what's the need for it? But they'd probably hope for a bit of a different outcome. How much manpower they actually put towards that area. Trades definitely didn't favor them. So Masonic off to the better start here on the offensive side of Inferno. I have a reasonable buy as well. 3 Mac 10s. This is going to allow you to poke and prod quite freely. Not necessarily too worried about potentially losing either. And that's a fantastic start from Gensi. Expecting the peek from the Scout Professor. Rockin', somebody to pick that up as well. And he's half right. It's not going to do a world of damage, but Altix has been tagged up a little bit in top mid. Led by Cabby over towards Banana to cause some distraction over towards the B-bomb site.
Just distraction for the time being, though. Nothing real major happening outside of that 1 kill towards Vessel. Smokes in from Vigo, well timed. They're trying to press the banana control. The counter smoke back from Kragen. Be joined by a couple of teammates as they look towards that A site commit. Meanwhile, Astralis are going to hard stack B. And they'll just be forced to wait here for now.
Yeah, sensible decision from Astralis, honestly, instead of just banking on potentially getting a bunch of 1-deags. Have everyone grouped up. If Sonic doesn't show up towards the site, you're perfectly golden to have another go at it with pretty much everything you invested into the last round. Going into round 3. But for this one, gotta be gambling for the wrong bomb site. Masonic getting on their way towards that A site. Gonna have an easy bomb plan. Easy round, gonna probably have all 5 players staying alive, unless they want to send the Mac 10s out for a bit of a fact-finding mission.
I mean, maybe the SMGs could get the money together for it. That'd be the best bet if they wanted to send any sort of hunt together. Won't be easy. 3 players with helmets. Only real 1 that can go down very easily to the Mac 10s. And all in all, they'll be a bit more careful about taking their approaches here. Masonic, of course, in the early game won't have a lot of cash to fall back on. So looking like they want to more keep their weapons into future rounds. Astralis, similar story for them. Keep those weapons. No need to rebuy around in the next round. There'll be a harsh eco inbound to the players that fell. They'll still have some upgrades and Kevlar, so they can still do some damage in round 3.
Absolutely. Next round is going to be more or less a bit of a yeah, a bit of a rerun from what we just experienced here. Astralis talent, not necessarily that much more weakened. 1 kill on Professor. Obviously, it is a scout less, so could potentially do something to the proficiency of the pistols around, but wouldn't say necessarily that that's something that should be too impactful in this round. Still plenty to be done with Kevlar and Deagles, and they also have a diffuse kit on Vigo if things get into the later stages of the round as well. Sonic actually expected and favored to win this one. Vigo tries his luck. He's going to go back for more as well. Flash in. Ooh, and actually comes out of it ahead this time.
Alright, not half bad. What a kill. Fine, mows them down. It's actually Vigo that steals away a pick. To be fair, it does deny a $600 frag to Kragen, so there's always that. A little bit of cash taken away from Masonic, but not a mass amount. Queenix will still get another Mac 10 frag on Nico in the apartments. Mr. with the deal up as the AKM deal with. He will not deal with much. It's Vessel that stands alone. USP in hand, the PT50 or D will get picked up by the man, and Kragen will eventually be able to make up for the lack of the second kill with Vessel's casualty. So 3-0 to start for Masonic, and the guns are back in for Astralis.
Yeah, Giga play does not pan out in the end for Vigo. That was to be expected, in all honesty. 3-0 start from Masonic. They kind of go about their business. They do what's expected of them. But now we do have Astralis talent back on the full buy. Healthy amount of utility. Nothing really to complain about in terms of their weaponry either. No op, but necessarily need to be something you have ready for the CT side of Inferno either.
Perfect timing on the walk forward for Vigo. Cabby gets caught, and that's an all-important kill to kick things off from the Astralis side. Big way in for them. He's back to Masonic though. They're trying to respond towards the player at Sandbags. Meanwhile, the walk in towards mid is going to just bracket them in. They're not aware of the player in second mid, but Gensi is still going to call it. There's no time. Vigo also peeks it against Kragen, so they do dismantle everybody else outside of that one lurker Queenix. Now in an underpass. Probably just get an exit frag and walk away from there. Even that's unlikely. The headshot's been seen by Nico. And all 5 players will maintain their lives for Australia Talent. MistGames did not see that coming. No man to mark off the mid flag.
Yeah, that was the most casual stroll down mid I've ever seen from 2 pair of CTs. They did it so early on into the round as well. Again, there wasn't too much confirmation from the side of Australia's Talent that there would be a majority of people in Banana. Again, they fought Cabby as he was on his way down, so if anything, that should kind of be a sign for the mid players to expect someone to actually show up at the bottom of mid. But instead, managed to come away with it unscathed. All 5 players alive as well. So bolstering up the economy, always a good sign. Sonic, a little bit of a rough awakening back into the game. Util damage also doing its part early on. Gen C, Cabby, and Krogan all taking a fair amount of damage here. But out of control given up as well. Doesn't really seem like they're too curious about actually retaking that control either, which could be dangerous, but for the time being, Australia's Talent not opting to leave a player all by his lonesome over towards A, now over towards B. Oh, this is going to be so much information to play off of.
Might even catch the bomb carrier. Cabby's in a bit of trouble. They try bracket them in towards mid once again, and that could be dicey for Sonic. No-Tan does win the fight against Vigo, so flash support in, of course coming a little bit late for the CT sign. No-Tan only blinded after the kill. Now no further danger for him. With the AK spray. Known here at the stack, but still lands the kill on No-Tan to trade it back to a 4 versus 4. So we're right back to square one for MistGames.
And we are, and I also think Fesser dropped off a little bit of utility for Mr. so he can shore up his defenses once he falls back, but it's all going to happen towards the A-bomb site. Fesser back just in the nick of time to find 2.
3 on 2 as a result. Bomb has been dropped over with short control. Queenix back turn towards Nico, not ready for him to be there at pit. But Gensi's AWP can strike, get one good frag back. Now needs to cross the site, get that bomb down. He is on it. Molotov's in, shots ringing out. M4's making their way around the corner, and eventually Vessel just going to overwhelm with the sheer amount of pressure, let alone the firepower and numbers game. No bomb plant gain there from the Sonic, and it's 2 to the start.
Excellent bounce back after losing Pistol. Starting to solidify their economy, obviously losing a couple of members there, but no problem rebuying. Op goes out on Fesser, so he's going to be tasked with the role that Breezer usually has on this map. And one thing I did notice is the fact that Nico is allowed to play that pit position, which he is known for in OG and all of his previous teams as well. So he's going to be in a comfort spot. Likely to see him have more impact as we move forward here on the CT side than what we got on Ancient, I think is fair to say. Pistols is on the menu for Masonic, I said initially. There we have it. A bit of a
That's
fourth
Caster's Curse number 9 of the week for Vendetta.
Aiming for double figures tonight. Dragon and No-Tan the ones with AKs equipped, and I guess it could come as a bit of a surprise for Australia's Talent. They might think to themselves that they've been able to crush the economy of the T side, but they need to necessarily be reckless from it. And given the fact that they are seeing a lot of utility, I think the jig is up in that sense. They know there has been a pretty significant investment from the Masonic side into this round. Masonic really needs to get something for this as well.
Yeah, this is a heavy commitment sort of round, so you need to at least get some sort of damage, maybe a bomb plant. Ideally, the round itself to recover the economy state entirely. Whether that ends up becoming the case is yet to be seen. Cabby is sponging the damage of the nades coming in towards Banana. At least it's not the rifle player that takes that damage. They've still got Kragan still over towards the apartment, so it's mostly resting on No-Tan to set up the execution for the Masonic side. 50 seconds, and the smokes being lined up. No-Tan baits in the AWP, doesn't get the kill for it though. That might set the retake, or the execution rather anyway. Utility down, smokes in, the teams are inbound, the AWP shot misses, Vigo does fall, so does No-Tan at a 4 versus 4, and Fessor is looking for more. Kragan on the rotate, have to bring that AK up to the fold because the bomber's committed, the CTs are on the rotation back from the A site, taps at the Eagles, knows that he's there, spray through the smoke, and Queenix just can't seem to find the man. Mistar falls, and finally so does Fessor, so it's a 4v2, make it one as Nico drops, and Ultex stands alone.
Well, damn. Okay, that turned quickly in the favor of Masonic. And what looked like would be a pretty decent defense from Astralis Talent. They have the rotation in time. Vigo obviously falls early, but Astralis Talent players over towards the bomb site just kind of get stuck behind smokes. And it's not necessarily off of the back that Masonic scaled that quickly up forward. Mr. definitely had an opportunity to push through. I think that would have been the only way to actually activate Fester as well. Once he'd hidden into the smokes, he needed some sort of support to be well, useful later on. And yeah, the force by Gambit actually works out for Masonic in a big way.
Decimation on the Astralis Talent economy instead sees the 2 Deagles out as a result of that sort of play. Had its risks, but it does yield its rewards. Flashes in, 1 player out here, and Fessor trying to see if he can try and hold off on the Banana attack. Forced back by the nades. It's actually Nico that strikes first in the mid control. Deagle headshot immediately gained towards Kragen.
That's a massive gap though.
Yeah, not the best of smokes here, so Carey's going to watch it, but the CTs won't re-peek it either.
It's true. Not going to be possible to pick up the weapon that was dropped in mid, sadly, though. You can see once again, this time it's Cabby to play the role of the juggler. He's not doing that efficient of a job, but gets through in the end.
Third time's the charm.
Exactly. So, standard mid nades coming out. Again, just feigning pressure, but Astralis Talent have set their mind over towards that B bomb side. That's where 3 players are standing currently. Get a boost on top towards spawn as well, as Fisher's going to be first contact with that off. So this could get very difficult. Actually, we see a rotation away, so timing could be everything for Masonic here. I think a lot of this comes down to Fisher can find the first opening and follow up maybe from there.
Damage 30 HP and out on the opening. It's an easy pick for Cabby. Leg shot came through. Another gap in the smoke. That drops the bomb for Vigo. Repeats coming into the T side. They're going to provide covering fire and get back to the site. They've lost the man advantage as well. So this is doable for Astralis. These Deagles slowly starting to fall. Nico comes up with one against No-Tan. The man advantage maintained and extended by Mistar. Makes it a double and makes it a round.
So yeah, the expected win conditions didn't necessarily come into play, but Nico doing a good job of finding the Masonic player planting as he's about to duck out and get into an after plant position. And there's no real time for Masonic to actually establish their positions whatsoever. And as you mentioned, the mid smokes could have been a blessing potentially to catch rotating in through spawn, but also be a curse. As you see there, they go player Fester earlier on, and Mr. Solid job there with the pickup M4. 3-4, so it's back and forth, much like we saw on Ancient early on. That time it was enough for Astralis Talent to be able to scrape out a win on Ancient, but a bit of a role reversal here at Sonic being the happier of the two current state of things, and that's gonna amplify happiness for at least for the time being. Kragen finds Vigo, then pretty promptly executed by Nico and Boiler.
Back in the follow-up. Queenix down and out, and Nico escapes with his life. 14 HP, but he is alive. 4-on-3 situation for Astralis Talent. No-Tan working back in towards Banana. Will get Mistar to drop with an all-important headshot with that Mac-10 involved. AK is also recovered for the T-side line. Bomb trying to commit to the site as that Mac-10 is being heard. Vessel is attempting the wallbang shots through the glass window. Haven't seen many of those be successful in history. There's a hard stack out towards that B site for them. Jensen's going to have to try and rotate to join his teammates.
Cabby successfully waited out the Molotov to see if he actually just fakes the plan or sticks it. Does fake it, and yeah, does avoid more utility damage.
Molotovs to counteract as well. Jensen has finally rejoined teammates on the site itself. The bomb yet to get planted. The smoke's generating gaps for workable positions on Astralis here. Flashes at the ready to try go for the retake. Jensen's waiting. Engagement from Ultex to get No-Tan. Jensen there with the trade. Near comes the flashbang forward. Bomb carrier's got to get out of dodge. As the Vessel leans in, lands a fantastic shoulder shot, but not enough to get the kill on Jensen. Cabby now towards the Shire. Sprays through, sees at least one. I don't know if he caught vision on the second man. Nico still watching ahead of Coffin. Gets that kill. Jensen with a response. 1v1. Such low HP on both players. Tap the bomb once, and Jensen swings for the triple and for the 5th round from the Sonic.
I guess regardless of how that played out, whoever would have won could have I guess, felt like the lucky ones in that one. So much back and forth, so many shots, and so many opportunities that could have gone in a different direction, but it ends up being Sonic who actually claimed the win, and a bit of a broken bye as well. So the trend continues. It's just back and forth. So I guess if we're following what we've seen so far, it means that Astralis Talent are gonna pick up this one, keep us going. Not really the bye you would expect to be so, and a start from Vigo, not necessarily indicative of that being a reality either. Flash gonna miss its target.
That was their primary chance gone as well. The only rifle in for Ultex picked up out towards mid. Notan now with the cleanup duties over on the B side. Orp watching for the next peek in from mid. Mistar does get a decent kill, but as Nico falls, the bomb's just going to rotate. Jensen's going to cover off the rotations. They'll get the A site, and they should have the round as well.
Yeah, nice and easy. So finally break, I wouldn't say stand still, but break the curse of going back and forth at the very least. Sonic already up on what will be 6 rounds. Getting into a spot where this is becoming a very, very comfortable T side. And again, money's not necessarily doing any favors for Astralis Talent either. And historically, this has been a map that hasn't necessarily been too kind for them. Played it a fair bit, but regardless of how close matches may have been, they've not been able to get over the finish line first in most of these matchups.
Exit frag from Mistar at least grabs that M4 back. That's a consolation prize here for Astralis. A little something to carry forward into the next round, but it will be an eco in the next round. $1,900 on most players. Second round loss bonus in effect, and I mean, what else could you really have done there? It would have been double eco status regardless for them. So to have that M4 as a bonus weapon, see what damage you can do. Try to keep the economy state limited for the Masonic side. But for now, it is them in control. 6-3 to the board at the moment, and they're probably looking to go even further than that.
Might be some room for shenanigans for Mr. He does have a smoke available as well, so we'll see what comes of that. Gonna start out by going aggressive in banana.
He does do some damage to the likes of Notan and get the kill on Cabby, so that's a kickstart that you want to find with another blind kill on Notan. Oh, right. 5 on 3. This is on now for Astralis. Kragen cleaning out a boiler, his teammate in the apartments as well. They've got Drency looking up towards that banana position. Got to be careful though, he's got to go back for the bomb. Kragen's trying to see if he can get rid of these rifles. And Galil in particular now training up to the AK. These are all important picks. They'll stack their way back into the A side before players of the CT forces. So if Masonic are going to make a move, it's got to be the B play.
Lurks out abs as well, but it seems like they're much worried about that. Ultek's going to fall to Gen Z, but he's in a tough spot here.
Uh-oh.
Very isolated. And I don't really think Masonic has a good idea of where they want to go right now.
They have to try to the A side. That player almost cut them off, but that USP was not powerful enough for Fessor. Meanwhile, Vigo working into the top mid position, going to grab an AK alongside Nico. No Kevlar on either player here, but it looks like they want to try and go for this retake, charging in towards short very early. A smoke down for Nico. If he can find the bomb, he might go for the ninja stick at 10 seconds, or just use it for the pit control instead. Isolate one CT player. Queenix watching. Taps forward without Orb, desperate to try and catch Kragen on the site. Keeping his head tucked away, and a spray finds Nico at the right moment, leaving Vigo alone with an AK in hand. But the apartment's caught off by Queenix. Masonic just about get their 7th.
They managed to get there in the end. A lot of back and forth in that round. It started off wonderfully, obviously, for Astralis Talent. Mr. doing just about everything you could have dreamt of for his side. Direction just having mixed success as opposed to the biggest duel of them all, though Fessor going down to Kragen, which allows them to freely get onto the A-bomb site and actually plant. It's a 7th for Masonic. This time, though, Astralis Talent will be back on weapons. Limited utility, but at least have the firepower to shoot back when needed. Masonic already on a very merry road to a very solid T side on Inferno.
One round away from taking the half of Charles Talent. of the night if they possibly can here. They lost everything in that last round. A nice couple of nades in on Cabby will do some damage, but not a massive amount, honestly. 2 HEs on 79 points of health. I think Cabby has gotten off pretty lightly there. Goes into the apartments as well for the T-side line. Not spotting anything as of right now. The crossfire is locked in the brackets control. That bomb's going to get picked up and commit towards the mid position.
As it stands, Astralis Talent none the wiser. Should hear some steps moving at the top of mid as well, but they've decided to opt for a bit more of a passive hold. Pressure actually gets caught out, and that opens up a pathway towards the B bomb site. The split is about to happen. We'll see how coordinated they can be about it and how ready Vigo and his teammate might be. Starts off well at least. Tabby falls, and Nico chimes in as well with a quick rotation.
And Kragan falls for it, so advantage for Astralis. 2 players still on the bomb site, 2 more on the crossfire. It's CT, no time to get a trade back to Vigo. Needs that second, but Nico says no. And it's all on Gensi now. 10 seconds, but no chance. It's 4 to the board of the CT side.
Oh. Astralis adding numbers to the board and also picking up a free AWP that Fesher's going to be able to play around with in Banana. Already doing a whole lot more here on Inferno. As you see, he's sitting on 11 frags, so I think he's matched his total from Ancient already. So even though Astralis Talent are down for the time being, that is a positive trend, if nothing else. Let's see, though, again, a bit of a mixed bag of a 5 from Sonic's side, but scaling quickly up towards Banana and can find success with it as well. Mr. and Vigo immediately down. Although it's going to prevent them from actually completing their push into B, at least for the time being. So he's made his way down into... Oh, with the ball. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
All right, that's a big frag, but CT can take a 3 versus 3. Now it looks like roles have been reversed here. The T is defending the bomb site, now looking to try and charge back up to gain the bomb control. Gensi does catch a player trying to make his way through the smoke, and indeed, that's a kill found as it starts to clear. Gensi can grab that AK as well with the bomb on his back, get back up towards that banana position. Vessel blind firing, not connecting, although getting close to the T-side player that was there. The plant will be secured in a difficult retake for these two to try and handle on Astralis. I don't know that they want to go to it either. They know that that bomb must have committed to the B site, so they'll fall back into stairs, into seconds. Just hold the line.
Oh, man. Astralis Talent somehow luck out, find the bomb at the bottom of T-Pit, and still unable to actually win a round off of it. Felt like that was a bit of a godsend for them, honestly. As things were looking to get pretty chaotic. Immediately losing out on that banana fight, that should most of the time just result in an immediate save and no real hope of actually winning the round for a CT side, but we're given a bit of a lifeline and not able to capitalize off it still. Sonic make it to 8th, so successfully won. Now looking to add on to it as well.
Best case scenario is 11-4 right now for the Masonic side. I think Astralis is looking at killing as the bomb carrier as well. They still couldn't quite get it past the finish line. The fact they couldn't get that victory held down from there, I think it's going to harm them quite significantly here. 8-4. AK's out, the AWPs, the M4s, the Deagle of Nico. The only main limiting factor here for the CT side. Masonic aware of some sort of limit, hopefully. I mean, they should be able to read onto it relatively soon. Nico is part of the A defensive, which is where they've been pointing towards the most. Nades up, held back towards that second mid position is Vigor that does get caught for the first casualty. Mistar lines up 3 though, and just like that, the whole situation turns on its head.
Talk about a timely moment for Mister to show up in a big way. Just felt like everything that could have gone in Sonic's way has kind of lent that direction as well for the better part of the half. This could be the deciding factor to get Astralis Talent back on the board and potentially string a couple of rounds together and to salvage this CT side. Now, with the 4v2, you expect them to be able to convert as well. Can't necessarily write off Kragan and Queenix just yet.
I'll push forward, spot the likes of Mr. Gonna get that trade for revenge, perhaps. Taps up, damage done, the kill gets found. Now they have their way in, but info given out to Astralis as to where Masonic are going. I think it might still be the A play. That player back over towards the B site is rotated in towards mid. Now back up to Banana here. Trying to see if he can support the defensive because now Nico's cleared it out, recognizing they must be going in now. Flashes forward, engagement not found. Bomb can commit to site and can get planted from here. It's all up to the retaking forces. Nico spots the player up at Tetris and gets him the drop now all off on Queenix. 1v3 AK on site, gets that first kill. Not just the second, but Oltex peeks in to support Nico's transgressions and get the 5th round for Astralis.
That does get a little bit dicey, but still surviving with 2. Massive get for Astralis talent, given the circumstances. With that. Everything he could have asked for. So he does fall. He did do his damnedest and he did his part. So Masonic. Question is, how much more can you add to an already pretty successful T side? The answer is going to be found now because they have ran out of money. Might be a bit of a last stand. Early top banana smoke. Safe passage into banana, at least for the time being. There are 3 players from Astralis talent, so a little bit surprised to see that they didn't commit harder towards it, but as you can see, he's setting up for an antenna flash. Playing off Professor's contact with the off, or going off of sound cues.
We'll hear a number of them. A lot of footsteps made up there in Banana. Fessel, nice nades. Doing quite a lot of damage to No Time. The flash into allow Mr. to peek. Get a kill. Only 1 though. Cabby with a quick response. That Deagle, however, is the thing left standing. The rifle, the T side has been dropped, and there's a second engagement from Vigo to look for a little bit more. Cabby might get forced away. The nades won't be landing all that close towards Fessel's position. He's forced to retreat back, grab the bomb, and try to commit to the A play instead.
Yeah, they should know, obviously, that there were 2 players from Astralis talent side over towards the B bomb side, but they haven't necessarily made any progress over towards A here. So rotations have been made.
Land on 1 player on the backside, unknown here. Nico can get away with a decent kill. Gensi forced to trade him and tap through. Oltex over at Pit, trying to support his teammates from a backline smoked off position. And as Queenix falls, Gensi is all that's alone. Oltex looking in for a little bit more, and Gensi is aware of his angle. Is aware roughly where the CTs are coming in from. Does get that first pick, seeing the shoulder of the second, but 13 seconds are left to try and get that bomb down at the very least and win the round off the back of it here. Plant not even going to be allowed. Too much pressure, too many angles, too many CTs to deal with. So Astralis bringing this one back here.
They are, slowly but surely. It's a bit of a salvaged CT. Still not an ideal result, but grab whatever you can at this stage. Altix there, just being so patient and Pit, being a constant nuisance. Never being taken out of the action. Sonic's life pretty damn difficult, and as mentioned, not the greatest of economy to speak of. They are going to get Tech 9s and they are going to get naded to bits and pieces.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not fantastic at all. That is a disappointing end to the half for Masonic, but one that you can sort of see how it sort of formed up there. They tried the B rush, and Astralis talent, they had the right idea to sort of adjust towards it. So yeah, 8-7 to the board of the T side. And Masonic, at the very least, they get the half. Yep. That's something, but it is the closest half you can get, possibly.
It is, but I'm still happy if I'm in Masonic. You've kind of done away with what should be the more difficult side in this sense, and you've gotten a great point to play off of going into the CT side. I think we might see something different or similar, I guess, because this is pretty much identical to what we had in their last matchup in front of us as well, right? Pretty tense, close first half when Astralis were on the CT side, and then eventually once they swapped roles, it was Masonic to kind of just gradually eke and improve their lead until they actually closed out the map. So might be in for a similar treat.
Yeah, and that was an 87.5 at the last one as well. And turned into a 16-11 victory for Masonic. So yeah, we are currently on track with what we saw that last time around. Whether or not things change, though, again, you've got to consider the fact that that was also a very long time ago. It was one of the older matches that we've seen between these two teams. So there has been a chance to adjust and make arrangements for this particular map in this series. And the other side of it as well is the fact that you also got to consider the wild card of Nico, who's been having a much better map in this one, I want to say, by comparison to what we had over on Ancient. But still not necessarily the big element of Astralis talent by at least lonesome. He's still got like some Mistar who's been doing really well. Vigo not too far behind him. Now that adjusts towards the actual lineup of Astralis, and the strategy book is yet to be seen. Queenix, however, his strategy is just shoot to kill. Kragen cuts involved and cuts him off. Queenix will end up dropping in the end. So a 2 versus 3. Astralis still holds some sort of control in this round. Masonic still have the advantage though. And as they drop the bomb, they might just have the round from here on out. Bessor left alone.
Brutal start, and Masonic finding a lot more success with their mid-take than what we saw out of Astralis. Professor might have something to say about it, though. Finds Kragen through the smoke, picks up the bomb as well. Sees an avenue towards B, at least. Wants to give the indication of that being the possibility, but doesn't seem like Masonic are about to bite on that. At least not yet.
Carefully placed from Fessor. Got that one pick, grabbing that bomb. If he can get a bomb plant, at least that might be something. I think he might have rotated back, but he's gone into the apartments to go towards the A site here. And they've got their heart set to the idea of rotating to B.
Oh, this is going to...
Yeah.
This is going to get them so badly.
Do they think it...
Yeah.
They're charging up an alley. This is going to waste so much time. Yeah, they've not heard the ticks. They've not heard the beeps. And they realize... A little bit late, but just in time to get back with decent timekeeping as well. Vessel's read the position they're both coming in from. The footsteps to get heard. High and Harbour cover. Headshot found. Gentsi drops 2 kills to his name. This will be a 1v3 clutch for Vessel. If he can get no time to fall, hearing those footsteps, grabs the corner and connects the headshot and everything. What's a hold from him and what's a round for Astralis?
And I just made that happen out of nothing, really. Showed the perfect amount of patience, really, as he ran down mid initially. Obviously disappears from the map. Sonic's then has them believing it's got to be the B play, and obviously the timing of the plan, everything kind of just works out beautifully. Professor's Symphony number 7. And much needed pistol round for Astralis talent. Fantastic way to start their second half. Look at this as well. We've gotten kind of accustomed to seeing 4 spies in second rounds with a lot of these teams. Masonic opting to do something a little bit different. No investment pretty much whatsoever. Single flash on Queenix. And that's all there is to write home about. He's going to have an opportunity to find the timing for mid here. It's not going to be successful. That was... I guess the main surprise, the main course of this round for Masonic, and now they're just going to have to duel it out with pistols. But bombs already being planted over on the B bomb site. Missing. There's no forgotten bomb and T-spawn or anything of that nature. Kragen needs to realize he needs to be centered to make that up. All of his teammates have disappeared.
Now just Gentsi left to fall to the Mac 10, so a lot of Mac 10 money gained by Astralis. Masonic, I mean, it was an eco for them, so you can't be too shocked, but that's how things have gone down. Decimation on their own parts, and a round will start to lead towards the guns. Of course, Masonic going for that second round eco so they can get the M4 back out right here. Astralis, meanwhile, have taken the lead, and this is a big risky play now from the Masonic side. The idea that you might end up losing your own map pick, given how close that they were over on Ancient, to lose out in 2-0 fashion, that would be heartbreaking for them.
Oh, no, absolutely. Again, they would have felt like they had so many opportunities to actually come out ahead in this matchup. Might be left to dry. Solid T side is not necessarily a guarantee to win an Inferno match. Astrology could do their damnedest to showcase that is the reality they live in. Obviously, that Talent has fantastic T side by themselves. Fester gets stuck on the edge of the door, and that makes for an easy kill for Queenix. And the house pop doesn't really have the same kind of efficiency to it anymore.
One kill found for now. Gentsi seen a second player, nades up. should do some damage to both of them actually, but not a lot of it. Nico and Vigo, 95 and 96 HP respectively. Astralis, however, not opting to go much further forward thanks to that nade. They want to rotate back out towards the mid control, potentially play on that B site, leave that one lurker in. I believe that's Oltex up there on the short position, making noise, might even try for an attack. It's really down to the hit towards the B site though. 2 players to defend against.
I doubt he's going to be able to sell all that much with the little utility he has. The Kraken somehow knows exactly where to go. Vigo's behind the cover of a smoke. Nicely played off of each other there from the Masonic players on B.
Suda standing for Astralis and Masonic. 15 seconds to try to lock out the bomb site. Nico's grabbed the bomb, but he will not commit forward of it. I think Astralis is about to realise that, yeah, this round is over. There's nothing they can really do but just to concede it, take it on the chin. 9 to go to the board of Masonic. A nice lockout defensive as well from them. The B site especially recognise the position so well. The anti-flash angle to have the periphery, this corner of your eye to look out towards the site, or look out towards the entrance of Banana, and then just kill off the back of that. I mean, it was a great read to read where he was over in the midst of the smoke.
Absolutely. Masonic, obviously, given the early investment into M4s and everything, meant that this is the ideal scenario for them. Could have potentially gone into another round even if they won it, but with limited utility and so on. Astralis talent, obviously, given their start, will have enough money to rebuy into this as well. So couldn't have asked for a better first response into their investment. We'll see a lot of utility dropped off for the Banana players. Let's see what they make use of that. If that's going to be to play simply defensive, doesn't really look to be the case though. No 10 already dropping some nades down. Far down mid.
Jumpface has seen that one player though, so he's aware that there's a player making his way up. Not to challenge him directly though. Incendiaries and smokes in his hand. Go for those retake utility.
I think that's what he's set up for as well.
It's initially what he was looking at. He's gone back to the back of Fountain for now, so I don't think he's going to use it just yet.
I feel like there's more value to be had in potentially saving the smoke for Molotov coming in towards new boxes.
Also across at the Banana entrance, which is also a respectable play. Given the timer on the board as well, if Astralis is setting up right there, that would stall them.
Absolutely so. And time is starting to dwindle here. Astralis haven't necessarily found too much. Well, I guess outside of some shrapnel. Utility as well, so that's not going to help the case in terms of selling an actual B-tick. You see no rotations coming in, but it is a fairly compact defense on the A-bomb site, so you can see that they were pretty committed to this idea from the get-go.
Oh, what a shot for Fessel. I'm going to try to dismantle said packed defensive. Queenix and Gensi Cabby combined together. Cabby with 2 of his own, looking for the triple in the apartments. Vigo cuts core. Nico not seen to the backside, and Cabby a tick away from denying the bomb plant. Doesn't quite do so, but he does get the kill in the end to gain 10 for Masonic.
Wonderfully played off of each other once again. Last round we saw it over towards the B bomb side. This time it's getting the A players to showcase how to do it properly. Gensi taking contact, Cabby following next, and they're all doing it from to different angles, really, so it's not easy for the Astralis talent players to kind of realize what spot they need to lock down. As, both Masonic players have multiple options as to where they want to choose to peek into. That's double figures for the CT side. Again, we mentioned how the previous meeting between these two teams had played out. A lot of back and forth in the first half, and once Masonic got on the CT side, they gradually created more and more space between the two sides. Oh boy, now that's an 8.5 onto Mr. Down to 6 HP. He actually had Kevlar as well, so that's an insane amount of damage.
What do you do about that for Astralis talent? Goes to take it on the chin and figure out where you go. Players eventually will catch off Mr. and Vessel will trade back onto Queenix. Cabby is on the outside of the site, gets Vessel to return, so advantage for Masonic. Flashes and sprays through from Kragen. Aware that the teams are making their way up to the site. We'll be able to get that kill on Nico in the end. Vigo and Oltex. Last couple of players remaining for Astralis. They do grab an AK at the very least, with Oltex steaming out towards mid control. So a rifle to play with, maybe another exit frag to play out. Jump around the corner against Cabby. and he gets that kill for it. So only left to Vigo now. 1 versus 3. Not a lot of HP. Might find a way into the site though. Let's grab that AK again. If he can kill off Cabin, then that will be damage being done and a bomb plant. So bonus cash available. Don't know if he'll survive on the retake though with the other CTs inbound. And now he's been spotted. There's Cabbage to the execution shot. And 11th round from Masonic.
Unfortunate. Yeah, they definitely had some potential in that round. With the opening frag, but then the follow-up from as well. So if there was a world where Altix is able to grab hold of the site, that he was able to just dip out from the B bomb site after having been pretty deeply committed in towards it, could have swung things around for Astralis Talent, but not to be the case. So we're gonna have the first time out of Inferno, if I'm not mistaken. It's on the end of Astralis Talent. Just deciding what to do, talking things over in terms of what they've noticed coming out of Masonic, and it's kind of hard to get reads. It's become a lot harder as well, just in general, ever since it was possible to actually drop nades for each other. You can see some teams opt to just have a third player drop his entire utility kit at the opening to Ruins, that kind of stuff, but it makes it seem like the CTs obviously have 3 players committed towards the B-bomb site, which can mean aggression, which can mean obviously a very long delay as well, so it's tough for teams to get a good read as to what's going on, and yeah, Kragan doesn't necessarily fully commit over there, but this is part to get some of the utility closer to his buddy. Takes a little bit of a while.
It could be well placed utility though if they can hold down the nade stack, or otherwise just try and deal with the T-side players. But Vigo just happy to pop out and get an immediate kill towards Notan. Incendiary's out. Those nades are still sat there towards the cross, but he's all alone here. Overwhelmed with the numbers game, and the Astralis just charge their way into the B site, get the 4-on-3, take a ton of damage doing so, but Masonic won't be aware of half of that info. All 3 players back on the A site, only one willing to rotate. Eventually they'll all go with him. That might be info for Fessor on the backstab. What do they do here? Where do they go with this?
I'm hard-pressed to see them actually committing to this. Maybe they're hoping that all the leftover utility can net them a grenade kill or something to that effect. Not going to be the case either, and there's also been a bit of a flank here. Fessor deep up to potentially catch the rotations as CTs are backing out here.
Yeah, he comes up with that kill at least. Almost a second one towards Queenix, 7 HP. And AK and all will get saved in. Don't think the Astralis are going to reach these players by the time the bomb goes up. So we will hold on to those 2 weapons, but Astralis will gain 10 and once again be within 1. Sonic not quite getting away as easily on this matchup, but neither are Astralis at the same time.
Yeah. That is a pretty rough feeling though for Masonic. You have about $1,500 worth of nades just being thrown around, and obviously you run into the one round where they actually go aggressive. But, you know, that's part of life. You do take a risk by juggling those nades forward. Astralis Talent make it felt. Maybe they were expecting something slower as well. Again, there's obviously various tendencies from what teams like to do coming out of a timeout and that kind of thing. It's definitely worked out for the T side in this one. Utility flies past, and well, the hop shot is not going to be good enough to get Nico down. I'll take 18 HP. Quick change of direction as well. Astralis trying to establish top mid control. We'll be able to do so as well.
Damage heard there. Cabby spots the man. Astralis start charging in from shore. Get caught some damage for it. Quite a lot of it, actually. Get a 2k for his trouble, but Fessor and Vigo trade him, and Kragan and Vigo takes his own teammate down. So what could have been a 3-on-2 is turned to a 2-on-2. Awkward position for Astralis. Smokes up against the Incendiaries being thrown down by the CT side. And that bomb plant ahead of the box corner will now leave it on Gensi and Notan to make their way up and try get on for the retake here. An AWP and an M4, not an ideal weapon on one player. Oltex has been spotted though. Smokes back straight through Notan core, and Gensi now with the impossible task. Looking up the site, checking back wall. Spots the head of the one man, but unable to connect the kill shot against Vigo. Unawares of where Oltex is in the mid to that smoke, so Vigo just gets that kill. And finds it at evens once again. Astralis Talent still not willing to lie down, still not willing to let Masonic get away with anything. And that round could be a big momentum shift. Look at the money from Masonic.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's none left, pretty much. You do have Kragan, who has a little bit of excess cash. Same thing goes for Queenix, but it's not necessarily enough to muster a buy here. Cabby and Gensi Yeah, unfortunate ones. I guess they might be taking the time out to talk things over, whether or not they want to commit to it. You could get 3 M4s out of this, and you could have some utility. Have the others either rocking Deagles or MP9s, and that could be something. But you are banking a lot of your entire half on this, because lose out on a round like this, all of a sudden you're seeing Astralis Talent sitting at 13 to 11, will have a lot of money in the bank, and it just becomes a very, very tough road back into this. So I'm liking what, at least for now, looks to be a pretty conservative approach to it. Some pistol upgrades, a little bit of utility. Maybe they can create some chaos within the ranks of Astralis Talent. But no doubt that the T-side have been getting more and more into this in the last couple of rounds. Great trades as they made their way up bot. A lot of real estate here up towards Banana. No utility really for Masonic to fight back with.
Yeah, they'll have their position set up in that banana control.
A bunch of smokes to potentially delay here. We'll see how late they actually make it before they use the first smoke here, because 4 smokes can keep you alive, or can keep T's behind bars for a hefty amount of time. First comes out now. It's going to bloom, or going to fade. 40 seconds, but yeah, there's the second smoke gone. Maybe 10. There's enough seconds to get up.
He's trying to, he's looking for it. Back turns, we can't look towards the floor. Backup has arrived here. I think that's Gensi inbound with a second smoke perfectly placed. Will they go ahead and stall for it? They're still hunting for that smoke. They can't find it at all. Yeah, there you go. It's been picked up, so another one can go down. Gensi will tank a nade for his trouble. A little bit early with its use, but it's still 30 seconds to the clock, so it's going to stall against the Astralis Talent side. Might have to wait until the very last second, or rotate, or commit through it. It seems to be a case of rotating right here. Bullets flying all over the place. The second kill almost comes in against Notan, and a counter rotation back to them. No more smokes this time. It's all down to the guns. 15 seconds. Can Masonic? Can these two players hold on? Gensi starts to come with the right foot, but he traded back so quickly, and Notan can't do much for it. Could have been so much for Masonic. They did so well, but it wasn't to be. Having just get a one good deagle shot from long range. But as Mr. trades it, that sends any chance of the round out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, that was not far from being a disaster for Astralis Talent. One thing is obviously just being able to get onto the site and win at the duels, but if the wrong person dies in that moment, if the bomb carrier dies, the bomb flies in a little bit of a precarious spot, you don't have that much wiggle room when you attempt a side take with 12 seconds left. It's been real scary. Astralis Talent, they do make it through and actually regain the lead as well. So to start us off with the second half, it was all about Masonic, but no doubt the Talent side have decided to show themselves from a more competitive stance this time around. All being sent over towards Banana. Conjunction with 2 other players as well. So we might see some aggression here. We might see the tower behind that wall. There's already aggression up mid as well.
Yeah, wrap around the walls long. Cabby smokes down towards that library position. Counter smoke in from Queenix as well. Utility thrown all up and down the shot as they try and suppress the T side, but that insertion point could have been so big for Nico. Gensi's going to cut him off though. Ready to receive at the construction entrance, and a frag found at least for 5-on-4. Masonic in control for this position. They are going to work their way back into the standard defensive lines. Still got to deal with Vigo in particular. The AK is ready to receive. Gets that kill back. Cabby trading back on all takes though, maintaining the advantage. They look back towards that long control for that very low HP player to try and get the advantage together for the CT side, extended by another factor. Cabby follows suit with Vessel as Queenix falls through his hands, and Vigo left alone in the 1 versus 3. All sorts of CTs falling all over him. Masonic will equalise once again, so no matter who truly seems to look like they've got the control here, and there's never really a true advantage being gained. It's always like a round lead, 2-round lead, and brought back to even for it to go back the other way or be contested again. At 12 all, it starts to become any man's game, I think.
Yeah, most definitely so. Obviously, Astralis Talent are going to be able to have a bit of an advantage if they're able to trade back and forth because of how expensive it is to be on that CT side, but right now, they're the ones who are suffering. 2 Deagles being brought into play. So they've fully bought in here. So they need to get immediate results, really, if they're going to be able to keep up the fight. I was a little bit curious about what we saw in the previous round. There was one mid-site smoke that I think was thrown out by Astralis Talent that seems to do a whole lot more for the CTs. Might have been a bit of a missed opportunity. Mr. Deep in Banana. Question is if they're going to find the timing on the player behind half. No is the answer.
Yeah, I didn't even suspect it. They're looking at all the sandbags the entire time. No time with two. Vessel and Big O, last two players left. Just overwhelmed, destroyed by Masonic here. Try to grab the AWP at least, do something with that. A wraparound play from his teammate coming in towards the arches. Could enable something towards that B side, but with there being 3 players out there, Masonic's best bet, also Astralis' best bet is to try playing into the Masonic players over on A. That's Cabby and Queenix, who are on high HP each.
Professor can win out this duel here.
Soon indeed, he checks the right place at the right time, adjusts towards the balcony. Flashes do not catch Cabby blind, it actually lands below that lip of the sight. So kill found for Cabby instead, all left to Vigo now. Knowing the AWP coming up close here, and all the CTs on their way back in for Masonic because he can't get a bomb down. Major advantage in this post plant if he even gets there, which he doesn't. 13, Masonic back in control, back in the lead.
It's kind of wild that that little lip of the sidewalk is actually doing such a good job of basically helping Cabby in that kind of scenario. Definitely fully blinded Fesser himself, but I would have expected it, maybe Cabby to be a little bit, you know, half blind or something to that effect, and that could have had a significant difference, but not to be the case. Astralis Talent, as soon as they get the lead, lose it. Sonic we're getting it immediately, and now it's all pistols, so expected result is 14 here from Masonic, and it starts off well with Phoenix finding Big O.
Well, Vessel does find a trade back, so a 4-on-3 situation. Just that bomb straight up into bracket. That's a bad idea. Jens is going to cover off Nico. C missed it as well. That's bomb information being gained. CT's on the rotate. A 2 versus 4 situation that Astralis only really have one rifle to try and complete here. 8 on, damage done, kills found, easy pickings. 14-12 now. Sonic beginning to close in on the win. 2 more rounds to get there.
2 more rounds, and that would take us to Overpass. 3rd and deciding map in the series. And in the circumstances, looks like it could be a reality in not too long. Buy is good though from Astralis Talent's side. We'll have enough utility. They will obviously have AKs on everybody as well. The response needs to be immediate. They want to have, well, want to get into a position where Masonic potentially can't buy for their deciding rounds. But Gensi, yet again aggressive, yet again finding results. Astralis Talent, oh, it's all crumbling. That's 2 rounds, 2 crucial rounds in a row, 2 investment rounds from the side of Astralis Talent that has just been cut down immediately. 15 seconds into a round and hope is already lost. Well, this time you don't even have the benefit of having Fesser in a potentially scary position at the very least for Astralis Talent. You need to do this completely from the ground up. Try to work your way back. Sonic are playing this so patiently as well.
Yeah, no need to move. But Astralis, man, that's got to be a very decimating kind of play to your mentality, given how that was basically 3 peaks, 3 shots, and 3 picks. Not even any contention, not even any trade potential. Gensi's still on 63 HP after all those fights. 40 seconds now. Astralis trying to lean in again towards the correct bomb site, again with the 2 players of Masonic. That'll be there to defend against. In theory, they can just isolate those picks and just get it all together. As long as they can get them without being traded, it could be a way back into the map. But no. Kragan shuts down Vessel, leaving Mr. in a 1 versus 5. Might be a 0 casualty round for Masonic, and indeed it is. Queenix with that last one, sending us to map points for Masonic. 15-12. 3 to OT for Astralis, but with the way that they're playing right now, Masonic might not let them get there.
Masonic also securing themselves pretty much rebuy for the remainder of the half as well. See a healthy amount of money, especially on Kragan, sitting at 8K. Gensi 7.3, Phoenix 7.5. So they're loving their position as of right now. Not going to have the same kind of juggling over towards B side this time around. Now, the Astralis Talent have run into a 3-man setup over towards B so many times that They might feel like A is the right response, but this is obviously the one time where you're going to see Masonic start with 3 for today immediately. He flashes house pop.
Yeah, going straight in. Cabby's going to mow down 2 of them. Frags out to 5 versus 3. Of course, Pistols trying their best to get something out of the gate here for Astralis. Vessel with his smokes up. Gensi catches the kill. Nico and Vigo. Last 2 players remaining. Now Nico falls. Vigo all alone. 1 versus 5. Gets away with at least 1 pick on the way out of the round. But surely we all know it's done from here. 16 to 12 for Masonic. And indeed, it will be map 3 for the second time in this tournament. Overpass is where we'll head. And honestly, not bad from Astralis talent. There was a period of time where I genuinely thought they were going to take 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, absolutely so. Again, being up, 12 to 11, still having, enough money to really go around. And Masonic actually seemingly losing grip of the match as well. Openings being found left and right. I could definitely see that going the 2-0 route of Astralis talent, but credit to Masonic for actually being able to bounce back and doing so in a pretty brutal fashion as well. It felt like once they equalized, once it got to 12-12, there wasn't really too much to look back on, at least favorably for Astralis talent. They got mowed down whenever they had an investment from that point on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing, right? Even though it was close in terms of the scoreline for Astralis, in terms of the actual quality of the rounds, Masonic had such decimation sort of plays, and it didn't even come down to like team play sometimes. It was all just down to individuals like the AWP just striking back hard and bringing us to this 3rd map overall. So for Masonic right now, they're coming into this overpass with a lot of momentum. Do we think they can pull off this victory, though?
Again, historically, Overpass been a solid map for them, so I don't see why not. I also think it's going to be a more difficult map for Nico to kind of just immediately slot in. Sure, on the T sides, you can potentially have him on the extremities. You can have him as a solo playground player, or potentially the guy going through underpass, that kind of thing, or, well, if you want to, B-lurk, right? So you can find him isolated spots where he can just kind of go about his own business and do whatever, and not necessarily having to follow through with whatever the rest of the team is doing. But on CT side, that could be, a little bit more of an iffy subject. So I'm liking Masonic's chances, honestly, going into a 3rd.
Well, if Nico does struggle to slot into the team in this map up, and we could end up seeing a very similar number case for the likes of Ancient, I'm not sure whether Astralis could really pull off a victory if they manage to get that far. So we'll head towards a break and come back with our 3rd and final map of this series between Masonic and Astralis talent. It is Overpass after this. Don't go anywhere. Well, as close as it was over on Ancient, it will get just as close on Inferno as Astralis Talent do lose out against the Masonic side this time and make us move over towards that overpass. A strong map for Masonic, but the question is, have Astralis Talent got it within them to try and steal one away from our theoretical favourites here? It has been a pretty close series so far here, Vendetta. 1-1 on the board, and of course, with that Inferno going down the way that it did, I do have some faith in Astralis Talent here because they still made it close.
Yeah, no, they absolutely did, and showed a little bit more, I guess, more signs of life than what they would have done in previous meetings versus Masonic. So that bodes well, obviously, and really all we're looking for is a tightly contested decider. That's kind of what we want and what we look for. And it is a bit, I guess, of a surprise. While the two first map kind of made sense in terms of what they wanted to pick and what they came for. Overpass surprised me a little bit considering what we had as options, because I think it was Astralis Talent who actually vetoed out Nuke themselves when they had the option between Overpass and Nuke, and I kind of would have expected them to actually go the route of Nuke, just simply because that's a map they've played. They played in the Academy League on multiple occasions, etc. Obviously, the question surrounding a stand-in playing Nuke with someone who's not familiar with your setups and so on could be potentially difficult, and that's why they've ended up on Overpass. But I think Masonic feel better about the odds going into Overpass than not, because in previous meetings that's favored Masonic in both instances. I think 116-2 victory and 116-13 or 16-12, something to that
Yes.
effect. So uh, I guess optimistic or confident, however you want to phrase it, from Astralis Talent to actually allow it to go that route, but uh, remains to be seen. Could be interesting.
I mean, it's the key thing you mentioned right there. It's the fact that in other tournaments like the Academy Leagues and in other Tier 2 competitions, the Stars do pretty well. It's just in this particular rivalry where things go off the rails. And you compare that to a map where they could have gone into Nuke, you mentioned a little bit earlier. The last time they played that was Astralis 16-2ing the Masonic side. So having
Exactly.
that sort of like in their back pocket, understanding they could have had that, it does throw some question marks, some spanners into the works here with this map up. But I do feel like it could well deliver in the same sort of fashion that it did not the last time, the time before, when Masonic and Strauss took each other on in that sort of sense. That was the 16-13 result,
Yeah.
and it was Masonic that walked away with that victory overall. So we were drawing some parallels between that match and this one, I feel like. But like seeing what we've seen so far in this series, who do you think is coming into this match as the strongest squad?
Honestly, overall, I'd have to say Masonic. Again, I don't put too much stock into Ancient, which might seem like a little bit of a cop out, because obviously Astralis Talent deserve credit for being able to win that match and doing it in the fashion that they did. But Masonic got closer, I suppose, on Astralis Talent map pick, and looked to be more in control when they were starting to get back on it, and the CT side of Inferno as well, right? Like we talked about these decimating rounds towards the end of it. So that bolsters my confidence in Masonic, and obviously history is leaning in the favor of the same team as well. So that has me a little bit, on the positive side for Masonic. But again, I think a lot of it could come down to obviously just where they start. Again, it's going to be a night for sides. We don't really know who's going to end up on the CT side and potentially have a bit of an easier go and an easier time of getting into the match to start us off. So Astralis could go off on a bit of a run potentially. Or they could face the, I guess, typical Overpass disaster of getting stuck on T side and not really getting anything going for you. Because if you have a slow start on Overpass, it's such a difficult map to get really anything done.
Yeah, and it's like sort of about back to those decimating rounds you mentioned there from the Masonic side is obviously the fact that they got them on the CT half of Inferno rather than on the T side where things could have easily gone off the rails. So I do feel like if they do start things off on T half is where things can definitely slip out of the fold for this Masonic camp. You really have to keep an eye on where they start as a result of here. We'll find out in a short few moments' time as to where they'll go in that sense. But you mentioned obviously in terms of the outside the tournament performances, Masonic have been historically very strong on this one.
Yeah.
So as a result, I do feel like again there is that element of like right they're coming into this with a bit more of a game plan and obviously a playbook that isn't going to be affected by the fact of a stand-in, right? And even though Nico in theory could be the best player in server, number one, it does throw off positionals and other things that the Strauss will be prepared for as a five-man unit. Second of all, I don't think he's been that impressive so far in this match.
No, he hasn't necessarily. Again, Ancient was a bit of a, I guess, match to we'll forget on his end, and he did stand up, and raise his level going into Inferno. Again, playing more of a familiar spot in that sense, being around the A side of Inferno on the CT side, and doing a decent job of it there, but again, not enough to necessarily carry his team to a win. But yeah, I guess new chances on Overpass, but he might not necessarily be that kind of a player, even though he does play for OG, who just gets put into a team and automatically carries it. It's not like he's as simple for that matter. That's never the kind of play style or player he's been, who's just been a mass fragger in that sense. So I'm not sure if he's necessarily going to have that big swing momentum that actually sends Astrala's talent into a very easily winnable position.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be easy for either side, if I'm being honest
Yeah.
here. Like, there's so many things we have to like consider when it comes to sort of coming up with a favorite in this matchup. And you mentioned obviously that you think the Sonic are coming into this last map as the better team overall. And I'd say I have to agree with that. You take a look at their previous history on this map up, and they tend not to to play it too much against other squads because they tend to try and avoid it when it comes to these Vitas. But you take a look at their victories in the past, have seen not only that 16-2, but also 16-1s, 16-13s, great victories both above teams both in the national and international space. So we are talking about some very capable sort of positions for the Masonic side. So we'll lean into this final map of the series. We'll see whether they can get their revenge above Astralis talent here. It's the last map in this best of three, with the CT side taken over by the Masonic camp. Astralis moving over towards the T-side default in Monster, looking to go towards that B, hit early. First blood drawn out by Notan as Ultex and Mr. Four. Kragan gets involved towards Vessel. The crossfire is locked. Nico is so low and removed from play by his own teammate. Vigor's like, get out of the way. I want a little something for myself, but it's going to cost Astralis big time because they'll lose the pistol round.
Oh, that's a tough start for Vigo. I think he's up to 3 team kills in this series so far. So I feel a bit of a rough one. I think Nodan actually is able to get extra frags. One more, but that final bullet of his USP is big to stem the tide from that Astralis talent push. And it's going to be interesting to see if Astralis talent just opt for a very basic T-side approach. Again, we talked about it. Eastern European teams happy to forgo map control, and we did see that from Astralis talent on their T-side of Ancient, which led to good results. So maybe they'll take a page out of that book. Utility actually surprisingly not doing damage. I thought that would have been a bit of a golden throw from Masonic, but nonetheless, gotten into decent positions to potentially segment whatever Astralis talent are doing here.
Gency, great shot up on Fessel, initially spotting out them. The T-side contact up ahead of the bathrooms, not able to get the kill for it, but he's done his damage early. And they will start to back away. Gency just watching out towards that mid-control for further contact. Astralis pushing forward as Vessel is caught as Nico and Vigo and Ultex. A 4-man mowdown, and Kragan with the closer onto Mistar. So 2-0 to the start of Masonic. Pretty simple stuff again, pretty easy eco for Astralis. Money's not 100% there for them, but they will still go for the gun buy here. You will see some very key limitations though. Vessel, for example, no util and no helmet in for him on the T side.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way you want to start off your first buy round. Again, just a casual dink from the M4 is enough to get you down in this scenario. Even if Moss, actually. We'll see, though, if they have something special planned for this one. I don't think they really can afford to just do basic map control unless they want to bank on not being spotted at any given point. And already they're going to meet some resistance at the top of Fountain. It's a 1-for-1 trade, so that is a benefit to Astralis talent. For the time being, it should give them a little bit more space to run around on. Oh, Bigo. Notorious for his aggression is going to be able to find Kragan as well, so absolutely a worthwhile start for Astralis talent here. But again, not a lot of utility to play off of. They have 2 flashes left.
Try work the entry duels and get back into the site here. Fessor is hoping for aggression in towards that long position, but no one's going to make that move in from a Sonic. They've got a player in the bathrooms being the closest man. They've got another one rotating to the backside of A. Meanwhile on B, I don't think there's anything major going on that side of the field. Like just that one man of Notan. 4-on-3 scenario that favour the Astralis, but they're going to rotate their way back up. They are going to try and commit towards this A hit.
That's going to be, well, lucky for Masonic, I say that. And we do have the rotation going back towards B. Yeah, the unfortunate timing on that forward push for information. Quidix is going to be able to make it back onto the site in time, but perfectly timed flashes to keep him away from actually finding a frag, and that definitely strengthens the position of Astralis talent. 2v4. You can see, yeah, the decision has been made, at least by Notan. no interest in actually attempting for a retake here.
Yeah, we'll swing back up towards top mid in that part position. Might grab a rifle that was dropped in one of the earlier engagements. Of course, there's an M4 also. I think just ahead of the bathroom. It'd be a bit of a risk to go ahead and get that weapon. But just get something out of this round here for the CT side. A little bit of bonus weaponry. And with that extra rifle, it would lead to a respectable buy from Masonic. The cash amount, it's not quite there for a full investment if all 5 players go down. But with a couple of bonuses saved in from the previous round, might be doable here. The CT player that's out there will not see any of the rifles. And actually does grab the M4. Okay, so an M4 and a FAMAS carrying into the next round here.
Yeah, and as you said, if they were able to pick up either an AK or an M4, that could lead to them being tempted into a rebuy here. And that's exactly what we're going to find as well. And that's a quite healthy one as well. A little bit limited in terms of not having Molotovs, but most key ingredient here is really the smokes. Getting that early monster smoke down, being able to kind of just funnel smokes towards that area as well. Looks like a short tunnel boost.
Oh, what a spray.
Immediate results.
That's what that bonus buy will do for you. All the guns in, long-range fights can be won pretty effectively as well. 2 casualties, a third man could also fall indeed. Gensi peeking in with Queenix's flash. Well-coordinated team play. Another flashbang down to peek in from top con. Won't spot the players that are out there. Smoke out the underpass area instead. Can see the bit of mid-control. Allow his teammates to take control of it instead. Either way, 5-on-2 scenario for Masonic. Astralis have got a lot of work to do to bring this back.
Yeah, and what a turnaround it would be for Masonic if they could actually be able to keep all 5 players alive as well. They didn't even use that much utility. You see most of their smokes are still intact. A bit of Molotov on Cavi as well. Could be a pretty significant boost for Masonic altogether. Gensi on a bit of a cheeky off angle on top of, I guess you want to call it like the tunnel exits. Top of the grids there. No teaser around both Astralis players closing in on that A-bomb site. Still going to be extremely difficult for them to actually get much done here. I think the jig is up. Pesser does find the first one. Actually going to follow up and double it. Cavi and Krogan falls, and that became a much easier task than what initially expected.
There's no way they win this. Like, surely not. A 5-on-2 situation. Masonic a little bit scrappy or sloppy there to allow it to get it this far. Vessel get flashed in towards the bank control, maybe even flanking against them. They've got a player rotating in from Dumpster 2 out towards mid. Mister's caught no turn 2v2. Queenix trades it. Vessel to a 1v1 now. No info where Gensi's inbound from, but the M4 wins that fight. So it will be around for Masonic with a kit in and all, but far too expensive. And again, 5-on-2 situation. A little get that close, that's just not acceptable.
But yeah, no, that is actually unacceptable, really. That should have been so much more controlled. Even after the 2 initial A players fall, then you'd like to think that there's going to be a little bit more coordination so you can actually get more efficient trades, but it does get really, really dicey. Gensi just so far behind that he's no ability to actually join in on the fight with the 2 flankers. Because luckily enough, they do manage to scrape him back and get the round win, which in the end is the most important aspect of it all. But you could you could see this is a worse buy for them coming into this round than what they had in the previous one. And buy on the side of Astralis, a little bit depending on what Nico decides to opt in for, should be stronger in just pure firepower. And Nico can't afford an AK, so I'm not really sure what he's waiting for. Oh, there you go. So, a bit of a lost opportunity for Masonic, even though they do convert the round. Not the economic boost that they were looking for. So they're going to have a hard-fought round once again.
Both teams investing in heavy into this round. Nades up initially for Kragen. Missing out on Fessel, the majority of damage towards that man. An underpass taken by Ultex. Pushing up in the midst of the fire. At bottom of Khan, looking out into the short position. Vessel leans in towards mid. You got Gensi held back behind the divider angle. It's Nico, however, with the entry out towards Monster. Gets that one pick and doesn't commit with the bomb just yet. They fall right back.
Yeah. Contact play through Monster. I think they found basically what they were looking for a little too early to actually fully commit to that. There was also pretty quick responses from Masonic in terms of having lots of flashes being sent in their direction, so probably better off just taking a step back and, well, obviously having the opportunity to have another go at it. But you can see refreshments, replenishments, and in terms of smokes coming in from a Sonic as well. But the big problem here for the CT side is that they have zero information to play off of. Completely in the blind, no rotations made, and seems like they're going a bit of a fact-finding mission over towards long, but that might not be in time.
Totally commitment here from the teams. Players over at Grill, Cabby caught, Queenix down ahead of the monster control. That's 5v2. Overwhelming firepower and man advantage for Australis Talon. That means that Sonic are not going to get back into this round. Gensi and Krag are forced to save their weapons because the economy is in tatters for all intents and purposes for Masonic. And that just really goes to demonstrate what we're talking about with the damage being done to that 2v5 scenario. So, yeah, a lot of positives for Australis in that one. Very well done.
Absolutely. Set them up to get a string of rounds together. And the earlier the better, obviously, on the T side here. If you can manage to establish yourself, get 5 rounds earlier or something, you can feel pretty confident about what you've been able to accomplish on your T side. And for Masonic, now it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle for the foreseeable future. Again, once you get back into the spot where you can actually afford to buy, it's not necessarily going to be the greatest of buys. Having one go of it every other round. All done by Australis Talent, though. Pretty clean execute over towards that B bomb site once they reconvene and have another go at it. Sonic do opt to force buy in. To get enough utility to be able to stem the tide at the very least, but might come down to the weaponry here. 2 MP9s, 1 Deagle, 2 M4s. Need to find some frags early for this to be a possible task.
What early frags are given up is the big question. The main exploitation point is going to be those players in mid, or Gensi in the bathrooms, that will avoid them entirely, as is his teammate Kragan caught off at Divider. So, kill found. Gensi's still in with a decent chance. Mist has covered him off though, and Australis just know what they're going to do. 5-on-3 game with those picks back, and from there, Masonic should already be out of the round.
Yeah. Australis going to the calling card of the nip round, which is basically just walk until you find contact. Works out perfectly, manages to avoid any sort of peek from the Masonic side initially. And basically, once you have that frag onto the clear end divider, that's game over. No chance for the CTs to actually react, get a rotation in time. And easy conversion. You can see Nico doing his damn just to make sure that nobody's going to be able to pick up any sort of additional weaponry by accident as they leave the area. Sonic just going to be, I guess, happy with holding on to 2 MP9s and a Deagle. Not a sentence that you hear too often. This is obviously not enough to necessarily buy or rebuy into. But again, they have kind of made their own bed here. Gonna have to double eco potentially if they want to get back to M4s and so on. So
certainly have to eco right here. They got $1,900 in loss bonus, so I imagine that the next round, if they just harsh hit on this one, just comes back into a good buy in the next. See if these SMGs can get some money together, and that'll basically be the objective, I think, for Sonic in this round.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a fantastic buy again. If we're looking to get an op on Gen C, etc., it's going to have to be, well, it's going to have to get a kill, and it's going to have to be basically a glass cannon, unless somebody else jumps on the sword for him.
Alltech and Notan go back and forth with the kills, so the SMG does actually manage to find a decent pick in. AK in his hands. Queenie for the SMG in the corner. They have absolutely no idea. He's picked up 2. And suddenly it's a 3v2. Gensi traded back by Fessel, but Notan on site. The AK spray goes awry, but Nico gets caught for it. And it's a 1-on-1 with the bomb in his grasp. Notan will hear the footsteps coming into connector. He's flanked out. Does Fessel know? Does he recognize his position? Does he read the play? He thinks that might be the case here. Might be information called. It's a case of timing and a case of peaks. Gun barrel seen. Notan's going to hide. Oh my god. This is plausible. And Fessel doesn't know what to do with him, so he's got to go get that bomb on the B site. And Notan's going to give chase.
At least thinks about it for a minute. But he's now gone back into a position that Fessel has previously cleared out.
Oh, not checks it all the way.
Ooh.
There it is. Notan with the 3K. What a round that was from him and from his teammate as well, to his credit.
Yeah, Queenix. I don't know, somehow just blending in with the environment completely. Bit of a chameleon to net them those 3 frags, and I think that's the backbreaker for Astralis in that round. Holy hell. Bomb gets dropped, people have to run about. It was an impossible situation for Professor eventually. And a very unexpected round here. That should have been Astralis Talent, again, bolstering their economy, kind of, yeah, getting ahead. Simple as that. That's not the reality we find ourselves in. They do have a buy-up, though. Up in Altic's hands, 4 AKs to play with. Well, all of a sudden, that buy on the side of Masonic looks a whole lot better.
Yeah, SMG bonus cash, plus save the weapon, plus the round victory, obviously. All compounding up to an AWP in their hands with the AK, safe for Notan, M4s, 4 kits. Lucky on helmets still, but that's more than fine considering they have AKs out for Astralis, and Vigo still gets caught as the first casualty by Gensi. His AWP pick found, turning away from a T-side player. So close, and actually losing his life for it. Nico turns on the second man as well, and finally, there's that tier 1 talent. 2 for 1 on the trade, breaking open the A site.
Oh, that's a bit of a punch to the gut for Masonic. The question is, do you even dare to actually attempt the retake here? 3v4. You have utility. Well, okay, that might have been the dagger. Cabby goes down, nothing found. The Masonic, yeah, they're just going to have to stick their tail between their legs and get out of here, but might not even be allowed to do that.
Oh, one trade back for Queenix. Mistar does get caught, so there's a little something for Masonic on the way out of the round. But this will be a 4th to the board of Astralis. And it was really just down to those 2 kills, honestly. Masonic just didn't have enough presence on that A site, it felt like.
Yeah. And on multiple occasions, it seems like Astralis don't have been able to get way more real estate without necessarily using a ton of utility or having to smoke out certain angles, but still being able to get up by restrooms without Masonic having that good of an idea as to what's going on. Nico obviously doing a fantastic job of it, finding 2, but it shouldn't be that easy. We'll see, though, if there's going to be any sort of adaptation from Masonic, if they need to, well, basically hold active angles the entire time to make sure that nobody from Astralis Talent is able to get up and away. I decided to rebuy into it, so a little bit more aggression. Actually going to commit behind Fountain as well. Wins at the duel versus Vigo, so this could potentially be a lot of information gained from the Masonic side.
It might not matter if they commit towards the B play for Astralis, though. They were thinking about it. Suppressed by smoke, sprays through from Mistar. Takes a ton more damage to return, so 1 HP for him. Nades up from Nico, trying to contest here in Connector. Not even doing that much for it. Backstab from Gensi, meanwhile, deals with Mr. at last. 1 HP dead, and Fessor headshot dead. Ultex and Nico, last 2 players left in a 5 versus 2 against their name. And Gensi makes it a triple. As Cabby closes, and it's all 5 alive for Masonic. What a responsive again from these boys.
They're winning the most unlikely of rounds, really. Again, this is a round that they obviously didn't have too much to work off of, but still managed to get somehow a flawless round. And if you go back to a couple of rounds ago where you had the heroics from Noten and Queenix, this could have been a very ugly scoreline for Masonic, honestly, if things have gone the way that you would have expected it to, but not to be the case. Masonic back in the lead, 5v4, still a buy for Astralis Talent, but starting to feel more and more difficult. You need to capitalize on those opportunities given to you. Doesn't start off much better as well. Nico taken out early, so Gensi being able to provide impact to start off the round. Now I'm just curious whether or not how far Masonic are going to let them pass. Queenix with a deep position in towards short tunnels. He's going to be able to catch Mr. And with no real follow-up, I think they have a pretty good idea as to what's going on the rest of the map as well. I've rotated 1 player up towards the A bomb site. Has a bit of a Havu setup over towards the rest of them as well. Easily double up and play off of each other with that. This is going to be a tough one for Astralis Talent here. Only 1 smoke as well.
Gensi again holding patience, but quick on his reactions. Oltex trying to trade back upon it. Kragan does fall, but only Kragan falls. Cabby with a response, and it's all on Vigo in the 1-on-4 scenario now. Up and in mid-control. Notan just gaining utility to try and suppress any rotation potential. He's now known here in the mid position. Does get Gensi, so that AWP does drop. 3 more CTs to gain, all with AK, so headshots are plenty in all facets in this round. Notan on the rotation back, doesn't quite catch timing onto Vigo. He's out towards that long position with 17 seconds to try storm the A site. He's got to be real quick, get these picks in as appropriate. He may be spotted as well by Cabby. Jump phase. Actually, no, Cabby's caught looking the wrong way. Again, sloppy positions held, so bomb plant at the very least can come through. Hearing the footsteps of the next man as well. Queenix with awkward spray and loses his life. Vigo 1v1. Not again! Not again! Oh, that is disastrous from a Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, what do you really say about that? Again, it's just a myriad of disasters, really, and poor decision-making out of Masonic that leads them to that point. Gensi with over-commitment here, constantly re-peeking towards Vigo. Somehow, Cabby just being completely unaware of what's going on around him. And Cabby having rotated off, even though you've had one player flank from the entire opposite side of the map. At some point, sure, be fine with giving up the bomb plant. Just secure the round. And again, they just lose something out of nothing.
The second time, I think, in this map as well, where they've left no contention over on the long control, and that's been the one point which led to their downfall. That is going to hurt Masonic big time. Gensi getting nothing on the consolation, just damage being done to Astralis in the 5 versus 3. Oltex almost gains 2 out of bottom con. Notan, the only trade for the CTs, a 3-for-1 against Astralis Talent. And, yeah, like, it's just not... It's like Masonic did get that, does have that potential in terms of the limited buys to get back rounds and win the unlikely ones, like you mentioned earlier. But, like, after a round like that, your mentality must be crippled.
I mean, that took the air out of me, so I can't even imagine how the Masonic players feel about it. That is so rough. And considering the fact that, yeah, like you mentioned, they've been able to win rounds that they shouldn't have been able to in the past, and that's what, you know, secured them 5 rounds in total so far. Like, how long can you play that dangerous game? That's really the big question mark, because right now, and I guess in a fair and normal world, Astralis Talent would be further ahead. And they're on the T side of Overpass. They're not meant to have this much freedom and this much of a lead at this stage of a match. So, Cabby going to be able to hold on to an M4 from the looks of it. But yeah, this is turning into a bit of a dream hat for Astralis Talent, even for all the hiccups that they've ran into. These questionable lost rounds that they've had. They're still the ones coming out ahead.
I mean, so you talked in the pre-game about the idea that maybe one of these teams might get stuck on the T half. And Astralis Talent certainly are not stuck right now. Masonic, though, the way that they're playing, with how easily their whole setup has just been destroyed, dismantled by the Astralis side, I feel like that might be a problem for them going into the second half. Eco out, USP's pulled in for Notan, doing some dink damage, but doesn't get the death of Oltex or Vessel here. It's kill found on Vessel's part. Queenix gets picked up on the site itself. Vigo comes up with his kill. And yeah, Ecos go as well as Ecos go.
As story as oldest time. Cabby with the 1 rifle, he's going to be able to find at the very least 1 frag. Gensi's been able to pick up a P250, but unlikely that there's going to be too much more to write home about. Okay, a little bit of attempted greed from Altex. Wanted to pick up a weapon. Eventually does get that AK, but yeah, this is costing a lot of HP, so some of the players need to get far, far, far away. And yeah, they should be able to do so as well. Gensi might be hoping to find a weapon. Mac-10 was definitely not what he wanted to get. He's going to go up with the bomb as well. Unfortunate to not have anything else come out of that for his end, but Astralis Talent just continue their march to a fantastic T-half.
Yeah, I've got some bad vibes about this one from Masonic now.
Yeah, again, never being able to stabilize their economy, constantly getting reset, just having a bad time of it. This time around, they will have weapons. They do have an op on Gen C, who has been doing a decent job of finding early frags. And again, you can't necessarily ask that much more out of your opper to start you off. There's no doubt that they kind of need to get the 3 remaining rounds here, and that's going to require a bit of a change of pace from what we've seen so far in this half. Solid position from Cabby. It's going to lead to one of the easiest kills of the day.
Wait and bait and hear those footsteps swing at the right moment. Gensi's all missing a shot this time, but second phase disconnected. Third shot also rings out but misses, and Alltex can get that kill for it. So 3 versus 3, and that one consistent rock from Masonic being removed from play in this round suddenly makes things a little bit more difficult for the Masonic side. He's the only player right now on this CT half, one of only 2 players in server that is on double digits at the moment for Masonic. So losing him is a big loss. To deal with it from here, with the execution seemingly coming forward towards the A site, a lurk out towards short. Could be a bit of a linchpin, but for Alltex and Vigor, it's all about committing here.
Yeah, actually not moving up with the default Molotov in place. So obviously the CTs are going to be able to reuse that position now. Second Molotov onto truck is going to be good for at least a fact-finding mission, and Vigo does his job to find Cabby. Astralis Talent yet again clean on their entry towards either of the sites. So No10 finds himself in a 1v3. Not much hope of being able to do anything else. Then hold on to his M4 going into the next round here. I definitely didn't expect this out of Astralis Talent, and by some extent didn't expect this out of Masonic either.
Yeah, I mean, this should be their half to rule, right?
Definitely.
That's not happening at this moment. 8 to the board of Astralis. They will win the T side. And just Masonic in general. I mean, now's a good time to sort of take stock in what we've seen so far from these boys. And for me, the only real standout element for Masonic has been Gen C, really.
Yeah.
Like, I've just not been impressed with anybody else.
No, there's been some pretty grave errors across the board, really, from the Masonic side here so far on the CT side. Sure, economy comes into play as well, but I guess even as for the amount of frag that Gen C's been able to get, he has been taking advantage of a fair bit over towards the A-bomb side as well. Basically the duo of him and Krogan hasn't necessarily been able to get things to gel all that much. Started off great, obviously first round, boosting up in underpass, finding a double frag, easy round, and then from that point on, it's been a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde performance. Once again, Flash unfortunately does nothing, but there's a quick trade. He equalizes, at least for the time being, but no chance of actually getting out. Krogan was able to add on to it, but it's all temporary joy. They have not been able to figure out what to do towards this A side of the map.
Yeah, just constant issues over there, whether it be in passive defensive or forward play. Again, Gen C falling so early, the only player of Krogan. Again, Cabby, of course, to get those kills, being taken out of the fold so easily as well in the trades. No10 and Queenix lock down our respective sites. No10 back of A, Queenix back of B, thinking of rotating towards A, and with that bomb being dropped, that could be a way back in. 2v2 now, but time to play with for Astralis. It has called in the SMG to make his way up the task. The bomb will get planted here.
Yeah, established position. Molotov goes down from the bank. Queenix is he going to attempt something silly here. He does get aggressive. And it actually works out nicely. Doesn't end up with any of the frags, but definitely buys time for No10 to get the return kills needed, and yeah, never actually letting the bomb plant get down. Solid way to actually fight back in a round that definitely wasn't favored for them. That's probably protecting No10 right there towards long. Just the big equalizer, and 6 rounds for Masonic. Looking to close it out with 7 here to end the half.
Yeah, from the numbers perspective, it would look like a respectable half overall. When you dive deep into the issues really start to crop up here for this CT side. Astralis, their AKs setting a standard. There's still SMGs and FAMASs out from Masonic, so even this final round by is not going to be foolproof here. boost up will be coming through towards that short position with that flashbang assault support from Notan. No one's there for Astralis though. They're leaning in towards mid. They have got a counter flank in from one player over the CT side. Swing out from Gensi. Does a ton of damage, but still no kills for it. There for Marshall to get back in for Kragen, but Vigo adjusts towards it. We'll pick that bomb back up, get to site. Incendiaries for Cabby. We'll try stall for time, but that's the best that they can do with this one. 4v3, Astralis have the man advantage, and seems like they're going to keep it for the time being. Cabby finally gets that trade together. So it's a HP advantage for Masonic instead.
It is bomb yet, not yet planted. And that's the biggest issue for Astralis talent right now. How do you get up on that site easily? Well, I guess you just don't go to it whatsoever. Leaving one man pretty deep on that site, but they've already taken B. So what can Nico do in this kind of situation? At the very least, he's going to have a solid flank if nobody actually clears him out.
Oh, adjustment there from Notan. Straight out to heaven, catches Vigo, drops that bomb. Little is he aware of Mister's position. Nico inserting himself. Look at Nico. Oh my goodness. He's seen one. Does he capitalize on this one kill? Seems like he does. 2v2. Now it's up to Mister to go back for the bomb, but they're inbound from Graffiti here. Info gain on the Masonics players. Mister swinging hit. Astralis about to bring this back from the deficit again. Bomb committing to site as Queenix leans up. Mars spots one, takes him down, looks for the last, the 1v1 scenario, flashbang inbound, turning away from it. Queenix needing to find the right angle at the right time, doing his damage. Still not able to get the kill though. The head tucks out of the way, and Mister sees what's going on now, knows the angle of attack, and wins the counter fight. What a hold from him, what a rotation it was for Astralis, and the flank from Nico did them wonders, as they'll get to 9 to close out the T side.
Yeah, and just straight up a fantastic T-half for Astralis talent. They couldn't really ask for more. And some of it was a little bit gift wrap from the side of Masonic, but they also ran into their own issues. We do remember that double kill Queenix round, followed up with the 3K from Notan and so on. That definitely made life a little bit more difficult than it needed to be. But overall, no doubt that Astralis talent kind of figured out where there were weaknesses on the side of Masonic and fully used it.
Absolutely, like they just knew what they were doing throughout the majority of it, and again the mistakes being made by Sonic, especially on that A site, really cost them a number of great rounds. Like they should have had a lot of defensive lockdowns and never really came through to my money. So seeing that come through for them now does leave me very concerned, because we talked again about how they could get stuck on the T sideline, and with that kind of play style, with that many mistakes, that's a very big possibility for me.
Yeah, again, they're not playing flawless Counter-Strike by any means, and again, if you're sloppy about how you approach map control on T-side overpass, well, quickly you do just end up losing 1-2 players, and you don't really have anything, and you don't have any strength with the remaining group to actually set up or proper execute towards either of the sites. So, yeah, if that's the kind of form they're going to continue going into the second half, I think this is Astralis talent written all over it.
Absolutely, and for a map that's always typically so strong for a Masonic team like this, like it's such a disappointing way for them to end out the series if it goes down that route. At the very least, they've got a 3-round buffer on the Astralis talent side, so it's not the most impossible comeback in the world. Find out how far they can go. The pistol's already underway. 2v2 scenario as Astralis have Vigo in the clutch. Once again trying to hold on to something here for the CT forces. The reload is in. Gensi making his way up and out. Spot tap forward. There goes the kill. And there goes the pistol.
So it all continues to go Astralis talent's way. Even the pistol clutches. Exactly as ordered. We're there, and as we see... the entry over towards the B bomb site. You get immediate clears, at least for the time being, but then you see just a flurry of kills back and forth before Vigo finally gets the decisive kill. Astralis off to a wonderful start. No investment from Masonic here. That means that they have their eyes set on round 18. Which means, well, means nothing really considering what we've seen so far in this game, but in a regular occurrence, that should mean Astralis talent are going to get up to 11 here. Only blocks really to do anything at all from Masonic. Nico can allow them to get close and actually get in contact with Besser first, and then he comes into, well, I was about to say clean up, but was only able to get 2. But at the very least, keeps people off the A bomb side. So rotations have been made for Astralis talent here, and things should simmer down.
Masonic not gaining much in terms of the firepower here. The SMGs picked up off the dead bodies, and Nico and Fessor were just MP9s, and that's it. Notan falling to the hands of the M4 instead. And of course, low HP for Gensi leaves Mr. in a pretty advantageous position. And there it is, the kill found. Easy spray, easy 11th for Astralis. Masonic went for the harsh eco though, back up on the guns for this round. This needs to be their time, because it's starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, and with a couple of lost weapons as well, you're going to see a bit of a reinvestment from Astralis Talent as well, which is going to be better for them in all honesty, considering what they're going up against. So 3 M4s to the name, full utility, 2 MP9s that you could potentially put in close positions as well, so it's not going to be that much of an issue. Body util exchanged early on as well. Nade to do decent damage onto Gensi as well. And the aggression from Fester immediately sets Astralis Talent off on the right path.
Spray through against Gensi, doing some damage. Taking some back in return for both sides. It's damage on Vigor on Fessor and Gensi on 22 HP. With that kill, of course, gained earlier by Fessor. It's going to be an advantage for Astralis Talent overall here. Teams are scattered. Masonic trying to find an angle of attack, trying to find some sort of way into this round. But nothing is being presented here. No Astralis player willing to give up their lives.
Now we'll see if there's any sort of gaps in the defense from Astralis Talent. Kraken does a good job at least finding ultics. So no more control around short water. Also opens up an avenue for rotations for Masonic here. They've cleared out underpass. Also causes a rotation over towards the B bomb site from Astralis Talent. So a 2-2 split right now. 1 CT far forward towards A long. Could potentially find some information there. But Masonic have set their eyes on that B bomb site. Right now, only Nico. One more buddy around.
Smashes forward for him, leans in alongside the crossfire of Mr. It's 2 kills for Nico. Mr. comes up with 1 and 2 of his own. And that is a lockout defensive for Astralis. Not even a bomb plant for Masonic here.
Yeah, and that would have been sorely needed considering the fact that they did the third round investment. They did found some frags. The rotations were in time, and the double monster setup worked to perfection for, I was about to say OG, but Astralis Talent, yeah.
To be fair, Nico is playing, so I'll give you that one.
Yeah, part, 1/5 of the OG. And nonetheless, the end result is a pretty dire one for Masonic. Gotta work out for Kragen to start us off, but No10 has a much more pleasant experience in his meeting with Besser and picks up an M4, drops it off as well. Actually a little bit surprising considering he has Kevlar, and yeah, it seems like they did a bit of a double take on that. So Cabby proceeds to deagle. No10 gets his M4 back. So there is something to work with here. Would expect them to kind of group up and basically throw numbers at a problem here and see if they can trade efficiently. Once they've shown a little bit of presence over towards Slong, they do group up, go back towards B. The 2-2 split once more from the CT side here and how they're postured up with their defense. Worked out excellently on the last occasion. And again, one of the issues here for Masonic is the fact that they don't have any Molotovs, so no way of actually efficiently clearing out barrels, or necessarily the water ramp.
Speaking of Molotov, incendiary thrown by the CT side, and there's no real execution U2 either. That 1 HE for Notan be all they have to get into the site. Nico swings in from Connector, Queenix gets caught, and it's Gensi and Notan. Last 2 players, leave it Notan as the last man standing, overwhelmed by the Astralis Talent side. A 13th up to the board for them. The Sonic, no luck so far here on T side, and it does feel like they are certainly getting stuck at the moment.
Yeah, not the easiest ways of starting off their T side. A lot of it banked on that third round investment. We'll see though, if there's ever a time to bounce back, this would be it. Up in the hands of Gensi. Full utility and pretty much everything they could ever want out of a T side buy at their domain, so they need to make it happen right now. Otherwise, I do fear that Astralis Talent are not going to take too long to actually just close out this game. Nade from Kragen not going to connect. Phoenix has been able to make his way far forward into Underpass and actually going to win out the duel versus Fesser as well. Seeing that tight angle being used more and more. Definitely one of the Danes who is a big fan of it. Usually comes out ahead though. Fesser not so lucky in this case.
Flashes forward, and the T's make their way down into connector. Nico spots 1 and 2 and just decimates them.
Oh.
Not even much flash support, and Vigo didn't even catch off one of the players. Queenix can at least trade him, bring it back to a 3 versus 3. But Nico's transgressions have still left an impression on Masonic, and they're still rotating that bomb up to position. Nico is the solo defender, and he still peeks out for more. A triple for him. Queenix down and out in mid. And Jensi and Kragen, I mean, what more can they get out of this situation? Finally, Nico is dropped, revealing positions and revealing the plan. But Astralis have one more player in the back of the site here. Seeing whether Oltex can be the last player to deal with him. It's actually Mr. Excuse me, AK over at Truck. Just waiting for those footsteps to be heard. Swing out, headshot found. Bomb gets dropped, flashbang over. Jensi with the AWP making his moves on. The teammate also in from Oltex. Mr. making no noise. Oh, what an adjustment that is. 14-6, Astralis. Now only 2 left, and they've yet to concede a round in this half.
Yeah. Everything's coming up Astralis talent, and just this move from Nico. When the moment he walks into the smoke, it looks like he's gonna get caught out because Masonic have basically feigned some pressure, gone down the steps to make it look like they're potentially rotating over towards B and actually come back while looking at the smoke. So I have no idea how Nico manages to find that magical timing that works out for him, but it does. Professor yet again to fall early. Does do a lot of damage onto Queenix, but obviously would have loved to stay alive for that. So 5v4 for Masonic. Must-win round. And now, I guess you need to be constantly in fear of what Nico might do.
Push forward on Jensi.
Oh.
Mr. moving up. Takes one down. Good kill. Way back into the round, and now Nico gets the man advantage as he fights on towards long and gets Jensi to drop. Kragen left alone, isolated towards this monster control. Same thing for Notan, being joined by a teammate right about now in the mid position, but now his position has been revealed.
Bomb is dropped as well.
Yeah, I just realized. I think Mr. actually could extend and find that bomb in a moment's time. If he wants to continue pushing up towards T-Con, he might even hear the footsteps of Kragen. As Notan gets caught on the site, Oltex ready for the next phase of Cabby, and Kragen is left alone in the 1 versus 4. Might not have made noise, but he might not have a chance either.
And Mr. just finding the ultimate timing here to get up that ladder. Took his time, but chose his spot perfectly, and oh, you can't really ask for much more. Fesser, sure, it falls early, but from that point on, nothing really going the way of Masonic whatsoever. At this point, sure, you have a loss bonus, but you're not getting bomb plants. You're not even getting close to the actual sites. And Astralis talent are already on series point.
And with only 9 rounds to the difference, rather, Masonic only on 6. Not a lot to play with right here. Astralis already Fessor inbound for Kragen's frag. Faces and puts him to bed already. A start out for Astralis, and it will continue down this route, it seems like. There needs to be something new from Masonic right here. If there's going to be a chance to bring it back, it's going to be from here on out. Because they don't really have a choice. One face in from one CT. Cabby to catch that damage. But Fessor remains alive.
Desperation might be starting to kick in here for Masonic. Not really finding any openings anywhere on the map, and Altix is going to make matters worse. Luckily for them, though, Nico overextends a little bit. But they are 3 players alive. There's not a whole lot of utility to play off of, and they're nowhere near a bomb site. Notan goes back to recover the bomb. Professor aggressively posted up towards long here. Might be able to beat the dagger. Oh. Instead, it's actually going to be Jensi to win that out. So 3v3, HP advantage still lies with Astralis talent at the very least.
Vigo's going to close this. Yep, those 2 kills. There it is. Notan alone. Galil in hand. Spotted at least 1 kill, so that's something gained. Bomb needs to get planted soon, though. M4 picked up, looking to connector. Got to win this next fight. No idea how close he is. And gets it together. 1-on-1 now. And Old Tex is aware of where he's going. 10 seconds. Notan. Flashbang in hand. AK looks for the duel. Nades up the site. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. Got to go for the plant down. Incendiary on him. He's going to burn. That's it. It's over. The kill gets found. 16-6. Astralis Talent are going to win the series and move forward to the upper bracket finals. A 2-1 bonanza against Masonic. And it was the Danish derby we were dreaming of right here. A real good series. A real good shout from them. But ultimately, it was the Academy team that came out on top. And honestly, I don't even think it had that much to do with Nico.
No, again, it felt like pretty much anyone, especially on the last map, that anyone on the side of Astralis Talent were able to find openings and find impact for themselves to contribute to that win. So I'm sure it didn't hurt to have Nico. Obviously, we did see him come in with some timely frags, especially on the CT side. But no, this was, I guess, the core of Astralis Talent getting it done. So well-deserved victory, and in a pretty convincing fashion once we got to that third map. A lot of back and forth in map 1 and map 2, and I guess it started out to that extent as well on Overpass, but once the money ran out for Masonic, it was just all about Astralis Talent.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, right? Economy became a major issue for them in the second half, and it kind of shocked me as well to see that they didn't even get anything in that second half, right? Like, obviously, we talked about the possibilities that they could get stuck on T side.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it would be quite to that kind of extent, honestly. Like, this was a really disastrous sort of map for them to close out on. At least they have that lower bracket run, but they can't afford to let another game like that happen again for me.
No, and I do think there were a couple of unique circumstances, obviously, surrounding the third map. It just felt different after Vigo was able to clutch out that 1v4. From that point on, it just didn't seem like there was anything more left. It's similar to what we saw in the Metasport matchup versus Astralis Talent as well, where Astralis Talent actually managed to convert a full pistol round, equal score. It's a tightly contested game at that point, and from there on out, there's just no more to be found, no more resistance, and it very much felt like the same. So maybe there's some black voodoo, black magic kind of a thing going on with Astralis Talent. They managed to basically just sap all the life energy out of their opponents with the right type of round wins.
Well, regardless of how they got the victory overall, they're still going to be able to hold a win in this series, and that pushes them forward in the upper bracket as well. They move on to the upper bracket finals above the likes of Masonic, who will still be down in that lower bracket portion as well. As we move on with our day, we look towards our second upper bracket semi-final as well, in the form of Tricked versus 0-0 Prospects, another Danish team, this time versus a Norwegian core, I guess the highest ranked Norwegian team as of right now in this tournament here, Vendetta. It's going to be a tough task for them to sort of beat out this Danish squad, though.
Yeah, Tricked is definitely kind of the big one to be able to take on in this tournament, I think is fair to say, and it's going to be interesting to see how they actually get on with it. We had a great experience, obviously, in their first opening match, which is Young Ninjas, so that has led us to have pretty decent expectations of what to come, and considering the fact that Tricked did allow themselves to get pushed by Night Academy in their opening game, there might be a chances, potentially a 3-map series on our hands.
We'll find out how close it will end up being in a short few moments' time as we head towards a break and come back with our second best of 3 of the day. Do not go anywhere, as the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow will continue after this.
Sunshine, why you playing? Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine, why you playing? Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine, why you playing? I can tell. Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine, my dear, why you playing? I just hope it makes no sense. Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine, my dear, why you playing? I just hope it makes no sense. Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine, my dear, why you playing? I can tell. Spotlight from my heart.
And welcome back to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We're getting into our second best of 3 of the day, our second of the upper bracket semi-finals, as we have just seen Australia's talent beat out Masonic. And now it's up to Tricked and 0-0 Prospects to see how far they can go against each other here. Halvor, pretty good match in the last one. Obviously, a bit more of a one-sided second map than what we would have hoped to see from the Australia's talent lineup. But of course, they have managed to make their way into that upper bracket final, and one of these next 2 teams will end up joining them here. Yeah, I mean, look, this is a match that could deliver in a similar sort of fashion, right? I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking to myself that Masonic and Astralis, they have the history, but in terms of what we're seeing in this bracket, Tricked and 0-0 Prospects, they have the potential.
Yeah, no, they definitely do. And again, it's a lot on the line really for 0-0 Prospects being able to potentially make an upper bracket final. And again, they've had impressive individuals to get to this point already. I think from the first matchup that we have, especially from the second map on Mirage, 8x was one to watch. I think he still has, I guess, the best individual round that we've seen so far in the tournament. So that's been an exciting thing. Lax, obviously, on Vertigo as well, and their opening game was fantastic. So they've had a lot of things going for them. It seems like everybody has been involved in a solid manner, and again had impact for their squad, which is promising and I think is needed as well when you're going up against a quality side like Tricked.
Absolutely. Like, these guys definitely been on the rise, and I'm excited to see them in more bigger tournaments as time goes on. Obviously, if they can make a run right here, then this would be, cause of evidence for invites in other tournaments as well. So the main concern is going to be this Trick side, though, because I don't know if you noticed that H.O.T rank for 0-0 Prospects. They were on 100, like as close towards the double digits as you can get without being in double digits, essentially. So 100 versus top 50, which is the big thing, right? Obviously, Trick's ranking in this tournament is, I think, the highest ranked team of any of the ones we have in this bracket, and as a result, you're looking at them and you're seeing them as definitive favourites for a good reason right here. And even though by a certain point rankings don't become all that relevant, at this kind of a level, when you're over 50 ranking placements, that is going to be something that they're going to have to worry about.
Yeah, especially because Tricked probably right now are in in a period of time where they have a lower rank than what they've usually been around.
Yeah.
Again, this has been a team that's been, for the better part of it, hung around the top 30. Like, they've been close to making it into a top 30 kind of position on multiple occasions. So there's no doubting their talent. There's no doubting their skill. And the fact that this lineup has been gelling decently, that's trouble for 0-0 Prospects, simply put. But they haven't necessarily had the best of form, obviously, which is why they're not close to the top 30 as of right now and leaning more towards top 50. But it's still, you can't deny the fact that they are clear favorites going into this.
And you've got to think as well in their previous tournaments, and we talked a little bit about this on day one, is the fact that this is a team that have always been, in those pinnacle cups, for example. They've been floating around like the top 15, top 16 sort of area, and most recently they actually got a top 4 placement in that particular tournament. So for them, they have been on the rise lately, and I think that there could be a lot more out of this team as time goes on here. In terms of the Vitas in this best of 3 series, though, we are looking at the maps being picked out here. Dust 2, Nuke, and Overpass coming in as the maps that we played in this series. How do you feel about that?
I'm not loving it with Norwegian eyes, if I'm honest. Again, the Inferno ban from 0-0 Prospects, that's something that they've kind of leaned towards as of late, so that is to be expected. But it's not necessarily a strong veto against Tricked. Tricked have played it, let it through on many occasions, but kind of in a similar state as Astralis Talent, that, yeah, they can be competitive on it, but they're not actually winning games, which is obviously the main concern. So they don't necessarily gain too much off of that. Tricked immediately just removes the highest percentage win map for 0-0 Prospects in Mirage, which is going to sting a little bit more. And the biggest thing that surprises me is the Dust 2 pick. And that's partly because none of the teams really stand out on it, at least statistically, right? So 0-0 Prospects might have something special in mind, or maybe they're thinking, okay, this is, I guess, the biggest weakness left on the side of Trick that we can try to exploit, and that's why they're going with it. But that has me, feeling a little bit uneasy in the sense that you showcased a solid Mirage in your opening match. Why don't you feel confident enough to go on versus Tricked, on it? And fair enough, yes, statistically that is the best map for Tricked as well, and I fully understand that being part of the process when you decide on a map pick. But again, you're going into something that hasn't necessarily been working for you all that much in the past. So what kind of changes have you made? Are you expecting that much of a different result going into a team that's again, assumed pound for pound better than you.
And you just got to think as well, the idea of picking a Dust 2, obviously everyone knows how to play Dust 2 in some sort of fashion, right? Like to the point where we can start to break it down as a map that you just weigh up a pound for pound team and you can just sort of look at things in that sort of fact and still have a pretty good idea as where the matchup is going to go. So I'm not sure whether I like that opening pick with the 0-0 prospects. Nuke, of course, being the second map in the series, is one of those ones which they don't really play all that often. So we're looking at like this kind of map veto and thinking that maybe that might not have been the best of ideas for the prospects to go this far on this one. They have proven themselves pretty nicely. Obviously, Tricked had that little hiccup against 9 Academy with that team particularly pushing them that far. I don't think they did anything particularly wrong in that series, but it does show that sometimes if a team plays well, they can push Tricked to the limit. The question is, do 0-0 prospects have it within them to be that team?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, and I think a lot of it hinges on Dust 2. Again, like you mentioned, going into a second map, Tricked's map pick of Nuke, we know that's something Tricked loves to play. We know that they play it a lot, and they've had good results versus very good Nuke teams as well. So for prospects, they have 2 registered results on HLTV so far. One of them being a 16-4 and a 16-7 loss versus Anonimo. And I guess the one upside is that they have a 16-9 win versus Mad Lions, but we know that Mad Lions have been in a bit of a turmoil. They have had lineup changes. There's been a lot of back and forth, and now I guess they no longer exist. So it's not necessarily the clearest indication of being a solid Nuke team by any means. So letting it through, that's a scary notion versus a team like Tricked, who's as well drilled on that map as they are. So a lot of it, has to come down to Dust 2, and I never really enjoy seeing a team pick into Dust 2 just due to the volatility of it, the fact that it seems like no team in the world outside of maybe Big can find consistency on it. So, where does that leave you for 0-0 prospects? For me, it's hard to see them being able to make this into a favorable map pool.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that front, honestly. Like, it does feel like it's one of those ones where it's just it's going to be tough to win this veto. I don't think they have one a veto, honestly. And as a result, I'm kind of favouring Tricked by all accounts, really. Like, I gave 0-0 Prospects a bit of credit in terms of if they were able to get up some of those weaker maps against the Tricked side, then maybe they could have found some exploitation points. But the fact that they haven't done that right here does lead to me the idea that this could end up being a pretty simple affair, especially if Dust 2 goes awry, right? If Dust 2 goes awry, I don't see them winning Nuke.
Yeah, and that's the exact feeling I'm sitting with as well. So as much as we could have hoped for Overpass, right, as a decider map, and maybe that would have been more of an even ground. Again, we know that Tricked had a little bit of trouble with 9 Academy already, and again 0-0 Prospects, seemingly a stronger team overall than 9 Academy. Again, just going off of recent results and the kind of tournaments that they've played in. Maybe that could have offered up something special and allowed for a potential upset, but it's going to be so hard to get there. That's my main concern, really. But Dust 2 does allow for individuals to shine. It does allow for individuals to potentially carry a map for you. And considering the fact that we have seen all 5, at least in the opening match from 0-0 Prospects, have significant impact, maybe that could be enough. Maybe it is going to be another standout game from Adix on the op, for instance, that's going to carry them through. Maybe it is Lax again, who's going to have a fiery start to get him off to the right path. We'll have to see, but I do like Tricked's chances, to put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, look, 0-0 Prospects, they have the talent involved, and they have the potential around that particular talent to bring things up to speed for them. So we'll find out how far they can speed up against this Tricked side in this series. But all in all, the outlook does not look amazing for them. Tricked on a CT start, 0-0 Prospects with the flashes on Jimbo, and Spooky with a Molotov removed from play before he can even use it. Does draw first blood against Kier, so that's a little sunny in a 4 versus 4 scenario as a result. Smokes out towards that mid position on the Xbox in particular. Try to cover off a quick play in towards short. It's only Prime though, as the man standing to the defensive, and he does a pretty decent job on the first face against Jimbo. Headshot found. Adex wraps the corner, looks on towards Brant, removes Prime from play, brings in the 3v3 retake.
Now, there's a diffuse kit onto Larson here, but for now, the main problem is actually going to be getting close to the bomb site. Bullets exchange, and what is the T is worse for wear, initially at least. Window flash coming through.
Forward, a good kill for Adex. At least comes up good against Iceberg Quez with a responsive. So 2 versus 2 situation. Lax spots one, gets the headshot in against him. It's Quez alone, trying to draw out or get drawn out here in the open, away from the bomb, away from a defuse, away from the round itself. He will get both those picks. Hit on him, actually. Hold on. I don't think he's got this. Nope. Not got it. No chance.
A for effort, though.
Yeah, A for effort. It was pretty close, but no cigar.
All right, so 0-0 prospects get the start that they were looking for here. And again, very curious just to see how they planned out this test duel. But one of the things as well with picking into a team or picking into a map that the opponents doesn't necessarily play all that much either, but you're not too proficient in, is that how much can you rely on basically the information available to you? Because if a team is struggling on a map, likely chances of them trying to improve upon it, obviously. So they might change up things drastically about how they play. So you might go in with a bit of false confidence and still understanding what's going on, but nothing to say. Nothing really to point out about confidence from Spooky. He's actually... Oh, no. I jinxed it. I'm sorry.
You jinxed it without even saying it.
But I thought it already. Like, oh, he's gonna get the ace, first ace of the game, first ace of the night. And then
my tally has you at Caster's Curse 10 out of however many this week. So
I did say my goal was double figures today. So.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I hit my quota.
There you go. So by the end of this week, we should have at least 17 or so.
Yeah, I'm projected at a really high number here. But no, it's good to see Spooky. Obviously, he's one of the players that has impressed us from the side of 0-0 prospects so far. Just been a consistent performer. And obviously does nothing wrong with the confidence, or to the confidence, to be able to rack up kills like that early on, even if it is against unarmored pistols. But Tricked on the buy, actually been able to get an op on Quez, albeit a glass cannon one. Look to do damage here in round 3.
Sat back at the back of Platt. Not really taking much direct engagements. It's Larson instead that pushes forward. Yeah, it's tanked a lot of damage for it, but Lax and Jimbo fall for his efforts, and Prime chiming in as well. Alex has got to trade that player. Big gap in that smoke over in the long house, and Iceberg didn't see it coming. Spooky with a trade, so it's a 3v3 scenario. He's looking for a bit more. Larson caught out in the open thanks to that flash. Blind as a bat, did get a dink away. But it's a 3v2 for prospects.
I can't believe how big that gap was inside a cave. Talk about a gift wrap present for Spooky, and Adex showing that he doesn't want to let Spooky run too far away on the scoreboard. 2 each in the round, and all of a sudden Kier finds lonesome. This was a 4v3 not too long ago.
Now it's a none v3 as Adex gets that kill against Kier and removes potential in the round for the Tricked side. 3-0 start for the Prospects camp, and I mean, it's positive signs to start things off at the very least for them. Could have very easily been a case where they would have lost out all sorts of control, but here we stand with not a lot in their bank accounts as well for the CT side. So Nova being brought in, but that might be it.
Well, but just going off of memory from our opening games, it felt like 0-0 Prospects were the team to claw back the most rounds from a mad disadvantage. Thinking back to Vertigo specifically, there's so many like 3v4s, 2v3s, etc., where they get into that position and somehow, some way, manage to find the right kills to win a round. And I mean, they're already starting to do that now versus Trick. So maybe it is something that they just have in their bones.
This might be the round to prove it right here, because they just got down by 2 players. So let's test your theory, see whether that is correct.
I might have jinxed them.
Number 11 incoming, let's find out. 5-on-3 for now, and Alex does get the York pick in against Iceberg and Kier Fall. So far theory is proven correct as of right now. VHW with a decent kill, but Jimbo falls back in turn. 2-on-2, and now there's a rifle to play with, several scattered across the floors of Dust 2. Alex getting pressured as well. One player inbound from the site on B. That's where VHW is held in from. Larson is watching the window just in case, but Alex has a free and open A bomb site.
Yeah, it's all about how much time he's going to take to actually get to the A bomb site and how long VHW can actually stay alive here. He's gotten into a pretty safe position by Car, though, so he can stay pretty isolated. But they're going to quickly realize that it's not B, obviously, with no beeps near Larson. The question is, what does he do from this point on? Because he has to realize that VHW at some point needs to make his way towards that A site.
He gets that kill, now it's all on Prime. Last man standing, coming in towards long. Alex spots him with a Tech 9 and loses his life to the man. That opens up an opportunity now. Smoke down to the cross, but BHW still able to win out that fight, make it a 3K, and prove you right this time. So down by 2 players, the Prospects bring back their 4th round. However, it was against Pistols, so the caveat point is a lot of economical damage.
Yeah, but I'm happy about being right for once. That's really all that matters. But yeah. Yet again, managed to scrape one more round to their name. Good job of doing that as well, even though it did get very dicey, and as you said, it does have pretty significant economic implications. Lax, surely you don't have a clock only, right?
No.
No,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. Just kind of forgot about his welcoming package of a bomb and an AK. And 8x hasn't forgotten about anything at all. He's just casually walked out on on long by his lonesome, finds 1 frag. Oh, look at that. When it rains, it pours. Jimbo follows up with frag onto Prime 5v3. Op still in play though for Larson over towards the A bomb site. Things looking pretty swimmingly for 0-0 Prospects as things stand. Oh, and the jump piece for Kier is going to get punished as well. Does not expect anyone to be up by short. On the 1 smoke, he's going to have to do a whole lot for you here, Larson.
Not much to be done in this case, though. Lacks the simple peek and pick. And this is a very confident round from the Prospects and what is a pretty confident start overall here. Yes, some damage being done by Pistols in the previous round, but a 5-0 for the 0-0 Prospects. Only 1 casualty taken in this round. Economy can build. And Tricked. Well, they've got max loss bonus, but not enough to go for a definitive buy. Tactical pause getting called in, and appropriate to do so at this stage for me.
Yeah, absolutely. But it feels like we just got started and it's already 5-0, so Tricked, if nothing else, needs to kind of stop the momentum that's being carried out by 0-0 Prospects right now. But flying start in 8x, starting off as well as he ended Mirage. 7-2 right now. Several impactful frags here. Finds the opening in this one to get things started for them. Promising signs all around, so maybe. Again, we do know that the statistics can be misleading, but didn't expect this kind of a start from 0-0 Prospects.
They did pick into it, so...
Yeah, you would expect them to have a plan here.
Yeah, I mean, that is the bottom line here. Could be a plan that goes awry, especially as Kier continues to be a thorn in their side. A great frag on the quick mid-doors peak, but Spooky picks up the AWP and deals with him, so 4 versus 4. And that Scout is the only real rifle in play for the CT side here. It's 3 Deagles outside of that. One of which is on against Lax's position. Checks that corner. Almost turned away from it at the wrong moment, but a kill simultaneously with Jimbo on Iceberg. So frag goes against Tim. Larson and Quez both battle with CT mid. Larson goes falling and Quez finds a way to reveal his position. And does get a kill through the door. Okay, that's a little something. But 3 players still alive. They know that A is completely empty, so the bomb will cross. Prospect should be able to get their 6th.
Yeah, even have smokes that they could put down towards spawn if they so want to. Might just opt in for, yeah, the safe approach, and we do appreciate that. Well, I say that, but they didn't actually cover it completely off. Luckily, Bomb with a favorable roll, and they should get it down pretty safely. So planted open for Plateau as well, which extends their possibilities, at least, for the after plant positions. Chibo is going to take a position towards long as well. Makes sense. And BHW probably going to spot for information, first of all, and then capitalize off of it. So solid round yet again from 0-0 Prospects. Even though they do lose a few members here and there, it is a 6-0 start.
Well done overall. But again, that damage coming in against the 0-0 Prospects is going to become a bit of an issue as time rolls on. There's reset potential or Tricked when they get the guns out. Not in this round. But if the hurt keeps coming, we'll get there. Double off setup for Larson and Prime.
Ooh. Oh, miss flash timing? Is that going to hurt them? No, it actually turns out to be perfect.
Lax gets 2 kills for it as well. Iceberg was still blind by that flashbang. Quick stuff in from the 0-0 Prospect. The 5v3 gains. And CT's just spread thin across the board. The next player, the challenge will be Larson's AWP here up on shore. Prime might have to provide a bit of support for him. Sees that player in the gap, but 8x there with his own AWP pick found. Now Larson left alone here to try and cover off his teammate, back him up towards the B play. A good kill.
that does confirm that there's maximum one player over towards that B bomb site for 0-0 prospects as well. So here it's all about getting the trade.
Up against that M4 and the boost, though. Are they ready for that one? Not the first player. Second man also falls, but Spooky trades it. So one left in Larson. Orb coming in towards the CT spawn. The Molotovs and smokes go down. The flank inbound from Lax might be a little bit late. So if Larson acts now, he can win out a 1v1 situation fight here. Molly's in ahead of the site. Flashbang forward. And that one landed a little bit too shallow. So he mollies himself out of the site instead. Spooky ahead of the B doors. Now his teammate is rotated up towards the tunnels. The AWP in, doesn't see the man, and backs away. Neither player able to catch the info, able to catch the kill. So Larson holds on to the weapon, and 0-0 prospects hold on to the streak. They hold on to 7 in a row. This certainly is a pleasant surprise, I feel like.
Oh, absolutely. So convincing round wins as well for the better part of it. Always in a favorable position. Larson is going to be able to hold on to his AWP here, but it's been quite the knock at their wallets here. Investing into double ops, not getting a round win for it. So it's going to be tough to invest behind it. And yeah, there we see Spooky accidentally letting go of his flash a little bit later. Worked out wonders for 0-0 prospects in that one. And yeah, this just feels like a bit of a meager consolation prize for Larson to be able to hold on to an AWP, considering the total score in the match, 0 and 7.
And also considering the fact his teammates can't buy around it, so
Yeah.
just pistols around the AWP. Which, to his credit, he did use the scout to effect when he peeked in towards mid control. This time around, not quite as lucky, not quite as contact heavy for prospects. Larson forced back into the B site as a result. See one player engaging from the tunnels and actually gets lag, so that's a good start, but doesn't last long. Spooky takes back Iceberg over towards the longhouse over on the A site, forcing rotations in from Tricked. Thinking about adjusting to provide some support to Kier because he's all alone there.
Is Larson going to find more? That's a long leg sticking out from 8x, so an advantage, well,
Ooh.
doubled up actually as Kier connects with his Deagle. And this could get dicey for a 0-0 prospects here. Weapon's been picked up as well on 3 other players in total for Tricked.
I think this is on now. Especially as Larson hits that shot. The bomb was still on the short elbow position. Spooky in a 1v4. So this might be an eco steal for Tricked. Got close to one in the previous few rounds. Spooky is a known entity. That Molotov thrown out. You can see the backstab also inbound from Quez. The peek comes in towards Larson, who makes it a quadra. He started this round. He will finish this round. And they'll bring the first round in for Tricked.
Making the most out of that op. Finally coming into fruition for Tricked there. It couldn't have come at a better time, really, because this was starting to run away from them. So you get a bit of a freebie, managed to keep a lot of players alive as well, so you're going to see a bunch of AKs on the CT side here, and they go right back to the double ops. It's kind of wild to see how much money they have left over, considering where they found themselves just about a single round ago. But need to be able to maintain it, obviously. Not going to be enough to just have a single round. Aggressive setup and underpass here from the op.
Maids on, that's perfect. And the spray through from Quez gets the kill against VHW. Nice out in the midst of the smoke, expecting there to be T-side players charging forward. 8x is ready for a counter flank in the CT side, and that might cancel the hit here for the prospects. They're rotating back in. The M4 picked up and Kier put down. All-important sequence now. Larson forced to rotate up with the AWP, but he's the solo defender, pushing from Quez on towards that B site. Meanwhile, 8x forced to get a kill towards Larson, and Quez will drop. So it's all on Prime now to clutch a 1v4. He picks up that one kill and that second. Okay, not quite the triple. Missed the shot, but you could see how close he got.
I think he sent that bullet between the legs of Spooky, because a leg shot would have been enough to actually down him with the initial damage done. But what a hero 8x is in this one. Out of the blue, finds so much out of so little. And I think that's the 3rd time we've seen Iceberg push aggressively into cave and get punished for it. So might have to be a bit of an adaptation in terms of his approach on, well, either flanks or just how he approaches long. Corners down. Iceberg again aggressive. Does he know somebody's past him?
Oh, they don't have no idea. Okay, that's 2 kills for the CT side. Spooky cat trade. They're back with a mountable distance here for the Tricked camp. 4 versus 3. And Prospects kind of locked out of a lot of map control. Again, and all that chaos, Prime has inserted himself into the tunnel, so he'll hold his own. Molotov sent back from Lax. Get some short control back for, I believe that's Adex, moving up to that angle here. Molotov's in from both sides. I think he's sandwiched between them, but it's Adex to get the kill together. Larson with the adjustment keeps the man advantage for now. I'm watching in for a bit more alongside Quez with the crossfire. Third player even joining the fray. They know it's going to be the A hit here.
In full control, they have the read. Question is if they can connect their bullets as well.
Yes, they can. Larson with another double. Now all left the Lax caught off in the midst of the smoke by Quez. Might have heard those tags up from the other side of the site. But he gets that kill in the end. So there is second round for the Border Tricked.
They do manage to make it happen. In timely fashion as well. And yeah, quite the delivered to your door for Iceberg there at long. I mean, he's literally just back up into him. Works out to win out the initial long fight. Much needed for Tricked as well. And able to keep the 2 ops in play as well, as the economy has taken its toll. Over on the T side here. One heroic AK and a heroic Galil. And potentially some heroic Deagles as well, but a rough outset for Prospects, and doesn't really improve when you see Larson hitting those kinds of shots.
Bit awkward on Adex's peek in, but he does get the kill on Prime, so start up. Doesn't see the second TT, but adjusted a headshot anyway. Loses his weapon and also loses his life to Larson, so 3v3 situation. The B site remains defended for now. A slow prod in from the short position for Spooky. He can't afford to lose his life here. He needs his teammates to support him. He's not even going to get that chance. Kier executes Lax and VHW. 2v3 for them.
I know it's all about trying to find those gaps in the CT defense, but might be difficult. Shot rings out. Ooh, Larson lucky to stay alive for the time being, but they know they've tagged him up, and they know, or they should know, that he's the sole defender of this B bomb site. Only leg shot.
Looking at the second shot, the third one does eventually go. I think that was a quick scope, but like a pixel, a frame that he missed out there. Left the Lax now alone in the 1 versus 3 situation. Does win that first fight and that second. Hold on. 1v1, 9 HP for the man though. Iceberg reading out the fake plant. Stuck on the second attempt. He's coming in from window. Lax turned away from hearing the footsteps, but he doesn't even commit to it. Iceberg going to go back in from the doors, and he's seen! Lax wins it! A 1v3 clutch. And it goes well for the Prospects to gain 9 on the board. What a round that is.
The unlikeliest of rounds, really. Edix does a fantastic job of finding 2 frags initially towards the B bomb site, but even then, you do feel like there is a bit of a little moment of stabilization from Tricked. And Max just doing a fantastic job. Wouldn't even know he had a Galil with the way he was aiming those bullets. Instant death for any of the Tricked players moving in. Larson, though, again, back at it again with a heroic off. Let's see if he can find another 4K to his name.
Repeat the 50 Aquarius only gets 1 for his trouble. The AK Spooky chimes in out towards the long house. This hero will not really allowed to get involved. It feels like Prime's SMG dealt with by Jimbo, and now it's Larson left alone. Found that 1 frag. Now we'll need to find the 4K to win this round here. Smokes down from Spooky. The second one from VHW can come through. He's got the bomb in his back as well, so put that up. No gaps in said smoke, so the bomb will go down, and Larson is going to challenge, actually. He's going in from short here, so it indicates he wants to go for the retake.
Problem for him is that VHW is going to be able to get into a set position. Jimbo's still expecting... I guess he's expecting Larson to actually be saving, which, to be fair, makes a lot of sense, but... No movement made. Larson just kind of hanging out. I guess playing further forward than what you would expect out of a solo op in this kind of scenario. That might actually keep him alive as well.
Yeah, unless Spooky wants to rotate around. Larson wants to fall back out. Doesn't seem likely here, though. Top. That'll be a 10th to the board of 0-0 Prospects. And now that we've seen a few more rounds so far in this matchup, seeing a little bit more out of them. Tricked have not really contested all that much.
No, they really haven't. It feels like whenever they do get a bit of an opener, whenever they have found a semblance of hope, there's someone on the opposite side of the map from 0-0 Prospects to just pull it right back for them. Feels like if it hasn't been 8x, it's been Spooky to, again, just equalize things and put balance onto the books. Sankir is going to find success early on, so one of the stabilizers, at least for 0-0 Prospects, was taken out, but then the other one shows up. That's 8x to find Larson. So the saved op immediately put out of commission, but Prime has been able to get his hands on one as well. It's not all doom and gloom. As we see 0-0 Prospects slowly gathering up towards B. Smoke for the door comes out, and that's a very exposed Prime.
One that will not survive either. Good shot for Alex, still sitting in mid, double kill for him. He's hoping for a triple impact against the other CTs. There's a wraparound backstab coming in from Iceberg up towards top mid, which could be a bit of a concern for the AWP, but you can see him still hunting in the midst of the smoke. Waiting for his chance to strike here against the likes of Quez. M4 leans forward and he gets back towards Cubby. Checked and dead. Lax, however, gets the response of the AWP tagged up now. And Quez will still try and look for the exit frag to look to escape here with a big green. The big purple in his case. VHW have swings forward, spots and bursts and gets his kill in the round. Gets it to 11 for Prospects. This is a really good T side, I have to say. And even though it is, I guess, kind of T-based on Dust 2 to a certain extent, this will probably end up being a bit too much for a comeback of Tricked if they even if they could get one set up.
Yeah, it does feel that way. And the weird part about it is that we've seen 0-0 Prospects being able to win rounds out like this without, I guess, two of the staples that you normally see from a Dust 2 side, or Dust 2T side, which is obviously playing off of long spawns and so on, or the immediate, BXX. Not to be the case. So that has me a little bit worried, because it could mean that 0-0 Prospects just don't really have the spawns to necessarily take long, which is something that a lot of teams do rely on, depending on the spawn cycle. And if they don't have it, it means that Tricked won't have them either. And I don't feel too comfortable about the chances for Tricked to be able to do as much as 0-0 Prospects have been able to do. That's a good start at the very least. Immediate AK retrieval, but it's short-lived. Jimbo up on catwalk, able to get the return frag, but okay. Hot potato on that AK.
Response from Lax, able to finally take it out of the fold, so a lot of B presence removed now from the Trick side. Prospects could work their way in towards this site without much contention. They have got Quez now rotating up the position here for the CT, so he's going to be sat back at car. Lax just joined his teammate with the bomb on his back, and 45 seconds for the hit to come through. And you've got about best the setup as they can get here for the Trick side that doesn't stack up or anything like that. So we'll see how well it fares. Two players on the A site, seemingly where Prospect's going to lean into a little under 30 seconds for the execution. The flashbang turned away from the AK burst fire. Headshot found. Quez drops up to the B site. And doesn't last long on the center of A. 10 rounds in the lead for the Prospects now. Going into round 15, it's looking like a 13-2 half is on the table here.
It really does, and whatever questions I had about this pick from 0-0 Prospects have definitely been answered. This is definitely the way to go about it. Just the ability to find frags whenever they need it. In the right positions as well. Completely abusing Tricked here. Nadex just continuing his good form as well. He's up to 18 frags in the first half already.
It's not even like he's like stellar compared to their Prospects. He's still got Spooky down to 15 for his own right. So keeping pace with the number of rounds we've seen. But Alex will not being able to extend any further here. Larson catches his head above the barrel with Spooky's AWP. The second one brought in, one of three actually, that they drop weapons out towards spawn, because you can afford to do that at this stage on the T side. Given how many rounds Prospects have won, there's no reason not to go for it. Go for those early attempted picks in for the AWP, the firing squad down range. Iceberg now in the long house, but will not receive contact. They rotate towards mid instead.
Could have been one of the few chances that Iceberg had to find something positive out of his aggression in this first half, but gets sidestepped. 0-0 Prospects just want to get back towards catwalk as a big group. Molotov's out to clear out closer angles. There is nobody here though, and rotations are decently far away, so if they were to actually commit towards the site, should be pretty free take as well, but gotta do their due diligence. Sets out with the avant-garde smokes. Gonna drop down into spawn off of this.
Back to see a CT for it and get the kill against Kier. Iceberg capped off out towards long and will try and push forward, get some sort of contact against the prospects, but doesn't want to go so much further than the long corner here. Gap and a smoke the Lax could abuse, and indeed Larson will leave us here. Quez is going to trade back, so 3 versus 2. At least Trickter hanging in there for one final shout into the good night on this CT side in the last round and a half, but as Iceberg will drop, it will seem like an icy cold scenario, an icy cold execution kill for Jimbo. Quez, 1v3, gets one. Any more? Jump face, burst fire, spray through, hoping to get lucky. But there's no luck today, it doesn't feel like. Jimbo rotating up, gets his double. 13-2 for 0-0 prospects. It feels like 0-0 chances for Trick to get back into Dust 2.
Very much does that. And again, what a complete half really from the side of 0-0 prospects. I think everybody ended up well, into double figures off of that, outside of VHW, and the sole reason for that was because, well, I guess he was tasked with the boring role of just maintaining upper dark control, so he just wasn't allowed to see as much action. Definitely an extremely unexpected first half result. I can't even try to pretend that I expected anything near this, because this felt about as dominating as we saw, on the opening day. Let's say Masonic versus Bitfix on Ancient, like that. It had that kind of a tendency because Trick never really felt close to winning rounds. The closest the few rounds that they did win was actually just off of heroics of an op, a saved one at that, right? So
Yeah.
nothing really going the way of Trick, and everything working out to perfection for 0-0 prospects.
And to put that into perspective for the people at home, we're talking about our #1 seed team in the tournament versus an academy squad right here.
Yeah.
Like that shouldn't happen, right? At the very least, it should be Trick doing some decent damage, and that hasn't really been the case here for Dusty. Maybe we underestimated how good prospects were. The results never really showed it. Of course, you mentioned how the Mad Lions and Big Academy results were sort of like the main sort of spanners in the works. That 16-4, especially to the Mad Lions side. And it's like you just take a look at this map and you think to yourself that with Trick being the higher firepower squad, and that assessment on Dust 2 being the case, that this really shouldn't have gone down like this. Tricked. A very hard task to get back into this one here. The burst forward from Quez will spot one player, try forcing him back out into the A side with the pistol round going live. Going back here for the prospect side.
Yeah, immediate punishment as they try to make their way out mid, and they will actually get out, but not with a wanted result. Still just going to fully commit towards that B-bomb site. 2 players inside. Double team greets them at the window. Still 1 at the back site. Plateau. Lack's not going to be able to do a whole lot in that scenario, but 3 players alive for Thrict and an after plant situation. 2 of them pretty heavily tagged up though.
Yeah, but Alex and Jimbo are also tagged up here for the prospects. So it's not the worst situation in the world for Trick. It's just better for prospects. 1 player inbound from the tunnels could be a bit concerning. Iceberg sees 2 though, and Prime gets spooky the drop. So Alex is all that remains. USP in hand of the 1 versus 3, and he is out of there. Wanting to save the Kevlar above all else. Maybe look for exits, but certainly won't win the round here. That's an important pistol for Trick to take.
Yeah, an absolute necessity, and Adex will get that added frag to his tally. I'm not really sure why he's moving closer to the bomb. Yep, thinks better of it and gets out. So yeah, he's going to be able to hold on to his Kevlar. It's not going to be pristine Kevlar. It's not going to get a cheap upgrade going into the next round for head armor. But it can still prove to be useful for W, who, again, didn't get too much action over towards B on the T side, just doing his part. Does his damnedest to give 0-0 prospects a chance at the CT pistol as well, but Tricked. It was the start they needed, and now they need to convert as well. Force buy coming in, not surprisingly, from 0-0 prospects. Let's see what kind of shenanigans they get up to. Very forward positioned into mid at the very least. Get out of there with minimal damage taken as well.
Here comes the force buy-in from the prospects. come through in round 17 you would expect. They've got a lot of breathing room here, so they can afford to go for rounds like this and see what you can get out of them. If they find the steal, then great. If not, well, not much of an issue. Got those hand cannons in. Oh, Jimbo! Collateral headshot, almost got the 3rd kill. And that might change everything. That's what I'm talking about. If they get the round, then great. And that certainly was great.
I don't know. It's written in the stars, and Adix as well. Lock them inside. Surely good for 1. Might even get 2. Not to be the case, but does significant damage onto Quez. And it's a labored remaining Trick team that makes their way into mid. Oh, surely not. Surely not. Off of a collateral on the scout. Spooky spots 1 out.
Trade there from Quez, buys a bit of breathing room, 2v2, but now they got rifles, VHW with a Galil. Do they continue committing towards the A site? Looks like they do. Draw attention away, the rotations inbound from the CT side. Footsteps further, VHW sticks around, catches Quez and burst headshot onto Prime. That is a steal and a half for the Prospects, 14-3. Oh, disaster. Absolute disaster. And just look at it's the most perfect shot in the world.
Oh, man. Yeah, if it didn't feel like everything was going in the way of 0-0 Prospects, I don't really know what to tell you after seeing that round. Man, oh, man. And Trick just have to be completely deflated after that one. Obviously, they do reinvest into it. They kind of just need to get back on the horse immediately, but it's proving to be difficult. For Deagle's scout. Larson has shown some heroics already in this matchup, but need to be brought out once more. Man. You think to yourself that there might be a chance. Trick might have a way of finding their way back into it. It's going to be Pop Flash. Actually, it's going to be Smoke that's through there. Right, I just completely lost my mind. It was a Smoke, wasn't it?
I don't know.
I heard a Smoke go off.
It might have been the one down towards tunnels, honestly. So maybe it was a flash phone and the smoke that just happened to be heard.
Yeah, that might be the case. And then I guess the end result of it is that Trick is still in the exact same position they were before it all happened. 4 people, about to be 5, gathered around Catwalk, dropping down into mid. This B is the wanted result. And Iceberg, okay, definitely does his part to make that feel more feasible.
But now they've got to go into the B site. VHW, lone defender against these pistols, lands 1 frag, sees another player, needs support from his teammates. They are coming inbound, but he's got to get at least a second kill for it. He just doesn't quite do so. 4 on 3, and Trick still clinging on for dear life here.
They are, and once you get that bomb plant down with a man advantage, it's pretty much goodbye and farewell to the round for the CTs. They've already decided to dip out, even with the superior weaponry. There you have it. Okay, Trick's cling on to another round, live to see another day, all off the back of Iceberg's 2 1-deeks. So, not sure how reliable that's going to be going forward, but they'll take it. That's for sure. I'm just worried about the fact that Jimbo still has a scout.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason to be, there's precedence for that. Like, I'm sure that the Trick side will be looking for him somewhere. Trying to avoid that A contact if he is there at all, of course. Big frags from Iceberg to get him into the site, and of course to break down the mid control and all. 14-4. Still 10 rounds of the difference, though, and the Prospects, they've stolen worse setups than this. So,
yeah.
Honestly, I don't count them out for round 19.
No, you absolutely can't. The last time they did go for some boosts towards short, and it's going to be a similar story this time around. One player, at least starting out, towards Car. You see a scout aggressively posted up towards mid to take initial contact, and then you have to actually have one player moving in to mid. This might catch them off guard.
Right, X. Best of this M4, line up 2, maybe even 3. Not quite. But he's done his work here. 2 for 1, 2 for 2 actually. Larson turns his scout headshot back, but Jimbo can take him back all the same with the wall bang. Spooky now next up to face, and Quez next to fall, but VHW is at least taken back. So 1-on-2 for Kier, it's doable, but the low HP means the steal is still on for the prospects, and I want to say it's pretty likely at this stage. One good bullet's all they need with an AK and a scout in play.
Yeah.
The high caliber of these weapons will be enough, but they have vacated the A site, so Kier can cross easily.
Way to do that. The problem for Kira is that, well, they know he's on low HP. That's confirmed by Adix earlier on. You could even see Jimbo just actually facing with a P250 for that long duel initially. But as you said, should lead to a bomb plant at the very least for Tricked. Expecting 0-0 prospects to just gather up. Allow Spooky to actually rejoin with Jimbo before they actually attempt the retake here. 2 flashes and a smoke as well. Or 2 smokes, actually. Jimbo has one to his name, too.
Out in the open though. Here, that's awkward, and somehow, without using any of that utility,
Yeah.
0-0 prospects just charged that we fool. You just brought up the smokes and the flashes, and they were just like, no, we want to take fights, you know?
Yeah.
That's going to be enough, right? We should be fine. No, that wasn't the case at all.
Absolutely not. Spoke about grouping up together, didn't do that. Spoke about utility, no need for that either. But it goes to show, it does punish them. Tricked. Fight one back. It's a big one. This means 0-0 prospects, they don't have any scouts, they don't have an additional M4 or anything like that to play off of in this one. Tricked with an opportunity to start gaining some ground. Missed corner smoke, but we're going to look past that as Quez finds the first opening. Oh, that jump does give it away as well. Just a little clear over towards the B bomb site, and Kier working his way forward towards long. This is business as usual versus Inika round for the T side. Doesn't actually check down elevators, so somehow Spooky has been able to get around the defenses, but yeah, has a little too many targets to decide on. Ends up splitting his focus, and that doesn't lead to any more kills. Jimbo falls. So only one casualty for the side of Tricked in that one. Something they can definitely be happy about. Feels like the best round they've had so far in this game. That's the one where things have gone according to plan.
It was up against pistols though, so
Yeah.
kind of a given that the Tricked side will be able to win that out. Now here come the guns for the prospects. The double up setup again in for Spooky and Adex. Boost up a suicide, hoping to catch players as they cross. 2-1-2 split initially for the prospect side. The Molotovs in. Try and block off any sort of control from the longhouse. So Quez, no real opportunities to do much here. Tricked. Pressing pretty far close towards the mid doors. They've got the likes of Jimbo to deal with. Lax trying to focus on players in house, but Jimbo gets his double up as Prime and Kier just feed themselves up. That flashbang ineffective, and that AWP as effective. 5-on-2.
Quickly turn Iceberg. Attacks through the door as well, so he's down to 22 HP. Rough seas out there for Tricked right now. Having to battle back. Some utility at least to help them on the way. Iceberg with a optimistic jump down into CT spawn, and going to be good for one, but quickly returned onto, and Larson already spotted out, already down to 30 HP. You know, love his chances, and okay. Uncharacteristic miss, but Adix is not going to be letting go of that opportunity twice. So, map point this early on for 0-0 prospects. 15-6.
A total of 9 map points to work with for these guys, and I mean, could have been a lot more, honestly, but it just goes to show how dominant this whole thing's been for the prospect side so far. Tricked, managing to bring a little bit back, so they have a gun buy involved. The AWP of Adex gets caught, tagged up initially, and the wallbanger Larson will connect to the man. So 5-on-4, Spooky caught by Kier. Okay, a couple of mistakes made by 0-0 prospects. This might be Trick's way back in.
A couple of unfortunate and untimely misses from both of the operas on the side of 0-0 prospects in this one. Significant lead and advantage for Tricked.
Oh, that's just not going well, is it? Black's even caught up towards mid. And Jimbo and VHW suppressed it in the B side, 2 versus 5. Tricked have won these fights so quickly that they don't even have info into where these players are at, so they're just playing the defaults, hoping that maybe they can get some sort of long control or mid control. The next frag, however, or the next engagement will give up the ghost as to where the prospects are holding from, so they'll continue to lean into the A site, and from here it should just be a 7th round for Tricked.
Yeah. Question is whether or not they feel confident enough about hunting after the two remaining 0-0 Prospects players. I guess Quez already started that venture. But if nothing else, it just confirms their suspicion that they are trapped over towards the bomb site. So it's going to be an easy bomb plant, a 7th round for Tricked. We'll see what kind of economic damage they can impose on 0-0 Prospects in this one. Obviously, it would be lovely for them to get that op out of the hands of Jimbo. But it might come at a pretty dire cost as well. Not a whole lot of money saved up on the T side as of right now. And yeah, no real intentions being shown to actually go hunting. So, if you had to guess, how long do you think it's going to take for 0-0 Prospects to close this out? Because it feels like that's what we are looking at, really, even though Tricked are putting up the scoreline here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where the hopeful players would be like, well, the comeback's on, right? You know, it's like, still got 8 rounds to go, so it is a matter of one misstep and it's all over. So, for Tricked, you're right, it's a matter of not if, but when, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't want to lie.
Yeah, like, we'll be honest with you. The guns are in for Prospects right here, and this could be the round where it all closes out. Like, one good defensive hold, one awkward call from Tricked, one misread. That would be it here. Kier about to misread his chances in the long control. There's 3 players to face him, all on his lonesome. Flash in from a teammate, spots 1, actually gets lax. So not even the right player, he's just standing around like, what am I doing? And he doesn't even get a chance to play in the round itself. So it's a better start for Tricked once again.
I feel so good about it. I was like, guys, I got the offer. Not to be the case, though. Jimbo seems to have a suspicion of, yeah, well, gets that suspicion immediately confirmed that there's somebody behind blue, so inside pressure removed, but there's pressure on an entirely different side of the map, and Spooky, through the smoke, drops the bomb. It's going to get picked up immediately, so not interrupted for too long. 3v3 after plant situation, and I have an inkling as to where this is going to lead to for the CTs, if I'm honest.
Yeah, one player's backing off already, so this will be the safe call for the Prospects, which is a bit unfortunate. I thought it was going to be a safe call, but they are leaning back in towards tunnels, so maybe some exit frags, grabbing that AK for Jimbo. I would like to see them send it at this stage for the Prospects, because they have got so many rounds to play with, so it would have been nice to see them just flash way in. They have some utility to play with. Maybe in the long term, taking 3 rifles out of the hands of Tricked would have been would have been an appropriate sort of position.
I absolutely agree with that, but Tricked, good understanding of at least where the bomb radius is on the B-bomb site, so I'm not going to give any sort of opportunity to get punished by that opening from Kier. Does get traded, but not in time before Iceberg finds his way onto a open B site. So 8 rounds to Tricked's name. So at least making it a little bit more of a respectable scoreline for the time being, and chances to add more to it. This is going to be the boost on top of, yeah, with a one-way. Larson apparently seen that trick before.
Read it like a book, certainly feels like it. ADX caught. Orb of Lax trying to chime back in on Prime here, picking that up off of ADX's dead body, but unable to find much impact for it. So just that start, just that kill for Tricked. No response from Prospects, no follow-up for Tricked. That one player also in the corner of Jimbo. And see what you can do in the longhouse. He might have a lot of T-side players to face him, so this could be a play that wins or loses the round. And of course, in the case of Prospects, it will be a case of winning or losing the map, but Kier checks it, executes with prejudice, 5-on-3.
But it's just going to come up on towards site, though, for 0-0 Prospects, and they do have that op in the hands of Lax. He's going to be able to find anything at all. Oh, near miss. Not going to get the
caught Larson there.
Oh, wow, okay.
Okay.
A little bit of collateral damage, but you'll accept that if you're tricked in the situation.
Larson more or less secures it, unless we get something absolutely crazy from the HW's Deagle.
He's thinking about a play with it though. He's in that gap in the smoke. Larson watching the bomb goes down. He's sat back over at elevator. Now Prime seen him. We'll take the frag. So good effort there from VHW, but just not enough breathing room and not enough firepower. And the guns are back in for 0-0 prospects. And what was a very one-sided scoreline has turned into a 6-round deficit. So it's starting to get a little bit more closer here. About 2 more rounds, you start really considering the possibilities that Trick can bring this back. 0-0 prospects. Now's a good time to start thinking about your exit strategy. What you're going to do now to close this one down. You just need a round. That's it. Just one good round.
Kira gonna attempt his luck towards long yet again, and same result as before. Might even double up on it. Takes a lot of fire damage, but still wins out the duel versus Lax.
Almost caught the third player of 8X. Fortunately, he responds, but I have no idea how Lax considered his life in that sort of sense. Surely you would have seen him ahead of Blue Box, right? Like,
Absolutely.
I can only assume he was looking at the longhouse or something, expecting him to still be up there. He might have retreated or something going on that way. I don't know how they've let that go, but at least 8X can chime in with a trade and with a responsive. Prime, however, takes him right back out of the fold. That opens up the A side, and Jimbo and Spooky with no real access. They do challenge one player on shore, but by not winning that fight, it leaves them down a man for the retake.
It does become a whole lot more difficult, but not an ideal position for an Opera to be in necessarily. He's going to get some backup as well, but Spooky definitely does have an opportunity to put some hurt on them, but decides to think better of it. Backs off. 0-0 prospects. Yet again, not getting into a position where they feel comfortable about attempting a retake. And I guess we saw this earlier as well in the 9 Academy Young Ninjas game that, yeah, it's well and nice to hold on to your weapons on many occasions, but eventually it does get to a point where you're going to have to attempt that, and you might not get better opportunities than what you've been given earlier on in the game. So even though 0-0 prospects have a lead and are on a map point, they can't necessarily play too scared either for too long. Before you know it, you're going to be right on your heels, and Kier definitely finding his form over towards long with those opening picks.
0-0 prospects finding nothing in these last handful of rounds. It's been about 4 on the trot here for Tricked. And the guns in for Jimbo and Spooky, as was saved previously. Nades up and Prime will push on into the lower tunnels, challenging onto 8X's pistol. 1 of 3 pistol players, and what is another half by round. The rifle of Spooky removed. Jimbo will also drop Lax, quick to follow suit. So VHW left alone out towards that B site, and Prime will be hunting for his triple in this case. Wins it out, 11 to the board of Tricked. Prospects. Another buy, and again, another chance to close it out, but we're going to keep going in the status of buy eco until either they win a round or until the Tricked side manage to make it to overtime.
Yeah.
And they're on the back porch of that.
They're really putting in their damnedest to make it a reality, and in all honesty, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a timeout from 0-0 prospects and just to come up with it could be a bit of a funky idea. Again, I hope this is not going to be the same kind of peak because it's been telegraphed to no end, but instead it's going to be Spooky to run in and clear out upper. So offensive move or aggressive move from 0-0 prospects, and it gives them a lot of map control and also gives them 2 frags.
That's all important for Spooky. Larson with the AWP pick does land onto 1, but Quazo's fallen in turn, so a 4v2 as the prospects defend this 2-man advantage and look to extend it into a full-on round here. I think this might be the moment, Halvor. Flashes forward, Larson trying to get Kier into the mid-control. I'm going to go back and push that bomb into the tunnels. Go back at upper and try to attack the B site.
The worst part is over for 0-0 prospects right now. They managed to stabilize. They managed to get out of dodge. 4 players alive with established positions. You have to love their situation. Larson has been the leading force for his side, and he's going to have to step up yet again and starts off well.
Oh, Kier gets a second kill, 2 on 2. But trade back on Kier will lose his life. It's Larson left alone. 15 kills so far in this map up. Now got to go down to 17, but caught out in the open with Molotovs thrown and not ready for VHW to suicide dive his way into the B site. 16-11 for the 0-0 prospects. A much closer scoreline than it really should have been if we're being honest, Vendetta, but it does work out towards their favor as they get their map pick in this series.
Yeah, again, wildly surprised by what they delivered on the first half there. 13-2 half. Nothing really to complain about, really. That was flawless from start to end on the T side of Dust 2. And even if it does become a little bit labored, if it does take a little bit of time to actually get over the finish line, they do manage to do so in the end. And all they needed was a little bit of craziness with a 4-man take of upper. But sometimes, you know, you can afford to do those things, again, when you've been on map point for the better part of the match.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? Like, because towards the end they really let it get very close. Like, this very easily could have been a 16-4, 16-6 sort of scoreline for them, maybe even worse than that. Because then they got the 13-2 half, and then they stole back the conversion, the force buy. So we're looking at at that situation, thinking to myself that listen, they let the comeback get much closer than it really should have been for my money.
Yeah, no, they definitely did, and whether it's I guess a subconscious thing where you kind of let off the gas a little bit and try to think, well, this is going so easily and so well, so we don't necessarily need to have the full focus the entire time in order to close this out. That could come back to haunt you a little bit. So they do have to expend a lot more energy to actually get their map pick in the end. Which should be a good thing for Tricked. Again, if this ends 16-2, I think Tricked goes into Nuke, obviously with confidence that they complete their map pick, but a little bit deflated because they didn't really get to play, right? That was such a dominant display in the first half, so you would kind of feel like the match actually starts on map 2 instead if you're Tricked. So the fact that they kind of get to play themselves a little bit into the match and get a feel for what's going on, that's a positive for the Danish side. But if you're 0-0 prospects, you take the win. Again, you're coming into this as underdogs. You've been able to actually finesse them with your map pick in this one. And now you look to surprise them on Nuke.
Well, we didn't see the prospects winning out that Nuke map up. So by all accounts, with all the comeback and all those caveats involved, then Tricked certainly will be walking into the second map of the series with a hell of an advantage. And we'll see how much of an advantage it will be after this very short break. So do not go anywhere as we return with our second map of the series here between Tricked and 0-0 prospects. Well, a one-sided map turned to sour for the 0-0 prospects. They just managed to edge it out against the Trick side at 16-11. Could have very easily been 16-6 or more one-sided. But at the end of the day, they do take the map victory. And that really is all that matters for the time being here. The question now is whether they can carry that dominance onto a map like Nuke. We mentioned it during the pre-game as being an awkward sort of one for the likes of the prospects. So for me, I don't have quite as much faith as that initial scoreline would have indicated.
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree with that. But again, one of the, I guess, things that we set out for Series 0 prospects to have a successful series was, deal with your own map pick. Win Dust 2, and they did just that. And I guess overall, pretty convincing matter, even though, as you said, it does become a bit of a tighter affair towards the end of it than they probably would have liked and probably expected as well, considering how things started. So going into Nuke, again, just off of blind confidence in what we saw in Dust 2, saying, I'm liking 0-0 prospects' chances to do well, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm opting in and kind of jumping ship to predict the win for them here, because this is very much home ground for Trick. This is very much where they do their best work, and this is also where they've taken the biggest scalps, if you think about it. Not even just in the last 3 months, but even for a longer time span than that. So this is Danish home ground. This is where we're meant to see why they're the #1 seed in the tournament.
Absolutely, and I feel like there's a chance that 0-0 prospects could get pumped on this one because it's fundamentally a very different map to Dust 2, and as well as that, we're talking about like 2 times played in the last 3 months for this side versus the 23 that Trick to play. Yeah, it's just a slight, small loan of $1 million, a slight difference of 21 maps. So we're talking about quite a stark contrast to the amount of practice that Trick have had in official matches, and as you mentioned, it's their bread and butter essentially. This is their home turf.
Yeah.
So again, I could feel it being more so what we saw from 0-0 prospects, except for Trick's favor, and probably completing that 13-2 sort of decimation into an actual decimating scoreline, honestly.
That could very well be. Again, one promising sign for 0-0 prospects is obviously having beaten Mad Lions on this map. So again, and even though Mad Lions never necessarily came together as a unit, it's obviously 5 very experienced and very solid individual players. That doesn't necessarily make a good Nuke team, but it's better than nothing. But yeah, I feel like 0-0 prospects kind of have to tell themselves like, yeah, it's all about quality over quantity when they're looking at the map statistics for this one, and kind of just have to roll with it. But it does. The map itself seems to provide, potential dangers and potential difficulties for 0-0 prospects, because one of the ways that we saw them actually finding a lot of success on Dust 2 was off of op picks on the side of 8x. That's going to be so much more difficult on a map like Nuke. Sure, you do have avenues like, let's say, doing early door peeks and that kind of stuff, or I guess since they're most likely starting on the CT side, by being explosive and aggressive out by T-Red and those kind of things. But that's also to be expected in a big degree, especially for an experienced Nuke team. So you would expect Trick to have, again, correct flashes and setup and so on to deal with it, which could make life difficult for 0-0 prospects.
We'll see how difficult life will end up being for them on the CT start. I think pistol round going live, and Spooky and Lax at least get those first couple of kills in against the quick rush to the upper side. Iceberg all over the 1 versus 3. He gets that first frag. Needs to see 2 more spots than up in the rafters at the very least. Don't think he heard the dive down from the other player. He backs off in towards Squeaky regardless, and into lobby control. He can rotate to B from here. Does he want to do that though? Back into H.O.T, it seems like. So they walk their way forward and be a bit more careful about their information giving up for the prospects here. They hold their positions and they wait for Iceberg to make the move.
Yeah, that's the correct call, honestly, as well. Not necessarily just walk your way out of a good position. Iceberg as well, no Kevlar. He's going to be quite squishy. Yeah, and 2 bullets is all it takes from VHW. So solid round, and credit to Lax there with the dualies on top of that. We're seeing that more and more. A lot of teams has a fair few bullets that you can throw around against any sort of upper rush. And it worked out to perfection. So fantastic start for 0-0 prospects, exactly what they were looking for. Getting a lot of M4s and, well, pretty much all rifles. Not a single SMG here, so they're going to be lacking in utility, but expecting the firepower to really do the work for them. It's not the biggest of investments, honestly, on the side of Trick either. They're banking on round 3 from the looks of it. So in that sense, Prospects has kind of won out the mind games here. Don't have to worry about any sort of sudden pop towards inner with a ton of utility and roof flashes. Zeus being picked up by Prime. This is optimistic, I'd say.
I mean, he is in H.O.T, so
Yeah.
if a CT aggressors rounds the corner, then there's a chance that this could be a simple one-shot kill. It doesn't yield any money, but it would yield a rifle, so that's something that Trick could use. In terms of dishing out more damage. I mean, right now the PT-50 is doing more against Jimbo here. Iceberg does get caught towards outside though, so nothing major for the time being. A couple of tanks, a couple of Gushis, and big Alex especially. They take P for the man.
Ooh.
So it's getting a bit dicey, but Prospects are still in control.
They are. Definitely don't like having rifles on that low HP. Especially when you've kind of just given it up as well. It sat completely still. Allowed the re-engagement as well to happen, but Tricked gathering up towards Yard, where fair, 2 players are tagged up and lost long range, and everybody hates that. Spooky does quite a bit better job of it. So in the end, not the biggest of losses, but that FAMAS, my god, what a garbage weapon. I mean, just look at it. I guess we're not going to see it, but know how easy it is to survive. If only the burst fire had been useful, that would have been quite the dream. But Jimbo's going to get the benefit of dying with a FAMAS, so he now can convert into an M4A1S. That we do like. We're also liking the signs from Tricked's side as well. AKs all around and a healthy amount of utility here to start us off.
All the firepower favouring the Trick's side. That FAMAS actually landing in the hands of Lax here. So he can hold his own up in the rafters. One of the higher rollers for the economy state is 0-0 Prospects. Pretty important round for them to win, to maintain momentum here. A solid start on the CT side. And Tricked just hold their defaults, playing a slower standard of default for them. In the midst of the smokes, the T's will try and make their way through. Plays ahead of Squeaky Door, gets Spooky, and the resmoke does come in from the CT as the name down to suppress them, but the kill's still blind, finds Lax the drop.
Oof, that's 2 frags for absolutely nothing in the favor of Trick, so they're going to feel really good about what's going on and kind of just stays put for the time being. Awaits any sort of initial reaction out of the 0-0 Prospect squad. And the best thing that you can do here as a CT is group up and cross your fingers that you've chosen the right bomb site. But given trajectory of the Tricked players, that might not be the case. Diagonal wall into secret. Away we go. MistGames slowly make their way towards the lower bomb site, and
Oh dear.
yeah, no, it's not ideal. It's I guess a pretty way to paint the picture of how this round has played out so far. One upside here is though that there is a likelihood that they might be able to escape with a couple of weapons once that bomb is planted. Time has gone down. I think they've realized their mistakes. We'll be able to catch Quez, but minor consolation price in the grand scheme of things. Easy bomb plant for Tricked with 4 seconds to spare. And immediate success on their investment in round 3.
There's that one AK to hold in for the 0-0 Prospects. There's some extra firepower. And, yeah, I mean, what more do you say about that? Full take of the site and simple exit frag as well for Prime. Alex the drop, so another rifle removed from Prospects, and that might hurt the economy state a bit more for them. Because that's less drop weapons for the likes of 8X. Nothing for Spooky. Lax will not have enough cash with the extra $1,400 that will get into his bank account. So we're talking about a very broken economical situation here. What do you think? Force buy? Actually, no, you've got to because it's double eco status.
Yeah, I think they have to, but it kind of takes the brute and the sting out of the rebuy, really. If 3 players stay alive, then yeah, they're going to get an actual solid CT side buy, but instead it becomes a little bit more labored. Relax on an MP9, and the most painful thing is really the lack of utility, because again, you're going to have to expend a lot of it early on. Molotov towards Squeaky Door, potentially towards H.O.T as well, right off the bat, and then you're going to have to just cycle smokes towards Squeaky, but that's going to, you know, run out eventually. Aggressive move set up towards H.O.T. Spooky not going to find anything with his M4 after being flashed in.
peeks forward a VHW here towards this ramp position. Can't spot anybody just yet.
Yeah. Being able to wait till 120 to actually put down your first smoke is a good sign for 0-0 prospects. Trick gonna throw down similar wall as earlier. 8x in a pretty cheeky spot here though. Comes down to timing and precision, and he definitely has both of it. Actually manages to get away as well. Just found that timing right before the Trick player made it on top of Silo, because I think it would have been done for if that was the case. That's a massive get for 0-0 prospects. Instead of being down 3-5, it's them being up 5-3. Make that 5v2.
Yeah, not much in this round for Trick, that doesn't feel like. Prospects, especially Adex there towards that top of the garage position, really ripping them apart, and everything else just kind of fell around it. 30 seconds to try and make something work here at the very least. Tricks will try their hand. A better re-smoke there from Kia. Of course, that smoke from the CT side did actually generate a gap at the edge of the squeaky door. That body block from the flashbang also hurt. They do drop Jimbo. That 8x gets his quadra in this round, a very effective one at that.
Wow.
And a rightfully deserved AK in his hands as well.
The man's everywhere. Double frag to basically win the round right off of that as soon as he escapes without too much damage. Obviously solid dual one by Spooky as well. You're allowed to use Jimbo as a bit of a sacrifice to give 8x his, or Adex his third and fourth frag of the round. So 3-1, immediate bounce back from 0-0 prospects, much needed as well. Again, we not really sure what to expect other than obviously needing a good CT side here against an experienced team like Tricked.
Nice nade on Larson. Initial damage be done from the prospects again. Of course, not a mass amount of damage, but it's a start nonetheless.
Puts the fear in him.
Yep. Keeps him at bay. Stops that up from really getting aggressive if he wants to. Instead, it will be Iceberg that takes point towards the outside control, followed up by Prime's Tech 9.
Same smoke wall once again, and they do have one player down in secret. Didn't actually go up off of the flash there, so potential opportunity lost. And Tricked continue their path, at least with two players down secret. You can see Bomb actually making his way back into the lobby. That's on Larson. So potential lower split, or potential end round where we have the two players in lower actually showing up through the vents at a timing, but no, it's going to be ramp.
Slow walks in from that secret. Oh, and here does catch 8x, so mostly resting on, I believe that's VHW here with the AK. Gets the one kill on Kier, but Iceberg in from double doors, deals with him. 4 versus 3, Spooky ready to drop down, or catch the rotators back upstairs. Plant will have to be secured towards the B site, attempting to make it, baiting more shots from the vents angle, but not to be, just smokes in. Suppression, Jimbo should hit at least 2 sets of footsteps, but all 3 players are here in the observation window and the observation room. The stairs angle for it as well. Bomb open for for Old Toxic, I should say. Larson. Warp is watching at the shutters.
No
Jimbo
smokes either.
spots one, sprays down Quest. Iceberg, got to get that trade. That's exactly what he does on the defuse. They'll need to get up here and hold the whole 5 seconds. SMG and AK bursting forward of it. They do catch Larson. They're just going to come from the last player. Iceberg, such low HP. They get the kill together. They don't actually. He's backed up, forced away. He gets the round together for Tricked.
All right, gets a little bit more scary for Trick than it looked like it would pick up. But nonetheless, they do escape with the round win. Loss is taken and 2CP survive, but getting rounds on the board, definitely the name of the game here. So a rebuy, a Galil, or 2 Galils and a Mac 10. I'd say overall, healthier buy on the side of 0-0 prospects, but doesn't necessarily need to mean doom and gloom for Trick either. Molotov for a top of HUT, and a lot of smokes here. Out yard as well. Mouse wall in full effect, and early rotation from Lax as well. That's a very early smoke dropped.
Here, very early, face out towards the mini position, getting Jimbo. Out of yard, he's down, and Tricked have the man advantage once again. Spread out from this outer take and into the garage area in particular, mostly focusing on this upper site where Spooky and Adex will be the 2 big concerns for them. They've applied the brakes though. They're not going to press much further forward than this. And same thing for prospects. Both teams not moving an inch.
Yeah. And this is going to become a problem for 0-0 prospects, really, because they've kind of committed to the lower positions. So I think a lot of it is going to come down to Addicts if he pushes forward with the op to find information, anything like that.
Oh, the timing. Oh, what a wonderful timing play from Quez.
Felt like that was the only thing that couldn't happen, really. Spooky was the only upper bomb site player. Instead, he would have had the ramp guy push forward. Maybe that gives them or lures them into false sense of security, and they go downstairs. Spooky disappearing, though, is a bit of a different story. They will actually go towards ramp. 0-0 prospects are committed to this lower hold. There's no reason for Lax to give up on this.
BHW will give up on life, though. Iceberg will catch Lax on the rotation down through the vents, and Alex 1 versus 4 for him. AWP just best to get safe from this one and tricked. That slow, passive style has definitely worked up to their favour as they pick apart prospects piece by piece, bit by bit, and well, moment per moment. So 3-all to the board as the team is not willing to give prospects anything at all, when indeed they will catch that hunt. And Adex will not carry anything into the next round with that. Could mess up the economy state for the Seeker side as well.
Yeah. So, if anything has started to become a bit of a trend, it is that 0-0 prospects not too comfortable once they basically lose control over yard. But again, playing into too far back positions is not doing them any favors at all. So we'll see if they have any sort of options in terms of being able to combat Tricked towards yard early on. They deal with that. It's going to be the yard rush. Classic N's favorite. It has about the expected success rate.
Yeah. Just with those pistols v rifles, prospects wants to get that round over and done with. And, get towards the guns ASAP. So give him credit for at least not wasting much time. M4's in across, I think, all players here. Lax might consider an SMG for bonus utility. But no, they'll go with the main rifles across every player. Not a full set in sight. At least 5 smokes, 3 HGs, and a flashbang. So, yeah, not a grand amount.
Distinct lack of Molotovs, really. And that could prove to be a bit of an issue. Same kind of opening from Tricked. Always Molotoving on top of H.O.T. But things simmer down, and I guess that is according to theme as well. We're going to see the same close main smoke as well being thrown out for Tricked as Quest tries his luck through the smoke. Not going to be successful with it. Again, similar scenes at the very least from Tricked's end, and the question is how quickly 0-0 prospects can actually latch onto this. Do you have one player down in secret? That's not where Tricked are heading.
Prime adjusts towards Adex, so gets back to a 4 versus 4 as he walks forward. Jimbo, however, 2 to find, gets that one engagement. Doesn't check all of Garage, so you can still leave Iceberg upstairs, and he might be able to find a flank angle against the prospects if they're not paying attention. 4 versus 3 for now. He's actually going to disappear through the secret entrance and try play downstairs. Meanwhile, VHW engaging upon players in at the ramp entrance. So he'll fall back to position, and I think Iceberg might catch a lot out of this one. VHW, he's in trouble, and he has absolutely no idea. Turns around at the wrong moment and gets the shock of his life. So does Jimbo. 3v2 for Tricked.
Immediately on that vent control as well. Bomb's going to go down for Tricked. And yet again, it's just Yard escaping them completely. Here makes matters worse. Spooky to fall. Lax all the way towards the T-spawn. He had his mind set pretty early on the second the 2 lower players fall. But it's basically the lack of information that they're allowing Tricked to get away with. The fact that they're playing so far back that once something happens, it's already too late to react to it. Already had a player downstairs. There's no necessary need to fall back in towards vents immediately. You can still maintain a position up by secret stairs that's going to allow you to potentially rotate quick in towards main. All those kind of things, but they do get a little bit rushed in their decision making, it feels like. And right now, Tricked are in a position where they can kind of just copy paste their yard takes and find success with it.
It's a big problem for the CT side here.
To think as well, if that extension towards Garage had came through all the way, then that possibly could have taken away the potential that Trick had in that round, because it was already down to Iceberg's flank there.
Yeah, no, it really
0-0
was.
Prospects got to, again, just be a little bit more committant when it comes to checking all these positions here. Lax's AK will be the only thing left in for round 9, though. The Eagles will come out, the HW will go down, and Lax will at least get the trade on Kier, but Larson quick to respond with the AWP out Squeaky Door Spooky for Jimbo to drop low. 34 HP for him and a 4 versus 3 situation for Trick.
Yeah. Oh, Adix still around Garage, but Larson making sure to take care of business elsewhere. Lobby under full control for Tricked. Grand scheme of things, doesn't really matter too much that Adix is able to pick up 1 frag out in yard. It's a convincing round yet again from the Tricked side. Already up to 6 rounds here on T-side of Duke.
It's a bit of a slow start. It's starting to come together here for the Trick side, and of course, on their own map pick, you would expect them to have some decency here, and the T side is usually the indicator of who's going to take control, because you expect both teams to have a decent CT basis. It's the T halves where you can win out, and the Prospects have currently been losing out on their CT side. Tactical timeout kind of needs to come through for them, so they'll take it. What's the adjustment to make here?
Honestly, I think that the easiest way to go about it is simply start playing 1-player deep Garage. That's going to kind of make things work in terms of the initial smoke walls that you've seen, close main walls out of Tricked, because they actually do skip the Garage smoke as well, so you're going to have vision and be able to counter any sort of quick main push and that kind of thing. Other than that, just stay more committed to your positions. Don't worry too much about the lower bomb side in terms of making passive rotations.
Rifles out for both teams. Molotovs and flashes inbound from Larson. BHW, edge of the smoke here. And Ramp sees the gun barrel, captures Iceberg, does some damage to Prime behind him, and he's got the bomb as well. So that commitment, not the right call to make there for his part. Tricked might have made a major mistake. Iceberg might have made a major mistake. Now Spooky's looking to punish it as well. Swings in from Squeaky, captures Larson with his back turn. Kier drops to Adex. So a 5-on-2 for the Prospects, and Tricked have bottled this round.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd one to have the bomb be leading the charge through a smoke. Didn't pan out, might have been a bit of a mishap, might have forgotten who had it on his back. Spooky finds the offer at the time being, leaving Prime all by his lonesome, 1v4. And I guess the hopes of winning the round pretty much extinguished, but there is economic damage to be done, though, to the CTs. So we'll be taking his time, we'll be doing his part, but Adix in a solid position to deal with any of that. So rather clean affair from 0-0 Prospects, definitely needed as well. As we see what kind of snowballed everything into effect. They get another go at it. Obviously plenty of money on the side of Tricked. No problems in reinvesting, and they should be good for a couple more rounds as well. Considering the bank that they've been able to build up, or at least Molotov goes out from Jimbo. Get some decent damage with that HE. Oh, gets dodged. Sadly for Jimbo's part. Is he going to try his luck to get down into the T-vents yet again? First time didn't necessarily succeed. And doesn't really quite find the timing either. Larson, though, has found his behind T-Red. Opening frag goes the way of Tricked. And again, it's through yard. Not the same smoke setups as last time, but standard wall comes out. Nadix and Spooky, actually, yeah, they do get aggressive to clear out yards, so they know that something's abound elsewhere. Off angle from VHW works out wonders, and now they've doubled up, and honestly, solid response from 0-0 Prospects in this one.
They have picked apart Tricked effectively and efficiently, it seems. Not really much of a challenge in that kind of a round. It seems to be the case for the last couple of rounds here. The outer play felt like it was going to go well for Larson, but you mentioned the forward face of the CT side, and from there, Everything went down the toilet, essentially, for Tricked. A tactical pause needing to get called in right here for them. And they've got a lot of money, so they can afford the buyback. They can afford to drop weapons for Prime, who's gone for the utility basis and the Kevlar and helmet. So this certainly will be a gun round for them. And their main chance to defend the lead is right here.
I guess the worrying thing for them is whether or not 0-0 prospects have found a consistent way to battle what's going on in yard.
Yeah.
I like what they've done for the last 2 rounds. Adex being put into basically into secret immediately off of spawn. So it drops down from ramp, immediately runs up towards secret. He's been able to find frags that way, and that's kind of stemmed the tide. It shuts down one avenue that Trick's been fond of using. They still have, obviously, the option to basically go in towards Garage and go back to another successful recipe to victory for Tricked's side. But we'll see what's abound. One guy gets down through the vents. And again, hopefully not to see a massive over-rotations on the side of 0-0 prospects. One player down in vent is not going to do anything at all of use, so no need to panic off of that. Problem is, one player has made it down towards secret as well, so there's leaks everywhere in the defense of 0-0 prospects right now.
Iceberg pop up from that window and flash his way in towards that B side, try and draw some attention away from the rest of the prospects' defensive line. You can see Lax considering the moves. Spooky, however, that will make moves up in hut, catch Kier, and kick things off with the frag in this round. Still a minute to go though, so time for Trick to make adjustments. There's 2 players downstairs ahead of the secret entrance. So as of right now, things could still, there are still options available for them. They're going to opt to make their way back outside in the case of Iceberg.
Yeah, timing might be perfect as well because...
Oh!
Ooh. Well, that's perfect as well. Adex actually just disappeared from yard right as Iceberg makes his way up from secret again. So he might get caught off on a timing here.
Slow walks. He's going to check the outside. Larsen's AWP also leaning in towards the ramp entrance. The Molotov's down. The flashes to enable. Entries in for Prime, who engages up against Lax, gets that kill. Iceberg will capitalize upon that AWP and look up in the rafters to get Jimbo in at the closed vent corner. The HW gets his trade, but now reveals his position back at lobby, trying to charge in to the hut. Get some sort of pick back to respond, but the AWP, the rifle, they're all watching for it. Oh, Larsen! What a shot that is! And what a way to close out round 7 for the CT side.
Solidly done, and Tricked finding a lot just by not doing anything at all. This is a case of 0-0 prospects just kind of giving it away. Spooky basically goes on a fact-finding mission in towards lobby, gets caught out by it. A lot of rotations being forced unnecessarily. Again, they had someone towards ramp. Change it up, setup, forces Adex to actually move away from his position in yard. That's how Iceberg actually slips in. And it all just falls apart. It crumbles real quick. It is a bit of a worry, the fact that they are slipping in through these various positions. Again, perfectly fine to have one player being able to drop down into vents. Not so great to have that secondary player being able to just walk down secret uncontested.
Tricked. Decimating the economy state of 0-0 prospects here. The SMGs on 3. The AWPs go back and forth. Larsen takes the damage on 23 points of health. Adex off on the right foot at the very least for the prospects. Jimbo will try and defend secret with an SMG only in his hands, though, against Iceberg's AK. That's the big concern for prospects in this round. It's the SMGs that they have on 3 players. They won't be able to win out individual fights without a lot of assistance or some trade potential. So Tricked. Right now they know that they're in full control of this and they'll hold their positions for now. As will prospects, a minute on the clock here.
Yeah. This is better from the prospects, though, in terms of just having more bases covered and having a little bit more of a leeway in terms of finding information or being able to play off of it. H.O.T commits very, very deep for being on the ramp there, but Adex has made the rotation in, so temporarily at least, an avenue stopped for Tricked. That's a very important follow-up frag as well. Larsen chased in the back, has to run into the waiting arms of the Opper.
So Iceberg had made his way down and is now made his way around. Probably not going to be able to do too much. Gives away his position as well from on top of Heaven. And is now just going to have to look to save, probably. Not going to be allowed to do that. Wonderful round from the 0-0 Prospect Opper.
And great play from Black to try and force that player forward into the AWP position. Alex, great few frags from him. There's a great sequence up here in the ramp control.
Just in Madman chasing behind him with an MP9.
Larson
Absolute mayhem.
Jumped up like, oh, crap, here we go. Forced out. That's what happens when you get a bit too patient and complacent in the case of the T-side. Tricked. Now back to their own force buy. The economy's not been looking so hot for them themselves. The AK is spooky as a result. Will mow down 2, almost get a third through the smoke. Iceberg on 47 and VHW looking for more aggressive plays. Will catch one player off. Kiers been killed off the same, and Iceberg in the midst of the smokes. Body block heard. Spooky's HE will close out the round. A triple in for him and a 7th at the board of the Prospects. At least trying to make this as decent as they can. Try and get the advantage at the turn of the half, even if it will only be by a single round.
Yeah. No, but 1 round up is definitely better than 3 rounds down, which was looking like a very probable reality just a couple of rounds ago. We'll see if they're going to be able to close it out. The bye doesn't really instill a lot of confidence in you for Trick's end, at least. A little bit dicey, but a lot of utility, a lot of tempo as well. Down the vent we go with Quez. But again, that's only a single man, so no need to panic fully.
A lot more players out towards the ramp controls. They force VHW out into submission by getting the kill with all the pistols that they made their way in. Now charging into the B side. Great do from Lax. Gets only 1 pick for it. These pistols not doing too terribly. Spooky catches Kieran. That bomb has been dropped out in the center of the site. Prime moving in alongside Larson, getting Spooky back and looking up against the likes of Adex, who does take one of the way out of the round. 1 versus 1. Prime and Jimbo, these last 2 players left for the Trick side. Tap that bomb once and looking towards Decon, but can't quite seem to see each other. Prime is just waiting, and Jimbo has the info.
Oh, squeaky door's open, though. That could spell an issue for Jimbo here.
He's checking it. It's all timing. Oh, he looked the wrong way, and Prime just taps his head off his shoulders to give Trick the advantage at the turn of the half. 8-7 on T-side, and we mentioned before that the T-side is the big sticking point here on Nuke. So the fact that Trick got away with even that number of rounds, even if it was 8-7, I still think they can hold their heads high and be happy with that half.
Oh, absolutely. Again, they have nothing to complain about. Again, they found a recipe that worked for themselves. Again, a lot of it went through Yard, even though it's not necessarily through the classic like four grouped up towards Yard type of thing. Just gave them tons of results, and it took a little bit too long for 0-0 Prospects to kind of come to terms with it. They started finding a few answers with putting Addicts down in secret early on, and eventually having Spooky kind of just help him clear out Yard, that kind of stuff. But just a little bit too little, too late for them. So I think Trick can go very confidently into the second half of this map.
Absolutely. Again, the CT side coming up next for them and everything. So we're looking at a really good spot for them to play off of here now that they've got the advantage on the T side line. Again, that's always the win condition for a lot of teams when they play on this map up. So seeing that come through for them is obviously a huge half for the Trick side. And knowing that they're down by a map in this series, obviously to get this map under their wraps, that is the primary goal, right? That's what they've got to be focusing on the most.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, primary goal is win your own map pick, get to overpass, and then get the job done, obviously, on the decider. But again, it shouldn't take too lightly of it going into the second half. A lost pistol, lost first buy round, that can cause issue. Again, the worst thing in the world is economic issues on the CT side, so we'll see what kind of start they get off to. It's a 3-man stack towards ramp. That's not going to bother 0-0 Prospects, but Iceberg is.
Oh
Woo!
my god, what a second shot that is. He's going in for a bit more. Triple found. All the one taps on the USP and wraparound was Squeaky. Sees 2 more. Catches damage, not this time. Looking for the quadra, desperate to do so. And he lands it in the end against VHW. Spooky, all that remains. Cold as an iceberg in this pistol round for Tricked, and he's on for the ace here. He may even get it. It's out towards that lobby position for the bomb carrier. Spooky not seeing anything, not being seen either. He's slowed this pace down, but surely should realize his time is almost up here in this round.
At least does deny the ace, if nothing else. Man alive, what a round from Iceberg. He just went the full roundabout. Collected frags left and right. Spooky does have 45 seconds to work with, but the problem obviously being the fact that upper bomb site is pretty fortified, and he has no real idea of where these players are positioned either. Might think to himself that they do have a bit of a wider spread. Slowly going to eke his way out of Squeaky here.
He isolates the kills relatively well, but just the fact that Prime's holding this angle makes it pretty easy for him to get that headshot back, and of course secure the pistol from the Trick side. Iceberg, man, what a round he had, honestly. Like, just pure prejudice and no mercy with these headshots. I kind of wish he got the ace, if I'm being honest here. Like, that would have been the most perfect pistol play from him, and the most perfect pistol round from Tricked.
It's just how instant it was as well.
Yeah.
The millisecond that door explodes, he already has his first kill. Absolute insanity. A perfect start for Tricked as well. So only pistols being brought out into the second round for 0-0 Prospects, looking to have that third round investment. That gives an opportunity for Tricked to a little bit of cash and Kiri as well on his way.
And there's a couple for Kit. Aquarius did lose his life to the Eagle of Spooky, at least. There's something to be gained for the T side, but nothing major. Larson makes his way out as the insurance policy of the ramp control, ensure that nobody makes their way downstairs. Jimbo and Spooky just try commit to get this bomb plant if at all possible. It is very unlikely that they get it together.
I think you get an SMG frag. That would be a pretty nice bonus.
Yeah, that's also true. That would be something, but Kier's still got his SMG placed in for his triple in the round. Quadra for Jimbo around the corner and loses life, and indeed caught off all the same. I mean, nice effort, and definitely read the player on top of the hut, but the player on the site was the main worrying point. So easy pickings for the CT forces. Just a couple of consolations again from Spooky and his Deagle, but 10-7 is the scoreline, and that is the bottom line, with the guns now coming in for the Prospects.
Yeah, real action about the commence, and well, firepower-wise, a better buy on the side of 0-0 Prospects, but this is Tricked, obviously, going for a bit of a bonus round. I say that. They have invested into an off, but there's still 3,000 left on Larson, so they could have a go around it. Regardless of how this pans out, already significant damage done onto H.W. Spooky is also going to be taken under the threshold for an M4. No actual yard presence whatsoever. They're just sitting about, just waiting for the initial nades to come out of Tricked to see kind of what openings they have. And away we go. Standard smoke wall being put down. Start smoke as well. No Molotovs to mess with it. They do already have Prime positioned here.
The prime position, it seems like, because he's got kill on the lax, so frag on, opening advantage, Tricked, hold control again, 0-0 Prospects, need to find some sort of responsive, and Spooky's getting closer and closer to one. Molotov's down and flashes over. It's Kier that gets called by Jimbo. Iceberg SMG with the back of Jimbo turned. It's easy pickings for him. The AK up for the triple to continue his CT dominance. Take the top frag position. Leave VHW with it all to do on the site. Dealt with on the AWP. Oh God, Iceberg is about to become MVP of this map, I swear.
Yeah, I know. He's definitely doing his part. And again, he's so assertive with every move he takes as well. There's no doubt in his mind. Gets that first frag and then just immediately moves forward. Knows what he wants and gets it more often than not too. As you said, overtaking Prime here as the frag leader on his side and on the server in general. 18 frags to his name, and a lot of them coming in here on the CT side. Interesting variation for Trick there, just putting the Molotov immediately down towards the vent, expecting a potential vent drop against the low buy. So that is just fairly spread out 0-0 Prospects, one by one, funneling into the crosshairs of Tricked.
Just 2 players left for the Prospects now, and just these guns. As standard, picking them all apart. not much you can really say in this particular round. See what they can do in terms of the next gun round here for the prospects. That's really the main focus for them, but they're starting to run out of chances here. This will be 12-7 off the back of this anti-eco, so we've got, what, 4 more rounds to go?
Yeah.
So they're really running out of opportunities, and they're still yet to score their first on the T side, and it's been all CT rounds so far for the prospects. And there it is for Prime and Iceberg. Those last couple of picks on Lax and VHW to close this one out, make it a simple affair. 5 alive for the CT side. Now enough money for the guns for the prospects.
They need to make it work pretty much right off the bat here. Trick's been given comfortable enough cushion to the point where 0-0 prospects can't really afford to go back on ecos. Need to make this a tighter contest immediately. Remains to be seen if they can actually do so. Haven't necessarily been close to picking up a round up to this point. But again, just no real interest in actually doing anything towards yard. Very much focused around lobby to start us off. But again, bit of a deja vu moment. DHW and Spooky the ones to take damage initially as well.
Yeah, kills in on them. Not quite able to capitalize just yet with that damage in the time being. Trick trying to find their way around. Minute on the clock, and there's nothing else to speak of. I say that VHW's coming from secret, spots out one player. Prime incendiaries and smoke somehow gets away with those 2 kills, but burns away to VHW's Molotov. How is he escaped with that much?
I don't have a good answer for you.
I don't blame you, to be fair.
That should never happen. That at best a one and done. Instead, make so much out of it. The damage onto VHW as well. Not gonna help anything at all for 0-0 prospects. Where did they go from here? Might have to hope to sneak through the smoke and pinch towards inner. Well, Spooky at least gets them off to a good start. And Iceberg is traded.
Quez mowed down the last 2 effectively though, so
Well,
there it is for Tricked. Honestly, I feel like prospects will be really miffed at how that played out. They had him cornered. Prime should have been dead right there. Somehow escaping with those 2 kills blind past the smoke, like, just man alive.
yeah.
They're going to be very disappointed with how that played out, because that was their primary chance. They're back to pistols and a MAC-10 again. And it's just going to be this vicious cycle going back and forth. 14-7 will be when the next buy comes in for the prospects, and it could be another flawless half, this time for Tricked to maintain control of their map pick. VHW down to 17 points of HP already. Adex on 4. Iceberg in the midst of the vents, in the midst of the smoke, catches VHW and kicks things off on a high.
Yeah, VHW had 1 goal for that entire round, and that was to make it down to vent. Instead, it gets dropped down to about 10 HP and then has to retreat right into the waiting arms of Iceberg. So things not exactly looking too wonderful for 0-0 prospects. I'm going to try their luck on the upper bomb site. That's been well defended so far. Kier continues on with a good trend. Movement towards ramp. Larson waits and Quez combines as well. Adex doesn't really get the chance to get anywhere before everyone has fallen.
He just gets that 1 exit frag on Quez, so a little something, a consolation prize. I mean, it won't make much of a difference both in this round and probably in this map for now. 14-7, Tricked.
Yeah.
In full control with guns back out for the prospects, and just, even though I want to hold out hope, then I want to give them the possibility of, like, yeah, this is their chance, right? It's their opportunity now to rebuy and then get a comeback. It's still 7 rounds to the comeback, A, and B, no evidence to give me any hope that this is going to be a successful gun round for them.
Exactly, and that's really the biggest pressuring point as well. The fact that 0-0 prospects haven't gotten close to pressuring Tricked here in the second half. So as much as we were on, or I guess down on Tricked on Dust 2, it's been a similar story here for 0-0 prospects on Nuke, but Jimbo does a fantastic job to find 2 openings. This
surely has to be the round that they are able to convert and get on the board. Iceberg wants it differently, though.
Yeah, trades back on VHW, removes him from play, so 4-on-3 advantage for the prospect. Still holds control for now. It's just that one trade. Oh, Max almost missed out the chance to get Kier there, but does capitalize with the second phase. Iceberg down to the vents, evades the AWP, but knows that he's there and gets the kill to trade it back, opening up Decon and getting straight back to the back site, executing on Spooky as well. Double up. Surely not another sequence from Iceberg here. That would be disastrous for the prospects. Quez even in support with the AWP as Iceberg plays bait, and now leaves it all on Lax here to try and do the rest of the damage. Spokes on double doors, seen there to the top of the rafters. Iceberg hunting for his quadra, and that's exactly what he'll get. Map point now for Tricked.
Oh, yeah. No, if you can't convert a 5v3, then all hope is lost, pretty much. Iceberg, yet again, just finding frags left, right, and center. It was a, what, 4v2?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Iceberg happened.
It's like the story of the Titanic.
Yeah, I was about to say, it is a bit of a shipwreck right now for 0-0 prospects. The band is playing their song. Ship is about to go down. One saving grace is, though, there is one more map to play. Overpass. Very likely to be our decider here. Unless 0-0 prospects somehow manages to find the solution out of thin air. They do have weapons, at the very least, but all they have to work with is 2 smokes, now 1 flash, and an H.O.T. I don't like those odds, if I'm being honest. They do find a bit of a timing. Lax for 1 at the very least, and okay. Unconventional, but still effective as Quez falls on ramp, so yet another 5v3. Okay, 5v2 this time, but Iceberg is still alive.
This time without the support of an AWP, this time with Kier's support perhaps. Up out to the outer yard and moving into, I believe, the spawn area. So it looks like they might just hold on to their weapons in this one. They've recognized probably a bit too much to go for this kind of a retake. Even though they have cash and an 8-round lead above prospects, finally Iceberg will concede a duel this time.
It's been a while.
Yeah, he's on 25 frags, by the way, so just let that really set the pace for how much of a player he's been on this map up.
I think he had something like 7 or 8 frags in the first half.
And
I think he
well,
had...
I know that he had 9 frags on Dust 2, so...
Oh, there you go. And I think that's more than what he had in the first half of Nuke. And I think he had something like 8 or 9 deaths or something. So he's just been an absolute machine once we turned it over to the CT side. And there seems to be very little stopping him. It does get stopped in strikes by Addicts there, but, well, that's just a minor thing in the grand scope of things. 0-0 prospects with an 8th round, so at least 1 T round secured. That's kind of the way they have to think about it. A leg shot onto Prime as well, but first blood is going to be fully drawn by Tricked yet again.
Yeah, Adex first man to fall. Prime follows suit on Jimbo, so another good kill to find alongside Spooky dropping into the hands of Quez. And looks like 0-0 prospects' time might be up here. Easy pickings so far. VHW has at least traded 1 player back, and Lax is leaning in against Larson, so that's another good kill to find. Engages against Kieran. Actually brings it to a 2 versus 2 scenarios. This is still a little bit manageable for him, but Prime out towards Garage will catch that player off, and now it's all on VHW to try and hold this clutch. Bomb is on his back, but a Galil in hand against these 2 individuals. Prime will fall easy. Iceberg lesser so, and we know how great Iceberg has been individually throughout the course of this map up. The backstab's raining in. The bomb will go down.
It's a winnable situation, as you said. Prime being on such low HP. That's the hardest thing is going to be to down Iceberg, who's been an absolute behemoth here on the CT side, but solid position here. Going to be
I
difficult to clear out for the CTs.
I think they might have spotted him before he crossed
Oh,
out. Yep,
yeah,
they checked it.
They definitely knew.
Yep. Well, that's a shame for the HW and a bit of a shame for the prospects in that second half. What was a pretty competent CT side did not translate over to the T. So 16-8 for Tricked, and we are going to map 3, our first 6-map day here, Vendetta.
Yeah, we're getting all the maps and potentially some bonus rounds. We haven't had an overtime yet, so I feel we're due at some point. Might be for Overpass. We're going to be yet to see. Again, both of these teams have decent results in terms of win rates on Overpass at the very least. Obviously, Tricked versus a little bit of a tougher opponents, to put it that way. But yeah, we're all square. Back to pretty much start between these two sides, and we've had both, solid showings on their own respective map picks. So they're here to play.
Yeah, but when you think about who's had the more solid showing, you've got to give that honor to the likes of Tricked, right? Because 0-0 prospects easily could have had that mantle had they closed it out at the 16-6. But having seen a 16-8 instead,
Yeah.
that comeback from 16-11 over on Dust 2, you've got to think that so far Tricked are edging them out by a little bit, right?
Yeah, especially because they're the ones who get to have that good feeling of being able to close out a match and actually playing well going into a decider as well. Like, Dust 2 is a bit of a distant memory right now for both teams. Tricked obviously not worried about that at all. They've secured a win on their own map pick. They're feeling good about themselves. And obviously, if you're 0-0 prospects, you've just gone through a bit of a meat grinder to end up on Overpass.
Indeed, they have. Overpass will be our final map of the day. Our second time seeing it over the course of the day, and it will decide who will be making their way forward into that upper bracket final. So do not go anywhere, as we will see Trick versus 0-0 prospects on Overpass. You do not want to miss it, so stay with us. Welcome back to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We're getting into our first 6-map day, and our final map of said 6-map day is Overpass between Tricked and 0-0 Prospects. We've just seen both teams take their own respective map picks. Kind of close.
Yeah,
when you take
at
a look,
times at least.
At times, yeah, when you take a look at the individual map scores, and obviously it being a 3-map series overall. But you do have to take a look at that last map of Nuke and think to yourself that much like how Trick looked a little bit awkward in the second half of Dust 2, the same could apply it to 0-0 Prospects in the second half of Nuke.
Yeah, no, most definitely. So I guess now that both teams have been able to take a bit of a beating, maybe we're gonna meet in the middle ground for Overpass, and it's gonna be basically a battle back and forth. We did kind of get a bit of a prelude to that, I could say, in the first matchup of the day. Overpass there going a lot of back and forth, and then eventually the air kind of ran out of Masonic, but we can always hope. We have yet to have an overtime in this tournament so far, so wouldn't it be fitting to kind of put that on top of having all 6 maps played in one day?
Well, I hope we don't, I'll be honest, because it's getting late. And
It will drag into the night, yeah.
Yeah, this one definitely is going to be a late one, to say the least. But much like how we were talking about the last map and how that was going to be a bit more of an expected beating for Trick because of the fact that they played so many more maps than the likes of 0-0 Prospects, and how it's always historically been a great map for them. You could argue a similar scenario here for Overpass right here, because there's only 5 maps played for the 0-0 Prospects in the last 3 months versus the 13 that Tricked have had. So not quite as disparaging a number, but it's still one of those cases where they've got a lot more practice, and against some really solid teams as well. Finest are in there, Sangul are in there, One Winner in there. We've got Spirit in there. Like some really very top-end tier 2 teams.
Yeah, and if I'm not remembering, or if I'm not misremembering, they beat Spirit as well on that map. So they have taken some scalps. I think they've beaten Sinners as well, even though Sinners aren't necessarily known to be a fantastic Overpass team, but they are a very good team just in their own right. So Trick definitely know their way around Overpass, and if you look over to the side of 0-0 Prospects, it's a win versus Anonimo, a 16-14 win, and then a bit of a mauling against Mad Lions, which is not ideal. Obviously, but
I'm mauling for Mad Lions, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was about 16-4 for Mad Lions. So yeah, there is some potential improvement to be found there for 0-0 Prospects. But again, we have been pleasantly surprised by what their individuals have been able to accomplish and show us so far in the tournament. So we're not necessarily going to write them off completely going into Overpass. But you do kind of sit with the inkling of this being Tricked's to lose.
Yeah, I mean, again, all you got to take a look at in terms of the series so far, even in a short-term perspective of what we've seen in this matchup, is the fact that we are looking at a team that, of course, did manage to win their map pick pretty one-sidedly versus a squad who had to let a bit of a comeback come their way. So, in that sort of sense, just on that basis alone, Tricked have already got the momentum coming into this final map. Obviously, their map pick was the one that they just won over on Nuke, and that was the 16-8. That was the one-sided affair I was talking about. We've also seen Overpass 1 today. We've seen how teams can get really stuck on that T side.
Yeah.
And I think the lack of experience at times can really play into that there. I mean, especially for a team like a 0-0 Prospects who have yet to really establish themselves in the tier 2 scene. Like, they've got a lot of work to be done that really puts them in a decent perspective. So that's a very big possibility, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the issues that became reoccurring on Nuke is the fact that they didn't necessarily get the quick adaptations in. Again, they definitely could have taken timeouts earlier on that CT side to figure out what they wanted to do to cope with pretty much what was thrown at them, especially towards Yard, right, with the various smoke setups and so on. And it took a little bit too long for them to get into that. I do fear that it could be a potential issue with how they're going to deal with the rotations. Again, how confident are they going to be with actually searching for information on their CT side, for instance, if it basically becomes a bit of a standstill? Because we saw when Trick decided to slow down the tempo on Nuke, there was no, there weren't few options for Trick to have people basically offering themselves up to them, whether it's pushing through H.O.T, pushing up aggressively up ramp, and kind of just giving Trick the advantage in a round for not a whole lot, really. Like, there's a lot more risk than there is a reward there in a lot of those scenarios for 0-0 Prospects. So I'm a little bit worried about that. And also, again, they will have to tackle the T side eventually on that map. And that can be a bit of a disaster in itself, depending on how they get started.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, you have to get quite a decent CT half in for me if you want to really get things going on that particular map. It's kind of like what we're talking about with Nuke in the sense that T half is usually the one where you win and lose. It could be arguably the same sort of scenario here on this map of Overpass. So, with all that being said, I want to get a final prediction from you. Who's taking this map?
I gotta go with I guess the pre-favorite, which is Tricked. They did impress on a Nuke. They kind of seem to have bounced back. So especially starting on the CT side, things are looking pretty swell for the Danish side.
All right, I'm rocking Tricked as well, for the
Yep.
record. So we will both be right, we'll both be wrong
Yeah,
by
I
the
was
end
about to say,
of the next hour or so. USBs, P250s, Glocks being pulled out, utility in for Jimbo. Iceberg has the defuse kit. Kind of surprised it's not enabled with the raid boss himself, considering how stellar he was over on that last map. It's Lax that lands the opening duel. Larson can get Jimbo on the turnaround, and Spooky follows suit towards that man. So trades back and forth in the mid control. Quez does try and challenge on the VHW, but VHW gets the pick back. So a 3-on-2 situation. The Prospects have access to the B site. You have got Iceberg closing in pretty closely here. Taps forward and can't quite capitalize upon the kill against that player. They do drive him away, and Pride gets back into the A side to take challenge. Flicks on, doesn't quite connect towards the player that's up there here. Adex move up, and the bomb should commit, should get planted here.
Yeah. As it becomes difficult, well, Prime's frag is going to help quite a bit, especially with the distance between the two remaining Ts, but Iceberg doesn't have any sort of Kevlar to bolster him up, so he becomes a bit of a punching bag once somebody connects onto him. And there is no smoke in play either, which provides another problem entirely for CT side. Solid initial pistol work from Lax. Oh, does he expect the defuse kit, though? That's the big question.
Oh, what? No! No! Are you joking me? What is that? What is that?
Oh, yeah, that's not one for the history books, and that's not one for the highlight reel.
Today won't go down in history for Lax. Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you came to a plated dinner table and, I don't know, decided to flip it instead. That's pretty much how Prospects dealt with that pistol round. Oh, that's a tough one. Again, obviously, shooting people in the back is not the easiest thing in CSGO. We all know that, but that's a non-armored opponent, and you did have a solid 5 seconds to deal with it, but I guess all you can do is brush your cap off and go again, and that's what Lax has done now. Finds Larson early on, and I will say the buy looks pretty promising from 0-0 Prospects here. Not a lot of utility, but firepower is definitely there.
But that round is going to live in my mind rent-free for the rest of the week. And I imagine the similar story for the 0-0 Prospects here. Lax gets his kill on Prime and triples up against Iceberg. So far better from them, of course. You mentioned now the buy looked promising. How they had a lot of firepower, and of course that enables this whole situation to come together. Only Kier and Quez involved in this post round, and
in a weird way, this actually works out better for 0-0 Prospects.
yeah, actually it does. I mean, they got the bomb plot, they got the better buy, and then they've just wrecked Tricks, so now their own economy state is going to
Be in tatters.
yeah, it's going to be even worse than what it would have been for Prospects here. So, I mean, yeah, it does work out better. In the long term, it's a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
But it's still going to live rent-free in my head.
Oh yeah. No. And if any of them dare to claim that that was all a part of the grand plan, then
BS.
yeah. What a round though from Lax. Fantastically done. I mean, his job was already done pretty much the second he finds Prime. He's done more than enough, but decides to go the extra mile, and I'm sure that's appreciated for his teammates as well. And that's about as good of a bounce back as you could possibly imagine. 0-0 Prospects only going to have to deal with, well, I say only, I shouldn't, again, I've done this before. They're going to have to deal with pistols. It is pistol Kevlar on most of them. Larson obviously stinging out a little bit because he wants to get his hands on an AWP as quickly as possible. Pretty standard map control provided so far. Trick though, lurking behind the smokes and nooks and crannies of the restrooms area. Iceberg's gonna fall, but this could potentially mean that Prime, yeah, exactly goes unchecked, at least for a brief moment. The equal trades. The T side, and well, HW, if he doesn't get the kill, at least he knows that there's a player isolated towards spawn, and Lax should probably get a teammate near him here so they can secure, in the worst case, a trade. Do exactly that. So cool comment collected so far. Smoke for Heaven's gonna go down. One player on site, that's Kier with 5, oh, Deagle.
Not a 5-7. Shoulder shows. That's all Jimbo needs. So whatever scary moment they had there as they were wandering about restrooms has been dealt with. Larson's just going to pick up his M4 and be happy with what he's gained from that round. Going to drop that over, but still not going to be possible for Trick to invest into the next round, obviously. But we've seen what one weapon can do to a round on multiple occasions.
Yeah, many hero AKs over the course of the last couple of days.
Might be time for the first hero M4.
Yeah, I mean, comes in for free. Larson could buy the Kevlar for it, and that'll be pretty peachy, I'd say.
Yeah.
Only concern would be whether he gets the helmet with it for VHW, and Jimbo would have the one-shot headshots as well. So
Yeah, actually, that is a bit of a difficult decision for him, obviously, because his main goal is to save up for that op eventually.
maybe pass it off to somebody else who takes the helmet instead.
Yeah. Hey, you! Ruin your economy.
You don't need
That's
as
a
much an expensive weapon as I do. Yeah. Take one for the team.
Yeah, but he does follow your route. Goes for the simple Kevlar, no head, no helmet. So we'll see what he can be able to do. It does have a smoke as well, so it might be some evil intentions, some one-ways abound. Not to be seen, though.
Oh, nade that, and there goes the M4.
Has to be perfectly placed as well, because he had light Kevlar.
Yeah, and yeah.
Did nothing.
Well, Quota's 2-tap GHW down, so that's something, but I don't think he lasts much longer here. Trying to get back towards water and hold that USP in some sort of contention. Meanwhile, backstab inbound from 8X is Mac 10 up against it. Caught by Prime's Deagle. Hold on. We need to, okay, making a 1 as the M4 goes forward for a second time in this round. Spooky just taps up Prime to remove him from play. So 3-1 start for the 0-0 prospects. The guns should be in for the CTs now. And yeah, that just sucks for Larson considering that he committed with that Kevlar and all.
That's $650 he's never going to see again.
Yeah.
But yeah. A couple of frags that will pick up for Trick's side. Does help a little bit in the long run, but no ops in sight for the Trick side into their first proper buy round here. An opening frag nonetheless. Prime with the aggressive move down into underpass, and ooh, Adex has made his way early out in through Monster. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but given the circumstances, Trick are going to be happy about that. 4v3 advantage. And only 25 seconds into the round. Double Monster set up immediately, and T-side just completely pumped the brakes here, expecting more aggression to come out of the CT side.
Just hold their own for now. Drop that bomb back at T-Con, see if Jimbo can make a move into the mid position. But for the most part, Tricks are just holding down the bomb sites, knowing that they've got that advantage, so no real reason or need to press the issue for now. Under a minute, prospects will push that bomb into underpass, but VHW gives up the ghost over in Monster. Looks like Lax is setting up a boost here, so might enable Jimbo to peek up and potentially look for a pick back on the B site. They are rotating to those positions now, though.
Timing could be everything here.
Oh, the head's not seen, and Jimbo gets nothing for his trouble, but that will reveal the positions here. With that boost in play, the rotations will come back from Trick, so it's going to be an unlikely real take of control for the B side. They'll try their hand at it because they kind of have to. The nades are doing so much damage. The smoke's down towards heaven. As Lax will be enabled as the AK entry. Looking like the flashbang caught off by Kier anyway. Jimbo does get that kill through the fencing. Larson quick to swing back, get his trade frag, and get tricked in with 2.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can do there. Everything kind of falls or lives or dies off of that boost. If yeah, 1 second earlier, they might have been able to get one of the 2 defenders on the B bomb site. That could have created an opportunity to actually get onto it and get a bomb plant down, but not to be the case. Still money on their side, though. Up in hands of Adex. But finally, the off out for Tricked as well. That remains to be seen, though, if this is going to be the opportunity for Tricked to build up their economy, or if it's going to get blown into smithereens immediately. Pretty standard map control. Standard default really being set up from the prospect side. One player towards B initially, one underpass, and a small A group to take Fountain and Playground control. Now, this is one thing we saw from the CT sides in the earlier overpass matches that was very, very significant, which is short water control. Well, they do have that. They've missed out on one of their players towards the A bomb side. Prime falls. And not that much damage taken either in the exchange.
Spotting more of the CT forces, Iceberg in particular, AK in hand against all sorts of players inbound from the bathrooms. It's Quez with the kill, Iceberg with 2 on the lineup. At least Spooky can get Quez to return, but Larsen's ready for him with the orb. Adex, a last player remaining, does get Iceberg the drop, but Kier quickly able to counteract it. Hold on to the AK as well. Not quite going for the double orb setup as tricked. Will find their way up to 3 apiece now, equalizing against the prospects.
Iceberg. 2 frags he finds is completely unchecked. I think 0-0 prospects had an idea that you would be playing around the I guess the map, the signpost, whatever you want to call it, where you got spotted out initially and not have moved forward. And then everything gets kind of pushed into high gear. The second Quez pushes up through underpass and catches them off guard. So the prime opportunity to bolster the CT side economy has been created. We'll see how good of a job they do of it. At least solid utility damage early on, and Kier gonna extend the advantage as well. Finds Jimbo scaling up the stairs.
Prime, great engagement, not quite able to land on the frag though. 4 versus 3, Larsen makes it to VHW. Lax can at least turn that dropped M4 into a decent casualty, so again, a little something to gain here for the T side.
And again, being able to throw away that op potentially could prove to be pretty significant. Spooky actually just opting to take the duel. I'm assuming one of them is going to grab that off, or at least attempt to. Oh, Lax is just going to find more frags. That works as well. And now they have a real shot at the actual round. So not going to throw away that off. Going to use it to the fullest of its ability.
There it is, a shot to connect to Kier, and just like that, prospects, they have an advantage, and a bomb site, and a bomb plant. The Quez up for the retake, no kit in for him. We have seen these go a little bit disastrous so far in this map up. And kit is eventually found alongside a kill towards Lax.
10-second defuse.
Smoke can come down. No, he's actually got a kit now. He's found one.
Oh.
He's engaging against Spooky though. The AWP ready for face. Incendiary on the bomb. Now he's going to get forced to use the smoke here. He goes on towards it, but he's waiting for the peak still. M4 sees him, captures the frag, and gets on that bomb immediately. Quez clutches the round regardless.
Damn, yeah, no, that was a prime opportunity for prospects to steal one back, but I guess a little bit of a silver lining is the fact that whatever hopes Tricked had of bolstering their economy, that went south. A lot due to Lax's frags. Found 2 for the round. Spooky, obviously, with the one on Takira as well. Because what a hero he is. And yeah, timely find of the fuse kit the second he moves up the stairs. Isn't just the time needed to be able to salvage that round back. So reinvestment from 0-0 prospects. An early frag onto Larsen, or from Larsen. Same thing goes for Kier. Kier's been very active here out by short. And that's definitely creating issues for the T side.
Yeah, reducing into a 5-on-3 situation with, of course, Larsen support. So, just kind of prospects don't really know what to do off the back of this here. And they lose those opening duels, and they're just like, well, we're sat here, we're in connector, we're outside a monster, we're molotoving and flashing our way forward, trying to get something out towards the B site. But where do we actually go from here? Like, we haven't got any contact, we haven't got any kills, we haven't got any damage against Tricked here. Finally, that nade will get something, so that's a respectable HE. Still, Iceberg is alive, though, and if he's alive, he's a threat, as he's proven in that last map. Sprays that toxic barrels behind the smoke, incendiaries go down, he sprays through on towards the grill angle, but just can't quite seem to catch these players. 40 seconds, they're going to make a move.
I'm curious if they are aware of the player in jail right now. You can see Quez shooting towards that angle off after dropping his Molotov, but I don't think they have confirmation of what's going on. And with the time just kind of simmering down, might lose focus, might think there's a save on the cards.
Is not. Moving in now. M4's crossfire. Kia gets credited with both kills. Almost a triple. It does get traded back by Spooky. Last man standing in a 1 versus 3. That nade, if it's placed correctly, that should be his demise. He opts not to throw it from heaven, but 5 seconds. That bomb's dropped over at Toxic Barrels. Prime just to swing. And the hit for the kill. 2 players alive makes it a bit of an expensive round, but a round for Tricks nonetheless.
Yeah. A little bit worried for Spooky there, whether or not he was going to actually die before the time ran out. Could have spelled slight disaster for them, obviously, even though they would have had a bit of a half bite here, but definitely wouldn't have been beneficial for him in the long run. But Tricks, yep, grabbing a couple of rounds in a row here to establish a 2-round lead. And well, the outlook for an additional one is looking very, very good. Only pistols to the name of 0-0 prospects. Flash being set up here, so it might be basically a contact play out from short. Could be enough to catch Iceberg, but there is a double setup over towards Rain and Monster. That's going to be the real issue.
Squares, double spray down. He Pickens makes it almost a triple, but not able to do so. Larson lands the exit frag regardless, and there you go. 6-3, Tricks in full control of that anti-eco. Now come the guns for 0-0 prospects, and again we start to get into that conversation. We're trying to build up some decent rounds here. I think we can get started relatively quickly, ideally in this round.
Yeah, no, I'd absolutely agree with that one. Don't want to let that lead get too far away from you, especially because it means that losing this one, very likely to have an eco the round after, unless you can get a bomb plant. So plenty of opportunities for Trick to get basically a 2-for-1. Oh, the aggression attempted, but also avoided. Start us off, so still 5 players alive on both sides. And also, for once, short control established for the T side, which is an oddity, but definitely going to come in helpful.
One shot connects for Adex. Kia caught again. Prospects responded to by the Europe at the CT side instead. Larson finds Spooky, so even man standing.
That's pretty much the pinch and the distraction taken away from the side of 0-0 prospects. Now all 4 gathered around Monster, or outside of Monster. But luckily for them, no rotation coming in from Trick just yet. Feeling a little bit unsure as to what to expect. This is going to be the go sign for the T's.
45 seconds to the clock, and they will slow walk their way in. Flash forward for Jimbo. I'll give up the ghost. They spread out on the site. They've got Quez in at Water. Iceberg up to the graffiti position. He gets his kill, and Quez can capitalize upon lack. So 2 left standing for the prospects. They reduce the CT numbers down to 3. Smokes onto the site to blind off some cover. Counter incendiaries, counter smokes down from Tricked. Wolves trying to set up the retake here. 3-on-2 still. They slow walk their way out of graffiti. Jimbo could line up 2, and indeed he does. The perfect timing with the perfect positioning. It's Larson alone with the orb, firing up against Adex. And Adex just waits for a chance to get the frag together. Larson's not going to give it up to him. He's going to save instead.
Fortune teller Jamie there with the prediction. Sees it comes to life as well as Jimbo picks up 2. And that's actually going to do quite the number on the economy of Tricked. Again, we have taken significant losses in these low buy rounds from 0-0 prospects. So question is, do you invest around this? You're going to have a couple of players who are going to be able to buy on their own accord, but just barely. You're not necessarily going to be able to drop anything significant from Larson himself, unless you commit to some losses and whatnot. It's also going to be at the cost of utility, which we know is vital on a map like Overpass. This is the most important sequence of the entire round. Jimbo lining them up. And yeah, it's just going to be a moderate investment from the Trick side here. So golden opportunity for 0-0 prospects to bounce back into the game. Unless Larson has something to do with it. Round boost past the Molotov. And we've seen that story before.
You would have
Can't
thought the
escape
Molotov damage would have been pretty nonchalant in the grand scale of things, but that H, he was like, no sir, sorry. Good night.
Access
Sleep
denied.
tight. And at least Prime gets a trade back for the 5-7, so there's always that.
And he does have light Kevlar as well. So that AK immediately becomes a lot more dangerous. Look at, is that PHW has made his way out into jail. It's good for 1 at the very least, so that's one good thing going for them, and he did spot 2 more. Surprised to not see more of a reaction out of 0-0 prospects. They might be worried about the potential of an AWP hanging out there, as he hasn't been spotted yet. Oh, and do they know?
Checking the backside, Prime aiding the incendiary, combining with Iceberg, burning alive, so will go falling for his trouble. The Larson's rotated out towards Connector and will catch Lax, so it will be a defensive held by the Tricks side. Great effort from the prospects, but it was that economy state that really came back to bite them. It seems like they're somehow the aggressive plays, the 5-7s catching off the right picks at the right time, and then the AKs in the hands of the CT side. Stole one back against the prospects, and it's not a round you want to lose.
It's probably not one they can afford to lose, really, either. 5-6, definitely more enjoyable than 4-7, especially considering what it's done to the economy of Tricked as well, giving them a bit of a boost. So, need to shore up things, need to bounce back, need to come up with a reply immediately here. They seem to think that A is going to be the answer. Lax has had a lot of success by lurking his way up long. Might be running into more resistance here. Larson is over towards that A bomb site. You can see a bit of a double setup, a bit of a bait set, honestly. Prime tucked away in the corner. Just going to allow the Opera to take first contact and hope that the T's just forget to clear the corners once they move up. Pretty unimpeded progress from 0-0 prospects to start, at the very least.
It's going to be impeded. It would be right here on the bomb side where the majority of the CTs are. A 3-man crossfire from Bank Dumpster and from Long here on Prime. Going unchecked, drops the bomb twice. With Larson's AWP also finding Adex, BHW and Lax. Last couple of players left. They do get one good trade on Prime. Doesn't last long though. Lax removed. BHW all remains. AK spray. Desperate to get anything out of here in the bathrooms. But a bomb being dropped on the site. The 4 players left and Tricked have all set up their positions on the crossfire. And BHW peeking into his demise to give up the half to Tricked.
Yeah, a bit of a lack of urgency there, really, from 0-0 prospects. Seems like they're so worried about that off, finding a potential early pick as they're scaling up towards A, that they actually don't fully commit. So they're standing on the steps, not really finding anything at all. And during all of that, Tricked are able to actually sneak in an extra rotator up towards Truck and creates all kinds of havoc for them. So we need to see a little bit more speed, a little bit more tempo from 0-0 prospects on their buy rounds here. Once they think they have an opening, just fully commit to it. Speaking of committing, we might see a bit of a monster exec here eventually. Again, short control being contested by Tricked here. Not going to be aware that there are people past him, but he's going to spot one.
Look at the pixel of the armor sticking out of Jimbo there with the MAC-10. So, decent enough start for the damage. Not quite a kill for the Trick side though, and actually just forced prospects to back off with the smokes clearing. And no real cover against the Trick peaks.
Yeah. So 2 flashes, 1 smoke for 0-0 prospects. That's enough to smoke upstairs, obviously, and then potentially have 2 godlike flashes to make life hard for both Larson and Prime over towards the A bomb site. But we'll see how far they can get on it. Active peeking towards long on the CT side. Prime going to be the one to take first contact. Finds one. No follow-up just yet. They're actually very, very spread out on the prospect side, so maybe they're trying to sell a B fake here with the utility that they have, but it's going to be tough. Losing members left and right.
At least one trade for Alex comes up against Prime, so one more man down. Looking for a bit more against VHW. Tap burst onto the man, will take him 25 HP. Iceberg on the back of the A site, meanwhile, we'll be able to put out a bomb plant with its backup. VHW will fall very quickly after the fact. So 9-4 is the current scoreline on the board. Round 14, we'll see a buyback from the T side, but 0-0 prospects. Unfortunately, looking here on this half of Overpass, very similar to the way things were playing out over on Nuke, and unfortunately, there is no buffer of a CT side to get them at least that bonus boost that keeps them competitive, because it's not looked all that much so here.
Yeah, again, they had their opportunity at what would it be 4-5 or no, 4-6 being the
Yeah.
round, right? That's where they had the golden opportunity to actually close the gap again, keep the money of Tricked in check. That opportunity has gone by them, sadly. Bit of a run from Tricked's end here. They might look to make it double figures as well before it's all said and done. Sitting at 9 right now, as another buy comes in from the T side.
Guns brought up, nades on Iceberg. Well placed against the one player, but flash blinded. Sees a second face against the man, but unable to really get a spray through the wall bank. So just that initial bit of damage being done by VHW, Alex, and Spooky. Nothing to return against the Tricked side. Spooky hoping to find something. He actually does do the damage onto Iceberg. 35 HP for the man, so a little something back for the prospects, but nothing major here. They still hold the line of the defaults, and there are no kills.
So, nothing to really break the deadlock early on. One positive for prospects here is that they are being given space, at least, to establish themselves around restroom. But it remains to be seen what they can actually do with it. HW over towards short, still keeping people busy. As you can see, utility flying out left and right. Question is whether or not he's going to rejoin his teammates or if he's just going to wait for a late lurk, and it might be the latter, as the 0-0 prospects have set their sights on A.
There's a kill for Lax, away in now to the site as Larson drops Spooky, a capture of Crime, as he wasn't quite ready for the long flank inbound from the prospects. Quez can win a fight out towards shore and bring things to a manageable distance. It's still a 4v3 for the prospects now. And the bomb down on default. Incendiaries will try force them out. Alex is in trouble with low HP and now dead to the hands of Quez. So 3v3. Retake is on and Quez just reads Spooky in the backstab. He knows what's going on. So he removes all elements from play. Lax and Jimbo, last two left standing. M4 leans in, spot sprays and takes Lax back. It's all left to Jimbo now. Creeping in towards the bathrooms. Quez spots him, makes it a quadra in the round. What a round and what a read from him. Gets Tricked up to 10 on the board.
Yeah, fantastic job from Quez there, but you do have to, well, raise a few question marks around, well, VHW's decision-making to actually try to fight that rotation instead of just kind of sitting around waiting once he's already rotated away from short water, gone back to underpass, etc. And then obviously the timing as well. Spooky was on his way to cover up that underpass path, but not quick enough, and Addicts didn't really seem to consider that a possibility either. So yet again, another very winnable situation, winnable round for 0-0 prospects. Just go by the wayside. Tricked continue to march on. 10-4 and looking to make more. Jimbo down to 26 HP almost immediately into the round.
These rounds are starting to almost feel like formalities here on the Tricked side. Prime does make a bit of a mistake there against Lax, so maybe not so much anymore. But Larson's so quick to respond. He knows where he's going to peek. He had the cross already locked. Connects that shot and leaves no further mercy for the 0-0 prospects. So in this 4v4 scenario, with Jimbo being low on 26, it's already an advantage and it might extend in. Adex trying to cross, but not really given a chance to get a kill back and not killed off himself for that matter.
Yeah. For the prospects, might look to just wait out that smoke, let it fade before they make their move, and HW is gonna, well, put on some pressure as the rest of them actually relocate over towards A. Spooky's actually gonna find Larson, so nice pickup, but probably not expecting an additional man over on that A bomb site. That's Iceberg. Of course it is Iceberg.
Imagine he gets that 3k.
Yeah.
That would have been silly on a sequence, but fortunately not. VHW puts that bomb down over at the default plant position, looks around towards the back lines. Trying to cover off that dumpster entrance. Kier coming in from bank, back up on the P side is all the way back in the bathrooms, and Quez sees and sprays, eventually takes the kill. Adex, all that remains. AK in hand, the kit trying to commit. There is no smoke for either CT player, so it's all about getting this kill if you possibly can. Got to tap on that bomb ideally to get the draw out, and he swings, gets picked up. And there it is. 11-4 at the turn of the half for the Tricked side, and a pretty dominant CT side at that. 0-0 prospects are in dire straits, to say the least. Where do we even begin to look in the second half about what they can do to bring this back?
I mean, win pistol.
Well, that's the start, obviously. I
Yeah.
think that's pretty much a given at this stage, but
Yeah.
like, what else?
I mean, again, they well do what Trick did in the sense that well, that's going to be tough to do as well because 0-0 prospects had so many opportunities to actually win out winnable positions from like whether it's after plants or actually just having early advantages that they could play off of that they didn't convert. And I don't necessarily see Trick making the same kind of mistakes once they're given the same opportunities over on the T side. So if you're 0-0 prospects, again, you just have to go with what your game plan has been. Again, just try to execute that to the best of your ability. If you run into issues, if you run into even just like struggle wins, type of an ordeal on the CT side, take a time out, talk things through, and basically give yourself the best opportunity to potentially have a good idea of what you're meant to do when these problems arise. But they might not have given themselves enough of a cushion here to actually be able to get to that kind of scenario.
I mean, that's also what we said about the 13-2 half that we saw from 0-0 prospects and Dust 2. Is to play devil's advocate for a second.
Yeah,
We did see that comeback come together, so I don't want to count them out entirely, but the difference is that over the course of this series, we've seen a lot more from Trick to justify the opportunity for them to bring in that comeback versus now with the prospects, where we have seen a little bit of decimation. It is the CT half of things, so if there's a way back in, it would be in this half, and that is a good start from Lax. 2 kills on Kier and Quez, 2 players down on the T side line, no trades against 0-0 prospects. VHW sticking around in the fire and the flames, burning quite heavily to try to take more heads with him. The bomb will get planted by Larson, and prospects will swarm the site, so it looks like it might not last much longer. He does get Alex at least. It's all left to Prime now. Open plant for Heaven. Glock seeing what he can do. 1 headshot found. Second CT being seen. They trade places as Spooky looks for the headshot himself. Can't quite catch him. Lax on the defuse. And covered off on the bat sandbags boost. Just forced away. Spray, tap. All that you can muster here with the pistol bases. They won't be able to deny the defuse. They just bunch up, play body block, and play for the 5th round, for the pistol round. For the prospects.
Yeah, step 1, check. Now there's about 15 more to go through before they get where they need, but it is a start, and well, fitting that it would be Lax to actually get them started because he was, I'd say, the I guess brightest point, more like basically the one you could put a spotlight on from 0-0 prospects. Yeah, from 0-0 prospects T side. He was the one to find openings towards A. He's the one who basically had things leading to good results for their side. So finding 2 pistol frags as well to open up the pistol round. Fantastic. And well, you're going to give as good as you're going to get, and that's a painful lesson.
Yeah, taking a leaf out of the prospects playbook because they tried that on their T side half, and well, it's worked out well for this one. Quick double HEs, quick storm on the B site, quick round, over and done with. Conversion stolen. Prospects knocked back a peg already, having the wind taken out of their sails.
Yeah. Talked about 0-0 prospects lacking a bit of urgency on their T sides when they found openings and pockets of space towards A. Well, there's nothing really to complain about with Tricked and how they approached that B take. That was lightning speed really coming out of them. And all Addicts and BHW can do is hold on to their weapons, reinvest into the next one, and cross their fingers, really. Oh boy, that was quite the tempo out of the Danish team.
Yeah, just overwhelming force forward, wasn't it? Decimation, those 2 HEs, and then from there you could just sort of see the action with the utility that they threw for the execution. So 12-5 force buy will come in for the prospects, as you would expect here. The M4s, the SMGs, the upgrade pistols, and the Deagle and the 5.7. If they lose this round, surely they're probably on death row, right?
It very much feels that way. They're on that slow walk up to the chair, pretty much. We've seen teams bounce back. Tricked obviously did that. They had a bit of a rough start. Ooh.
That's the 2nd time that has worked for Trick. Not quite to the kill, but certainly to the damage. Jimbo 136, and VHW took a HE as well.
I guess, in fairness, 0-0 prospects got away with it twice, so Tricked figured, why not us? Not gonna get the confirmed damage necessarily, but we know they definitely got some of their money's worth from that. And again, going back to the B-bomb side, and again, I perfectly fine with this simplified T side. No need to mess about with all the shenanigans over towards A. Might as well just focus on the B-bomb site, the prime site of Overpass.
Will do well to get that pick back on short. Maybe a bit dicey for Iceberg, but Prime's going to bailed out. Not quite able to get the double up in that exchange. He's got 2 frags already, so doesn't really need them, but Larson is picked up by VHW, making it a 4 versus 3. Trick still favoured in said exchange, and the prospects have VHW on 4 points of health, Jimbo on 36. So the bars don't really represent a lot of potential here for this team.
Yeah.
And the SMG in particular might want to think about getting out there to hold on to the head Kevlar, and it just makes more sense to hold on to that. They'll hear him rotating away. The rest of the prospects will go for the save to get something out for the next round, to give them a little extra boost in terms of what the damage that they could do, the potential economical limit they could apply to the Trick side. Mostly looking towards those guns when it goes 14-5 though. That'll be the prospects' last real stand, and a hell of a way into a hell of a comeback if they can make it work.
That's going to be the big question, isn't it? But they do manage to bring over at least 3 things from this round. Primarily the AW. No, I was about to say AWP. It's getting late here. The M4A1S on Addicts, and as well some Kevlar to boot. They do have a diffuse kit on EHW, but haven't necessarily been anywhere near of having use for it so far on the CT side. But we'll see. Situation might crop up.
Rifles lock, spray through. Prime picks up Alex with the last support on the tower crossfire, if you will.
Wow.
Kill found easy, and really not much that was in there for the prospects, as you would expect. VHW tagged up an SMG with one earlier exchange. I believe they're in the connector control. It's actually Jimbo, the man who connected is full. And Lax picked up by Iceberg, who reads him like a book. Tap through the tree bank, if you will. And Spooky caught off by Iceberg the same, so a double up. VHW 1 versus 5, out towards that mid position in the bathrooms. Not detected yet by Kier, but I don't think he'll be able to do much from here. Picked up, all 5 alive. Clean round, and now the guns are out. Prospects need this one, or else they're done.
Fair assessment. Unfortunate for Addicts that they didn't have anyone really nearby in that situation, so they could pick up the M4, potentially do something with it moving further. It was just one and done. Kind of an ordeal, and didn't really get the one either. So 14-5, and pretty much last stand here for 0-0 prospects. Needs to be more or less perfect from this point on, at least in terms of being able to convert rounds. That could prove to be very, very difficult. Gonna get aggressive, take deep positions up towards playground, so might be something to work off of here. Instead, it's gonna be Larson to find Addicts. So VHW's return frag is great and all, but his position is well known, and eventually gets traded. Meanwhile, Quez also creating chaos over towards the B-bomb site. A lot of back and forth so far in this 2v2 situation. Beneficial for the T's. Again, can gather up, group together, and figure out where they want to attack. Obviously, we'll have a bit of a task ahead of them in terms of just clearing out all the different angles that the T's could possibly be in, but you do like their chances. Question is whether or not they're going to announce their arrival with the utility that they have available, or if they're to try to hold on to that for a potential after plant.
50 seconds, and Iceberg is the man to lead the charge. The bomb is on his back, so I might want to pass that off to Kier or leave him the AK. Start peeking forward. They aren't. They are going to see Lax top of the railing, trying to get back over towards the connector plat, driving down into water. Iceberg swing, just gets that kill immediately. And it's all on Jimbo here. Inbound from heaven, smoked off. Molotov the way from the graffiti angle. And this utility is just going to indicate that they're going to go towards the B side. But no, he gets a counter read. That nade thrown out, doing nothing but here with the Molotov about to come inbound. He's on the site, M4, last hope for the prospects, and he wins it. When they need him most, Jimbo steps up and denies map point for Tricked.
Yeah, no, that was a bit of an odd one, honestly, from Tricked, even though they obviously fancy the opportunity to swing over towards that H-bomb site.
them running will be heard. And again, you do have the protection of the Molotov, you do have the protection of the smoke, the fire, so I'm not really sure what they're all that afraid of. Instead, they're running into the unknown over towards A. Get punished for it as well, but no problems rebuying into this one. Still very much Trick's game to lose at this stage. And oh, fool me once. Shame on you. No chance of fooling Prime twice with the aggressive move from VHW.
Easy frag to start. Prospects might have won that last round, but the second one is coming in much more difficult for them. 2 picks already, barely any damage done to Larson in that exchange, a 5 versus 3. They've even rotated away from the B site, trying to stack A, thinking that's where the play is going to be at, but no, walking a monster and short. It's only a matter of time before this hit comes in, and the Prospects might get locked out with 2 MP9s and an AK to retake.
Well, they do make the swing over towards the B-bomb site last minute, but it might be a little bit too late. Spooky does his damnedest with the long-range MP9. Finds 1 kill, but still pretty dire situation here, and already it seems like they're tucking tail.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the right call, though. Like, I feel like you're going to have to commit to just try and deny something because you're resting on the loss bonus, which has already been knocked back thanks to that previous round. Maybe if there's another rifle you can find, you could sort of justify it, but even the money in reserves, man, like, I think Prospects need to win that round, and I think the fact that they're going to concede it on a save probably means this one is over.
It doesn't feel like the winning strategy, really, but
yeah,
I guess they do feel like they don't really have much of a stance to, or much of a leg to stand on if they were to actually commit to it, lose it out in this one, and then have pretty much nothing going into what could be the final round of the night. So 2 rifles scavenged at the very least. We see Prime's opening. Here's follow-up. Overall, solid display from Tricked, obviously, to get them to this position. And as for 0-0 Prospects, they need to do something magical here. And again, yeah, even with the saved rifles, it's not a whole lot to brag about. Tomas, some utility and 2 MP9s. Everything needs to go their way to have a shot at this. Early utility being exchanged, and that's obviously going to favor the T's in this scenario, given how limited 0-0 Prospects' vault of grenades is.
Jimbo walking up ahead of the fountain, watching out ahead of the mark position flash in, and somehow wins the fight against Prime. Okay, that's something. Kier now flashed up to the top of connector. VHW's caught blinded SMG versus him. Doesn't quite win that fight. Jimbo and Adex chime right back though, so 4 versus 2 Prospects. Starting to come into their own here in this round. The AWP up close for Larson does win that fight alongside Quez getting spooky, but Lax trades him back. So Prospects hanging on for this one. Flick doesn't connect, and a lifeline is found.
Yeah, a very small one, but a lifeline nonetheless. And Jimbo doing a fantastic job, as you said. Surprisingly, that it wins out the first duel and even doubles up onto Iceberg later on. So frantic trading back and forth, but eventually it is 0-0 Prospects to come out ahead. 7th round to their name. But again, money not being an issue, at least not yet, for the Tricked side. So the fight continues. Alex up with the op. Not going to find an angle to potentially give them an advantage early on in the round. Instead, it's Kier to just casually walk out off of a flash. Ooh, Larson, okay, you didn't find it over towards Fountain, but you do find Jimbo through a bunch of walls. So 5v3. And this might be the beginning of the end.
Well, we said that in the last round, and then the Prospects turned it around, so let's see whether or not there's another lifeline in for them. 2 players on this B site, which is where Tricked are going to hit the M4 of Lax. Expecting a booth, playing double duty towards Monsters, seeing several struggling to get the spray together, and blind as a bat will fall. VHW lines up 2, Kier trades it back against him, so it's all Alex. The Star Raw Pot, only 5 kills in this map though, and surely this clutch should be too much for him to handle. Smoke up towards Heavens, where he's attacking from. No Kitten play, no U2 out. Shot towards Kier does connect, but where are the other two? He has no info to play with. We'll check down lower at Water. Flashbang into the second, but doesn't adjust towards him, so there it is. 16-7 for Tricked, a 2-1 series. A bit of a battle at times, but honestly, outside of Dust 2, I really felt like they were in full control.
Yeah, no, for the better part of it, that was Twist's game. No, Twist. Tricked's game again.
It's been a very long day.
Yeah, it has indeed. But no, Tricked, as you said, they seem to be in control again. Whatever excitement there was on Nuke, that was quickly extinguished once Tricked got over on the CT side. Pretty much flawless from that point on to close out their own map pick. And again, it comes down to overpass and 0-0 prospects not capitalizing on the advantages that they initially create for themselves and being able to win out Astral Plant positions. And once you allow Tricked to get up to 8, 9, 10, 11 CT side rounds, then yeah, you've pretty much made your bed, and that's going to be tough for them to fight back through. And given that, again, you got to give credit to Tricked, right? They did what they needed to do, and on overpass you could look to so many different players on different different parts of the game and say that they contributed, they had impact, and they showed up when they needed the most.
Absolutely. Like, again, such a solid series overall from Tricked. I even thought that when you consider that comeback, it just felt like they had, except for that first half, full control of the entire match.
Yeah.
So to me, I look at that and I think to myself, the Tricked came into this one as the better team than the favourites in this tournament. And they proved it right here against an Academy side. Like, yeah, 0-0 prospects gave us a bit of a fight, gave us something to chew on with a 3-map affair. And it does have a couple of positives going into the lower bracket as well, obviously.
Yeah.
But in terms of the upper bracket run, it does feel like it's the appropriate way that things would go, not only for Tricked to win, but also to move into a Danish derby as well for another one for our upper bracket final. So we kind of got the best deal here.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment. Tricked taking on Astralis talent in the upper bracket finals, definitely one to watch once we get to that point. But we do get a couple of pretty exciting lower bracket matchups as well. And even though 0-0 prospects do fall here versus Tricked, I think, like you said, they do have a pretty decent opportunity to actually get further and actually, go a fair bit in the lower bracket system as well.
Absolutely, and tomorrow we won't get to see that upper bracket matchup. That's in a couple of days from now, but we will get to see those lower bracket games in Bitfix versus 0-0 prospects to kick things off, and then Masonic versus Young Ninjas will be the second series of that particular day. We'll just get that on screen so you can confirm it all. So yeah, a bit more survival in for the 0-0 prospect, but honestly, very manageable series for them. I mean, I'd say that they probably are the better of the two Norwegian teams. Bitfix, as hard as they fought in the lower bracket round one, I think they might meet their end of that one. Masonic versus Young Ninjas is where things get interesting, though, because for me, I feel like Young Ninjas proved a lot more in yesterday's matches, but Masonic is quite the team that they've got to face off against.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough nut to crack. And again, we haven't necessarily seen the consistency out of Young Ninjas to really know what to expect out of them, and this is going to be probably their toughest challenge yet in Masonic. So everything to play for, obviously, but I do see the outline of two favorites in each series, really, going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. And we'll get to see how those favourites will play things up, whether there's any more underdog upsets, whether there is anything more to prove for the underdog teams over the course of what could possibly be their final matches in the tournament. Again, same time, same place, 5 p.m. CEST is where we'll kick things off with that Bitfix versus 0-0 Prospects series. But for today, we're all done for you. One last question for you, Vendetta, though. Here's talking about the heroes of tomorrow. Who's your hero of today?
Ooh, hero of today. I'm gonna have to give it to Iceberg simply off of his nuke performance, and again, he didn't necessarily disappoint on overpass either. The man was just a menace, and it felt like he could have gone 1v5 on that CT side of nuke and still come out ahead. So got to give him a ton of props, and expecting more of the same as we move into the upper bracket finals in a couple of days.
Awesome. We'll get to see him in action, and I'm very excited to see how well they'll do in a couple of days. But of course, for tomorrow, it's the lower bracket games, and for today, it's all over. It's been a long night, a late night, and we thank you so much for watching and for listening. If you have been up so far, we're going to get off your screens and out of your ears, but we'll be back in tomorrow for even more to discover who are the heroes of tomorrow.